You found the skeleton. How would you tell it's a dinosaur? You personally, how would you decide?
Well, interesting question. I don't know. I'd have to do some research on that.
Hey everybody, welcome to the 2024 birthday stream. I am, of course, Dapper Dinosaur. I am in my human suit. It is itchy, it is horrible, but it's worth it for you guys. I am here with Zach B. Hancock. Hello, Zach.
Hello.
We are going
Glad to be here.
Thank you. We're going to be having more guests filter in and out as we go, so it's going to be, as we go. This is going to be a longer stream. I don't know if it's going to go as long as the stream I was on Erica's channel a couple days ago that went for 12 hours. But we're definitely doing more than 2 here, so...
Don't know how y'all did that.
Yeah, we've got a few membership chats and super chats. Star Song, before the stream started, about a half hour before the stream started, said, for $10, I'm older than your human suit. Have something toward your birthday gift on me. Well, thank you very much. And then Pibblepunk, half dog, half canine, for $5 says, Happy Hatch Day to our favorite nerdy Ceratosaurus, and remember, AIG is a sodden satchel of squirming Sicilians. And here we have Horsey McHorseface. Hello, Horsey McHorseface.
Happy birthday!
Thank you.
I thought this was a good thing to bring. I don't know. Can you guys hear me? I don't even know if this.
No, I can hear you.
Surprisingly can hear you.
So I've had this thing hanging out in my room for like a couple of weeks, almost a month now, and I was waiting about when I was going to use it, and I was like, this is perfect.
I mean, it's going to be that or one of the mustaches, right?
Yeah, right? You think I'm not wearing a mustache under this?
Oh,
I should put a mustache on this!
Yes, you should. Well, there we go. We dropped our one F-bomb for the stream already. Thanks, Chester.
You're so welcome. It's always me, except the one time it wasn't.
It's true. It has been me before. Vandali 1998.
Look at chat. This is impossible.
Can you see anything? Yeah.
I don't know.
Just to see through the nostrils.
Yeah, I can see through but my hair is also in my face, and it's really hot. I'm not gonna be able to do this for long.
Okay. Vandali 1998 from $4.99 says, Happy birthday, Dapper. Today would have been my mom's 83rd birthday. Do you know exactly how old you are to the year? Well, first of all, I'm very sorry for your loss. Vandali 1998 had a very recent family loss, and so my condolences. Okay, so here's the real deal. Landon Knoll figured out my real age last time, and I have since forgotten it. So no, I don't remember my full real age. Sorry. Olivia Williams, who's been a member for 25 months, says, Happy Hatch Day with a Ghidorah. And then Rosina Ripsneck Keller for $1.99 says, Happy birthday, Itchy Dapper. Yeah, this suit, oh god. Although I'm wearing a nice Klingon shirt. It says, we are Klingons in Klingon and on the shirt. There you go. There you go. Bob Knob for $20 says, Happy birthday, buy yourself something nice with a heart. Thank you very much. I will buy myself maybe like a book or something. Or maybe some very, very spicy food. Those are the 2 things I tend to spend most of my money on. That isn't like bills. Alright, so let's take a look. Have we caught up on everything? Yes. I am not technically activating drinking rules yet. Those are probably going to come about 2 hours in. It's still a little early, and this is going to be a fairly long stream, so I don't want to start it off with too much, of the booze. That'll later. Right now, I'm just drinking out of this wonderful Quarks bar mug, or beer glass, or whatever. Yep, got that last time I was over at Deep Space Nine,
The first thing I did when I was coming in was knock over my beer, so I hadn't opened it yet, and now I gotta wait.
Did you knock it over with your horse head? Or the inability to see because you're wearing this mask?
Who could say?
Alright. So yeah, last time I was at Quark's Bar, 5 slips of Latinum or something like that, I think. So, if you have some extra Latinum burning a hole through your pockets, pick up a Quark's Bar glass, next time you're there. You can have some Kanar in it, although it's too big for Kanar. Kanar is, it's a sipping drink. Anyway, I think we're ready for some David Menton, except that Rosina Ripsneck Keller just donated for $4.99 to say, habanero sausage and hard Baja Blast. I was looking for hard Baja Blast at the grocery store earlier today. Didn't see it. I saw Hard Monster. Oh, you all right?
I think I might need to put something inside of this to help it like sit better on my head. I think like my head is too small, so it doesn't quite.
Well, I mean, to be fair, all of you is too small.
Well, I put a hair clip on, so it would hold better, but it's not quite good enough. I feel like I need to have another hat under my hat.
Okay.
I don't know if I can get it off.
Oh.
I live here now.
Tramp, abandon all hope, ye who enter here stamp, who's been a member for 1 month, is at the amulet level, says, I haven't gotten done with the Gut6/Dino field trip live stream. Stop with the content. Never.
Too much content, all the time. Don't forget that Dapper's over on doing newsy type stuff and politics sometimes too. So if you actually want to hear him talk about politics and things
It happens
like that,
occasionally.
he has opinions.
Yeah, every once in a while I do have an opinion. Tiktaalik is a Chrono Dragon for 23.99 euros, says, Happy Dapper Day, hope your itchiness subsides. It won't until I get out of this stupid suit. I changed my name for Guts and Gibbons stream, but misspelled Chrono and can't change it again for 2 weeks. Yeah, derp. Yeah, should have been Kimono, because of course, as we all know, the Kimono Dragon is in fact a late surviving dinosaur, according to at least one creationist who was on Donnie Deals' channel. The Kimono Dragon, which is a new one on me, but it also does kind of make me want to buy a kimono with like a bunch of like varanids and dinosaurs as the print instead of like the more typical floral and geometric patterns.
Ooh, or also you can dress up in a kimono one day once you're out of your meat suit.
There you go. And hey, it's Manya. Hi, Manya.
Yeah.
She's sort of here.
It might take her a minute.
What's up?
Hey, there she is.
There it is.
Hello.
Hey, Manya. Manya is also, of course, one of the people I go on in Chesh's channel with to talk about like news events. We give you a little bit of a news digest. Let's see. Juliana Deliscato for 10 Brazilian real says, Feliz aniversario, Dapper. I'm sorry, my Portuguese is atrocious. So, yeah. My Spanish is okay-ish. My Portuguese is atrocious. I can get through reading it kind of okay. Like I read
Still better than my English.
Well, that might be. I read Gabriela Haynes's paper, her doctoral dissertation in Portuguese. That was kind of a nightmare. And actually, like her abstract was in English too, and so I was like comparing them and like looking at because basically I was looking for anything that she put in her dissertation that was contradictory to her current young Earth creationist positions. I found it. That was fun. Rana K for Yes. Rana K for $5 says, Happy leveling up, Dapper. What are you putting your extra points towards? Let's see, Arcane. I'm gonna increase my my bleed build-up and also my discovery. So, yeah.
Arcane 2 is coming soon too as well. We got the teaser trailer.
Finally.
Yeah.
I'm a little
Have you seen the teaser trailer yet?
I haven't. You'll have to send it to me. Oh, it's Captain Proton.
Yep.
People are mad.
Oh no!
Yeah, about Arcane, the Arcane trailer, because one, people who know a little bit more about the lore and stuff think that the trailer is lying to you, like it's misleading. But also people are mad because Vi is becoming an enforcer, which is like a tilt-over police officer. And people are like, how could she do this? And then everybody who plays League of Legends is like, Vi is canonically like a proponent and like somebody who does police brutality. That's like her whole character is police brutality.
Have you seen the fucking gauntlets?
She runs around just beating up people because she's a cop, and Caitlyn is running around trying to stop her.
By the way, Tiktaalik is a I'm going to go
spoilers, please.
Because I know that Tiktaalik was going for Kimono Dragon, I'll go with it. Tiktaalik is a Kimono Dragon for 1 month. Oh, sorry, and a member for a month is at the Tetrapod level says, it is possible to buy a Komodo Dragon Kimono, FYI. But can I get one with Komodo Dragon, and dinosaurs? And then Anonymous Pie for $71 redues says, Google tells me Rexy Dino Kimono is out there for only $71 redues. Because, Zach, in case you're wondering, dollar redues are in fact what Australian dollars should have been called. And it is a crime against humanity that is not their official name.
Yeah, at least Canada had the sense of humor of calling our coins toonies and loonies.
Right? Wait, didn't they get rid of the loonies?
No, they got rid of like pennies.
No, they got rid of the $1 bills though, didn't they?
Yeah, well, they
Okay.
had $1 and $2 bills, and they switched them to coins.
Got it. Okay. I knew there was
Yeah.
something like that got right
Yeah,
over
the
when they introduced the
$2
loonies and toonies.
The $2 bill used to have a robin on it, and the toonie has polar bears.
Okay. Pelagic Tunicat's wishing happy birthday, who's been a member for 14 months, sorry, and is at the Tetrapod level, says, happy birthday to you from all of us with love. Thank you. And then Sarah Nironkar, speaking of which, for 5 beaver bucks, says, Chesh told me to do a shiz, so I'm looking to do it right. Can others please confirm? I think this is how it works. Yes.
Probably correct.
All right. And so I'm actually going to put this Randy Galooza video up. I just noticed Manya's run away. Bye, Manya.
Yeah, she does. She does that. She's still listening.
I know.
I'm listening.
I know. All right, so we have Randy Galooza up here for us. Randy Galooza is going to be giving a talk called computer, why you do this? Replacing Darwin's Sacred Imposter with Randy Galooza. I don't even know what that title means. Like, it's a complete blank wall for me. But I know what Randy Galooza is about. He's about evolution is fake because natural selection is fake, which puts him at odds with virtually every young Earth creationist out there. In fact, he lost employees from the ICR for taking this stance because they were like, no, bro, natural selection is real. Yes,
I have
Chesh?
something that I need to impose on Dapper at some point as
no.
well. Yeah, so anybody coming from my channel will know that I've been talking about this guy named Vic Mignogna, who is a voice actor with like a lot of like problematic behavior and allegations and stuff, and isn't a whole lot of legal debt. But putting that aside, he is also a young Earth creationist who doesn't believe in evolution.
Wait, he is?
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
Oh my god, Dapper's like, oh my god, another individual to mock?
So-
Yes!
So no, he does not look happy about it.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't mean I'm not going to try to find him saying stupid stuff about evolution.
Oh yeah,
Right?
no, I got you covered. I was
good.
thinking about like, because I watch him on a semi-regular basis just because of like he's part of my kind of stuff that I talk about. But I was thinking about like cutting out the evolution stuff that he says and sending you a compilation.
Oh boy. Here we go.
Do it. Just do it.
Alright.
There's no point
I
in
don't know if
fighting
you
it.
want to do it here or if you would rather
No,
come over and visit.
It's like, yeah, do it at some point and let me know when you're ready for that, and we can do a thing.
Because
ready?
I would absolutely love to see your chat, because you guys are awesome here, right? You guys have like one of the best communities on YouTube. And I would love to see you guys trying to interact with the Vic Mignogna fans
Oh,
who are crazy.
They are crazy.
Yes.
They are so crazy. And yeah, Vishanti, you are thinking of the correct Vic Mignogna. Yeah, or
Yes.
I don't know how to say it. I don't care how to say it, because fuck that guy.
Mignogna.
Yeah, there you go. Ripsneck Ripsneck Keller for $1.99 says, Vic went YEC, WTF. He really hit rock bottom.
Oh no, he didn't go YEC. He went to Liberty University.
No, he's always been.
Yeah. Also, going rock bottom was, all of the abuse. That was that. Like, if I had to choose, like, non-abusive young Earth creationist versus abusive science acceptor, I'd take non-abusive young Earth creationist, right? Abuse is definitely a higher thing than just believing silly things about science. We got a couple things. One more thing to read. Atomic Swirl, who's been a member for 12 months and is at the Tetrapod level, thank you for the support.
I like the name.
Says, $1 and $2 as coins must be tough on strippers. Yeah, what do? You just throw fives? If you actually launch toonies?
There's actually like conspiracies about this. You're not allowed to do toonies and loonies and strip clubs. You have to show up with bills, which means the minimum you can give a stripper is a $5 bill.
Okay.
So like there are people who are like, oh, so like going to like a strip club in Canada is like triple expensive because and like most of the time like you should be giving 20s.
I mean, I was just saying, in today's economy,
minimum wage,
it's
thank
kind of
you.
an insult at this point.
True.
Yeah, right.
At least go for a minimum wage, yeah, right?
Also,
Okay, cool.
it's free online. So here's Randy Galooza now that we're done talking about strippers.
Uh-oh.
Thank you so very much for the invitation to the Institute
welcome,
for Creation
Randy.
Research to come and to speak to you. It is really an honor, an absolute honor to be here.
I'm honored to be here too, guys. just
He's so happy to be there.
I will say this about Randy Galuzza. He does seem to genuinely enjoy his job to a degree that very few people I know do. So you know what? I'm
He's
not
just
gonna
loving life, man.
Yeah,
Just
I'm not
loving
gonna
life.
throw shade at him for enjoying his life. I mean,
Sure.
good for him.
And to see such interest, and not just interest in older people, but all the interest that I see of all these young, smiling faces out here, and really, it's the young.
I think he's saying that because of the only time the average age of his audience has been like below 62. Because I mean, let's face it, the people who go to Young Earth Creationist talks at a church, it's not primarily like, you know, Gen Z people, right? It's mostly boomers.
People who we need to talk to tonight. It's the young people as well as the older people who are going to face.
I just realized something. That T-Rex skull is actually a physical T-Rex skull.
Yeah.
I thought that their other videos where they had a T-Rex skull in the background was just a CGI T-Rex skull, because I didn't think they had a full-scale skull. But I guess they do. You know what, guys? Honestly impressed.
Cool.
Yeah.
Side note.
Yeah. Wonder
do
who's
you
the
think-
artist.
Who do you think are the young people he's referring to? Does he
it's
think
the churches
does he think we are the young people?
Paul and Morgan show.
No, my guess is that the church's youth group heavily promoted whatever this is, because he's clearly in a church, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a very obvious, like, evangelical Protestant church. That's how they look. So my guess is that, yeah, the church's youth group was heavily promoting this, and they were hyping it up as like, this is going to be amazing. Yeah. You're going to come to this. You're going to learn so much about science and Jesus, and you're going to be on fire for the Lord. And then we'll probably not go play Chubby Bunny because that's illegal now because so many people choke to death doing it. But maybe we'll tape one of you to the walls with duct tape.
I remember
my favorite at my youth group was one that they did a competition to see who could drink like 2 gallons of milk the fastest, and like pretty much everybody puked.
Yeah, of course.
No. Oh, I
actually did. That was one of the games that I did not play.
I was invited by, when I was in Auckland, when I was working in Auckland, I was invited by one of my colleagues to come for a Sunday brunch. I didn't realize that it was a whole neighborhood going to a church and then playing like volleyball after that and having snacks. I went for the snacks, but the condition I think so was at that point was we have to sit through a service first. So I was like, I don't care. I'll sit there. But
I will say,
happened after?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Free food.
When the service ended, the pastor, bishop, I don't know who they were on the street. Okay, please raise your hand if you want help. And I was like, help for what?
Yeah, that's a vague, weird question.
And
I need some roofing done.
People raised their hands and they started like putting them forward to join the church, and I was just like, that's
pass.
bait. That's bait. Yeah. I was like, what the
food?
fuck?
No, the food was the bait.
No.
And then
there's some churches with good food out there.
I found out why my colleague invited me along was because she was like, I wanted to show our pastor that that there are happy atheists out there, and I was just like, bitch, what?
And she didn't tell you ahead of time.
You were her token atheist friend.
Happy atheists out there, you know, there are people happy without God. Oh my God, how is that possible? Probably because I'm colluding with the devil. Maybe that's why he's tickling me all the time.
Yeah, that's
right?
the only option.
It's like, and then he started like the pastor started like, oh, you know, we think Krishna is a saint of like Krishna. I'm like, don't dare fucking go there, you asshole.
I'm not aware of any Christian group who acknowledges Krishna as a figure in Christianity. Even in like,
come to India, you will see how they sell Christianity in India. So yeah,
I guess I don't know. I feel like even the church in Kerala that's been there for, and by church I mean like the entire group that's been there for like 2,000 years, like as long as it's possible to have been a Christian. I feel like even they aren't really doing that. But then again, I don't know a super lot about them, other than that when Catholics and Anglicans showed up, it kind of was a really bad time for them. Just like it was a really bad time for everyone else, just for extra reasons. Hey, we've got Dan in here.
Hey!
All right, Dan, before we introduce you, I've got a few things to read here. So, let's see. Rael Gatubello, for $5, says, actually, I've seen plenty of young people at creationist talks, mostly kids sequestered by their parents into watching Hovind seminars. Ugh, that sounds terrible.
Ugh.
Although, I say that, like, as a kid, I watched some Hovind seminars. That's why I was an unironic fan until, you know, I figured out. Left-Handed Jedi gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. They went to Chesh. Chesh, congrats.
People have the coolest names in here. Left-handed Jedi, Atomic Scroll. Oh my god! It's like this crowd is amazing.
Cross-Platform Adventures, Jules Mac, Ian Chen Official, and Charles Starbuck all got those gifted memberships. Let's see. D. Vegar, as I think what I'm going to go with for this one, for $2 says AIG is a barrel of Godzilla's bell ends. Thank you very much. And that was for $2. And let me just make sure that I have the little funding thing updated. There we go. By the way, if this thing gets to 200%, then on the next Kent with Bent, I will re-put on this stupid human suit with a hot, itchy, scratchy tutu.
Oh, side note, don't forget, if you are a creator and want to help Dapper grow, take this stream or any other stream that you enjoy, make a community post about it, and make sure you put the plus video at the bottom and link this stream or whatever stream it is that you want to link, because that is, as creators helping each other out, that is one of the top tier best things you could ever do. So if you're out there and you've got your own channel, please absolutely do that for either this stream or some other Dapper stream that you want to share.
And Dan, welcome to the stream.
Hi. Good to see everybody. Happy birthday.
Dan, it's been so long since we talked like this.
I know. I feel like it's been a while. Congratulations on surviving another trip around the solar system.
By 150-something million time.
You can do it in your sleep at this point.
Yeah.
Doing great.
I mean, I did sleep for a lot of it, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. I mean, there wasn't one hiccup, 65 million years ago that made things interesting. But other than that.
Yeah, well, we don't like to talk about that too much.
Yeah.
It brings up a lot of bad memories.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm bringing down the vibe here.
I mean, hey, I will say,
my horse head?
Sorry, I'll just go away now.
I am happy to say though that dinosaurs now still represent thousands of species alive today, doing all sorts of cool dinosaur stuff. So, good job, guys, my brothers in Dinosauria. So Dan, I think I told you we're here talking about Randy Galooza today.
Oh, yeah, one of our favorites.
Yeah.
We love him.
Yeah, have you ever figured out what the actual model for continuous environmental tracking is in a way that you could actually investigate? Because to me, it just remains a bunch of vague nonsense.
Magic?
Yeah, I mean...
I got magic.
Tell Dan about the dinosaur skull.
Oh, yeah, well, so I see every once in a while, in the background of their videos, like their higher budget videos, they've got this, like, dramatically lit T-Rex skull. And I thought that was just, like, a CGI set that they were just superimposing on everyone, because that's actually pretty easy, as long as you have, like, a chroma key background with some tracking marks so that you can track it. It's trivial. But I'm now seeing it on what is clearly just this church's videotaping, and that skull is on the stage. I never know what to call the race part of an evangelical church, because it's clearly not like an altar or the sanctuary, because they call the whole room that, so I don't know what to call it. I just call it the stage.
I think it is just a stage.
It's a stage.
It feels weird calling that a stage, because that's not what any other church would normally call it, but okay, sure, whatever.
What do they call it?
They called it a stage at my church.
Didn't you go to a Protestant evangelical church? Yeah, so there you go. That's why it feels weird, because other churches that aren't that wouldn't call that area a stage.
The Anglican
What do they call
it?
So there's...
The dais?
Sometimes, some places there is a dais, yeah. Well, the podium would be the structure on it. For instance, in Eastern churches, that's usually the sanctuary, and then the entire the rest of the area has a different name. It doesn't matter, because Alexander Ingram just...
Wouldn't the whole church be a sanctuary?
On the stage, there is a dinosaur skull, and it is apparently a real object. It's not CGI.
It is a physical object.
Yeah.
I do not think it is an actual fossil, because those are extremely heavy and extremely valuable. But yeah.
And extremely fragile, and he's moving it around.
Right, and also it looks pretty much complete, which is pretty... I don't know that we have any completely complete T-Rex skulls.
I'd like to know who the artists...
Yeah. Alexander Ingram for $5 says, "Happy birthday. May this stream and many more be blessed by many pelagic tunicates." How dare you, sir? Why would you even say that to me? I feel like sometimes my audience actually hates me. That's what it feels like sometimes.
That's the YouTube experience.
True. Roasting a Ripsneck Keller for $4.99 says, "The linguist says tracking and chroma keying is easy." Well, first of all, I am not the linguist, in case anyone is worried about that. I am, in fact, not a linguist. However, I will say that, if you have a set, like if you have the money to make the setup, it is actually not that hard. Like if you have, like, even Blender can do very good camera tracking automatically with default settings, as long as you have good high contrast tracking markers and your lighting setup is really effective to keep the background color from bleeding over into your actors. As long as you have that, then yeah, it's actually not that hard.
It wouldn't, far be it from any church to misuse church funds for silly bullshit that makes them look bitter.
Well, I don't.
Not vain at all.
Guys, this is so nice. Like, we can get a mission a dinosaur skull. The youth will dig it. The youngsters, they will dig it, and they will throw our churches all over.
And then we got like a dinosaur skull right there.
Yeah.
I don't think the church. I don't think the skull belongs to the church that invited Randy. I think it belongs to ICR, and Randy brought the skull with him as part of his
bring
show.
it around.
Yeah. I think this is bringing around his showing off skull, is what I'm saying, right?
That's cool.
This is getting everybody to sign it like it's a cast.
That would actually be kind of cool. All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring Randy back. Here we go.
Challenges from Darwinian evolution that your parents have never faced.
Is he in Russia or something? Why did that sign have Cyrillic script all over it?
Notice the same.
Yeah, that's weird. Whatever. Hey, you know what?
Whatever.
Maybe he's in
Not a
Russia or
linguist.
something, and that's fine.
Let's
Not
go
a
with
linguist.
And that I haven't faced, and that the militancy
Ooh.
of the atheists is only going to get worse and worse over time.
Okay,
And so
I have
young
a
people,
problem with that. No. I have a problem with that. Come on, dude. You want to preach your shit, preach your shit. Why are you fucking dragging atheists along the militancy?
No,
Seriously?
Manya, I already used the
Seriously?
F-bomb. You're not allowed to use it again.
We're so far beyond
Oh, I'm
having the one
sorry.
F-bomb in the stream already. I've already dropped 2. Are you kidding me?
I am on the stream. What do you expect, Dapper? Come on.
Yeah, I knew what was happening when I invited you two.
We did.
Yeah,
You did invite
you
2
did, but-
goblins, and we did both just come from Dumbfeck Friday. So.
Yeah. Let's see.
All right,
Roasting
all
a Ripsneck Keller for $4.99 says, a giant styrofoam head purchased from Spirit Halloween just seems easier. I mean, yeah, but it's also going to be pretty obvious that that's what that is. Like, Randy
I
wants
wonder
to...
if you could like cosplay, make it up with like fresher paints and like put a primer on it and like do it up a little bit nicer.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably make it look more like an actual fossil that way. It's not going to look a whole lot like an actual T-Rex skull, but then again, my guess is his audience isn't exactly savvy on the finer details of
They would know
T-Rex
the difference.
anatomy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
But also, the thing is,
It's a youth group.
Randy wants to project an air of scientific credibility, right? That's part of his shtick. And I think that's
Oh,
why
he's wearing
he
a tie that looks like that.
Yeah, that looks like it's fake metal, yeah. But no, I think that's why he would actually spring for an actual replica, full-scale Tyrannosaurus skull from like a museum supply company. Because, I mean, you can just go buy that, right? They cost a lot of money, but there's no like barrier other than the cost. If you have the money, you can just get one. In fact, I've looked into how much full-scale dinosaur skeletons cost, and it's a lot more than I'm going to pay, but it's also like the amount of money that ICR absolutely has, because they get millions in donations every year. Not as much as AIG, but still, it's a lot of money that they take in.
Sure.
All right, I'm going to hit play.
you need to be prepared for that. And Darwinian evolution is going to be the biggest challenge, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Why is
Okay, look, if the basics of biology are the biggest challenge to you going forward as a person with a particular belief system going into college, I hate to break it to you. At least some aspect of your belief system is wrong, and maybe you should change that. I'm not telling you to stop being a Christian. I'm not telling you to stop loving Jesus. I'm not telling you to stop going to church. I didn't do any of those things when I realized that young earth creationism was extremely wrong. I'm just saying, maybe you should be one of the majority of Christians who don't have to reject the very basic aspects of biology. Because there's one thing, now, okay, we all know Randy Galuza is the guy who likes to say that natural selection just isn't a real thing, right? But, so there's one thing I would like to point out. We're gonna go to, we're gonna focus on Zach here. Zach. Your full screen.
Dude, nice face.
How are you?
Putting Zach on the spot there.
Jesus
Well,
Christ.
how do I make it so he's the? You know what? Whatever. We're just going with Zach. Zach.
Are you okay? You can click and
If
drag it.
mutations happen, and the genetics of an organism affects the phenotype in predictable ways that we can predict if we actually know everything, right? So certain mutations cause certain effects on phenotype, and if those effects can have reproductive influence on whether or not the organism reproduces more or less, what are then, if all that's true, the chances that natural selection is true?
So if there is variation among individuals, and that variation is heritable, and that variation contributes to those individuals' ability to survive and reproduce, then natural selection is mathematically guaranteed.
And this is one of the few places...
It's almost a statistical fact, right?
Yeah, this is one of those few places where I'm actually willing to use the word prove, because there's actually math. If the math at all reflects reality, then yeah, it's true.
I don't know if we need this right now, but Zach, would you do me the favor of giving me a brief explanation of, like, what are statistics? Because you would not believe the nonsense that I'm sitting there with, like, my D20 in my hand, which is, I don't know, probably, like, right beside me somewhere that I'm not seeing. Oh, right there. My D20 in hand, and I'm like, what are the odds that this D20 rolls a 5?
1 in 20.
It was a 19.
So, I mean, it's just you want a basic rundown of the philosophy of statistics, or
you do not need to do that right now. I know it's a birthday stream, but if you have a video that does that, I would love to have at least like a small clip of it that I could just drop on people's heads every so often.
Oh,
it
yeah,
would...
sure.
Wow.
All right, we have a couple more super chats. Roasting a Ripstick Keller for $4.99 says, if natural selection isn't real, what about artificial selection? Yeah, which is also curious, right? Because ultimately those are basically the same mechanism. With artificial selection, what's really happened is just that humans and their desires have become the dominating factor for fitness for an organism, for a population, right? Because you can say, oh, well, your dog doesn't have to worry about environmental factors, or if you're a dog breeder, those dogs don't have to worry about environmental factors, but they absolutely do. It's the breeder's choices. Those are the environmental factors. Now, granted, those are very weird environmental factors, but it still results in a fitness landscape, right? Where there is the desired phenotype from the breeder is the fitness peak.
Yeah, and there are other organisms that do this too. We aren't the only organisms that, like, our ecological interactions have caused changing phenotypes, right? Like, you see that this is just ecology writ large, right? Yep. Like, there are literally ants that farm fungus, right? And so, like, there are definitely organisms that have, like, in a way, domesticated other organisms to their own lifestyle. It's just, it's just a natural part of ecology. We like to think of ourselves as some kind of artificial, unnatural thing, but we are part of nature as well. Right.
And so I would argue that, unless that basically if artificial selection or if natural selection doesn't work, then artificial selection also can't work. Like, it seems that would have to be the case.
Obvious, yeah.
Does anyone dissent from this on the panel?
Me.
Okay, Chesh, please explain.
Statistics actually means that every time your chances actually go up. So if I have a 50-50 chance, it means that every other time it will be the opposite.
Oh, okay. So if I'm flipping a coin and I flipped it 4 times, it was heads every time, I now don't have a 50-50 chance of hitting heads again. My chance is now like 1 in 2 to like the 6th or whatever.
Yeah, it has to. You have to roll tails.
Yeah,
I'm going to set myself on fire. This
is the Paul Price.
I'm going to peel my face off.
So I do want to. If Dapper, will you allow me to extrapolate a little bit?
On the gambler's fallacy?
No, on something else. Still statistic related.
Yeah, but let me read a couple super chats real quick.
Will it cause Zach physical pain?
No. I'm gonna baby.
See, I was going to say that. I'm like, don't listen to her. She's gonna start. Well, no, it's gonna be fine. And before you know it, like something's gonna punch you straight in the nose.
Do you trust me?
I don't.
No.
I brought you here, and I don't trust you. D. Vegar, which was still what I'm going with until I'm corrected, thank you very much, for $5 says, Young Earth Creationist, what's my degree in? Talks BS about something else? No, that happens all the time. all the time. And the thing is...
Every time.
I recently released to early access a video where Timothy Clary, a geologist, is talking about the evolution of feathers, and it's like, you have a biochemist, a paleobiochemistry guy. That's what Brian Thomas's degree is in. Why is Timothy Clary here? And then earlier than that, they had Jeffrey Tompkins, their genetics guy, in to talk about mineral accumulation in the oceans and the implications for the age of the oceans. And I'm like, why wasn't Timothy Clary here for this? It's like they choose to have the wrong person talk about these subjects, and it's
it's almost like it's intentional.
yeah. I just had a debate with.
It's like the intellectual form of gaslighting, if I might dare say,
kind of.
Isn't it? It's like.
Yeah, I just had a debate with a geologist about junk DNA. Meanwhile, that same geologist does an interview with an actual evolutionary biologist about it, and I'm like, why didn't they send a biologist to the debate? Why did that happen?
Because they don't. Because if you embarrass,
he what?
Does McClatchy do debates?
McClatchy?
I have a hypothesis.
So here's the thing.
I think I have a hypothesis because they think that it's easier to debate someone who's not an expert in a particular subject, right? So that's why they're debating you. And they're
except he is an expert, though.
Is the expert. They sent not the expert because
Dan,
I was too embarrassing for their expert.
Dan is a literal evolutionary biologist.
Got it. She switched the people around.
Here's the thing with McClatchy, though, because multiple people, me and our friend Jackson Wheat and other people have reached out to McClatchy to be like, hey, I would love to talk to you about this. And he says, he doesn't just say no, he says, I don't do debates. But then what happened one time was he and Jackson were going back and forth on Twitter, and he said, sorry, I don't do debates. And then that week did a debate on some random thing that wasn't biology. And Jackson was like, really? You don't do debates? Because you just did this 3 days ago.
So that was a lie?
You want me to try?
So,
yes, I do.
To be clear, McClatchy, to be an evolutionary biologist, has never contributed any peer-reviewed work to any evolution.
So he's an evolutionary biologist the same way I'm a linguist.
Or the same way I'm an engineer, I guess.
He does have a doctorate in evolutionary biology from some university but the thing, but here's the thing. If you Google his dissertation, it takes you to the website for that, for the library, for that university. There's one copy at the library. It's not online, and if you want to read it, you have to go in person.
What the
where is it?
But it's very strange that usually what people do is they write their dissertation and then they publish the chapters of the dissertation within a peer-reviewed journal. Or you can do that before you graduate or afterwards, but eventually those papers get published. And so it's just strange to me that has yet to happen.
What are the odds of any of us actually go and get it?
I'm in New Zealand. What the hell?
Yeah, where is it?
UK and go get it.
Depends on where the university
is. The UK? Oh no, I know people in the UK. I'll get on it. I'll get in the Discord. If you, I'll find some.
We have a few.
I got you.
We have a few more super chats to read here. Pillowpunk, half dog, half canine, for $5. By the way, I love that so many people have great pun or joke names, and it's also obvious when my fans are in other people's chats because suddenly. When people are reading their super chats, they're like, "What is this name?" I'm like, "No, man, you're not going to get it. It's an inside joke."
Anyway. Don't start, dude.
You can always tell when someone from Dapper's channel has come over to hang out, and it's awesome.
Yeah. All right. So, Pillowpunk, as I said, for $5, said it's sad how they equate the specific tenets of creationism to all of Christianity. This all or nothing anti-science doctrine does a lot of harm, and I agree, right? And that's a big thing that they're trying to do, is they want to be the standard bearers for the entire religion, the broad thing that has, 2 billion or so adherents, all of whom have different opinions on all these things, who have different beliefs. And yeah, they would love to make all of those people science-denying idiots like themselves. And yeah, it is really sad. Let's see. Starsong for $5 says, I was once told that because my circumstances fall on the outer bounds of the bell curve, that statistically, I don't exist. So, I mean, I could... I'll say this. It might be the case that you might not affect the mode of a data set that you're in. And in that case, I guess you could technically be, statistically invisible in terms of the mode, but you would definitely affect, the mean and the median for a data set where you're a far outlier, unless you're just arbitrarily excluded. So I would say,
being an outlier doesn't make you part of the curve, or doesn't make you not part of the curve. It makes you part of the curve on either end.
Other than the idea that you might not cause a measurable shift in the mode of a data set, you are not statistically invisible.
Yeah, that's not, in short, that's not how that works, buddy.
Yeah.
Like, what?
All right. All right. Danny Isinga for 6 euros sends a chat entirely in the International Phonetic Alphabet in a, I don't even know what the language is supposed to be, but gefeliciteerd met, that's right, met, there we go. Je verjaardag. Thanks, I think. Or I'm sorry that happened. One of those. And then, let's see. Vegar says it's Vegar with a rhotic trill at the end. Well, thank you very much, Vegar. I did it wrong again. Vegar. There you go. Look, that is not an easy A fricative. The D to the dental fricative, not easy. So, all right, and then for $5, Savage, the front hips. Okay, we had a creationist recently who said, like, if you look at the back hips, and I was like, as opposed to what, the front hips? What? What do you mean, the back hips?
No, the frosted hips.
On tonight, my hips don't lie.
So Savage for $5 says, it's almost like employment at the DI is prima facie evidence of bad faith and severe dishonesty. Yeah, almost. It is almost like that. Jake, insert clever dapper inside joke here. Nelson, who's been a member for 17 months and is at the Saropson level.
Landon is in the chat, everybody.
Hey, Landon. But Jake says, hence my silly screen name, lol. Yeah, no, I get it. Rosina,
it's already meta. I love it.
It is. Rosina Ripsneck Keller for $9.99 US says, birthday meal. Take the gelatin from the bottom of a tin of Armour Original Vienna sausage and pour it in some Maruchan instant lunch ramen with shrimp. I'm probably not going to do that. I do have some ramen, and I might put some bacon in it later.
If you send me a message, I might try it later. I'll go and pick up sausage. I'm a goblin. I'll do that.
I mean, yeah.
I'll try it.
You'll eat just about anything. You're a goblin. All right, so I think we are caught up now on the super chats, and I think it is time for more Randy.
Wait, I had one thing I wanted to point out before we go back to Randy. He said Darwinian evolution or Darwinism. He said one of those things. It's been 90 minutes. I forget what since we last heard from him. So I forget what he said.
That is an exaggeration. We haven't even been live that long, Dan.
But he said one of those things, and I just have to ask, what year is it? Is it 1859? Is it 1899? Like, what? What are we doing here?
Creationists will still cite a problem in geology that was solved in like the 1850s. It doesn't matter to them.
I really don't like the credulous. You see this happening on a pretty regular basis when somebody who doesn't want to acknowledge or admit that something has either been solved or that there is a reasonable answer that's already been given to a question, they will ask this question as if it doesn't have an answer. And like you see this happen all the time. It doesn't just happen in creationism. It doesn't I've seen it happening on YouTube, left, right, and center. It's all over the place about anything. They'll just be like, oh, well, yeah, but who could say about this thing? And it's like, no, this is like 7 answers that are like you could think of off the top of your head. Why are you being dumb on purpose?
Also, I have to ask a quick question. Manya, why is your chair fancier than like my entire house?
Oh, this is
she lives in a country that cares about her people.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
It's sort of kind of gift from my brother. He was like, go buy yourself something nice. And I was like, okay. So here we are. It's got a massager, actually. It's got a back.
It's even nicer than I thought. All right. Fair enough.
And a neck massager.
I officially have chair envy.
Chair envy?
Look, this is not the first time I had chair envy, so don't worry about it. Leslie Hutchings for £10 says, despite spending a whole night with you this week, I still want more, so here's a tenner. Well, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. And hey, at this rate, we're definitely...
That was so romantic.
Is that what it was? Was it romantic? All right.
Was it?
Oh, hey, look, we're 69% of the way to the funding goal for me to have a fancy avatar. Nice.
Funny number.
Yeah.
Careful what you wish for.
I mean,
Monty's gonna drop like $500 just to
do it.
She would.
You say this as if I don't want the number to reach various goals. I keep track of the goal specifically because I think it's fun if we reach it.
There's a new question. Why is it that Darwinian evolution is seen as a challenge to belief in God?
Dude, that's your problem. No one else cares, right? Like, Zach, do you care if your students are believing in God?
It's irrelevant to me.
Dan, do you care? No. The only person who cares is Randy and the people like him. No one else gives a damn, man. Everyone's like, oh, hey, you're a Christian, you're doing paleontology? Great. Keep up the good work. No one cares.
I like the idea that, like, the greatest threat is Darwinian evolution. It's like, no, not the contradictions or the interpretations or the behavior of our own groups. Yeah. That's not the problem.
Well, the thing is,
for that evolution, that is very easily adaptable for your religion. Like, evolution is probably one of the easiest things to accept as a Christian or as a Catholic.
And one of the things is, like, they like to harp on about, like, various polls and whatnot involving, like, kids who stop going to church in, like, after they leave high school or something. Because until high school, usually, you know, your parents are still just kind of making you go. But then, once you're out of there, usually then it's up to you whether or not you go to church. And so, you know, unsurprisingly, Christian groups have noticed that most of their kids don't keep going to church. And so, you know, it's the question why. And so they've done polls. And the thing is, though, that the answer to the polls, like the most common answer, is just like, the church is full of horrible people and I don't want to be associated with them.
Yeah.
Not those exact words, but then after that, like way under, then you finally get to things like, well,
people don't quit religions, they quit managers.
Yeah, basically. And so it's just like, guys, I'm not going to tell you that evolution doesn't lead anyone away from church. But first of all, the only reason that really works to lead people away from church is because you tell them it should, that if evolution is true, then I guess your entire religion is nonsense. So that's on you. And second, it's not even the biggest problem you have. The biggest problem you have is yourselves. You're terrible. You're absolutely awful.
Yeah, like how you treat your, like, youngsters, like, who have questions or who are of, like, different, like, sexuality and stuff, like,
or purposefully lying to them about science.
Right. Stop lying to your kids. Stop trying to tell them that they're horrible people for having natural urges that every human has. Stop telling them that they're terrible for having them without their input on this directed at people that you would rather them not have urges towards. Stop saying these things. I love you. Let's see. For $50 redos, Rez Instant says, Dapper does not look how I imagined, but that's mostly because I lack an imagination and have aphantasia. Well, then I would be hard for me to look like how you imagined, unless I just did this. Now
come back.
But
it would have been really funny if you took your hand away and it was the dinosaur avatar and did it again.
Oh, that would have been good.
That would be.
That would have been good.
That would be.
People expect so much from you, dude. Like, I make it happen.
But where is the Deum top hat, sir? I feel lied to. Look, I know that this is not technically a top hats off stream. However, it is a celebration stream, and I can't be too formal. But like I did point out, I'm wearing a nice fancy Klingon shirt that says "We are Klingons" on it right there. It's Klingon. Which end does it start on? I'm confused. It starts on this end. It goes this way. Anyway, I don't know my left and right.
On this topic of kids, you know, leaving the church of their parents, Ken Ham wrote a whole book on this. It's called Already Gone, and I subjected myself to that book.
Oh.
And here's the really interesting thing about that book. The whole thing is about how pastors and preachers who are compromisers are the problem. And that's cracking open the door to disbelief by compromising on what is clear from the plain text of the Bible.
Yes.
At no point in that book at all is there any introspection at all about how kids might be resentful about, as you've all said, being taught things that are clearly scientifically wrong, or being taught that they, because they're LGBTQ+, or their friends who are LGBTQ+, are in some way sinful or a problem, right? Zero of that in the book. It's all about, we have to take a hard theological line to keep people in line. And if we do that, they're not going to want to wander into the broader world. And what it really comes down to is we have to scare them enough that they don't leave. We have to make them think that the outside world outside the bubble is so scary that they never want to leave. That's basically what the book says.
We have a saying back home, like, don't scare someone so much that they stop scared. Like, don't, like, that barrier will break. there's only up to a certain limit you can scare someone, especially youngsters who think they're invincible at that age. So yeah, good luck with that, I guess.
In what world? In what, like, they have to live, like, they have to live their lives. They have to adapt to a society regardless. Like, even if you had a theocracy, right? So even if America was a dedicated, a fascist, dictatorial Christian nation, right? There's an international stage. The internet exists. Even if you were as like limited as you possibly could make somebody, they still have to go out and live their lives, right? So they're gonna find things, they're gonna find people, they're gonna talk to other people, and at that point, revolution is just inevitable.
I think, as is the case with like a lot of Christian theology, is that it's a really slow to sort of catch up to like the modern age, and so they still are kind of acting like we're living in a time pre-internet, in a time pre-airplane,
you're right,
phones, where you really could kind of insulate yourself in a little community and literally never be exposed to any other ideas. And they're just still trying to cling to this long bygone age, you know?
Well, and that's the thing too, right? There's no science that definitively says there is no God and your religion is wrong. That's just not what science is doing.
Well, unless you make a key part of your religion things that we do know scientifically are wrong, like a worldwide flood 4,500 years ago.
Right, but you don't have to do that. Nobody's forcing you to do those things. There's most of science will not definitively be like your God's not possible. What it'll say is like, hey, this story is probably a story and not possible because
you know what would work,
it's not possible.
You know what would actually work for people? Oh yeah, there's God and God created everything. God's responsible for evolution. That's why we are fallible creatures, and that's why we have to repent.
It's such an unnecessary hurdle that they're just putting there for themselves.
Right?
We have a related super chat, by the way. Savage, the front hits Cobra says, maybe stop teaching that maybe stop teaching that one half of your young people that they're worth less than the other half, and covering up the certain crimes against that half. Or actually against both halves, honestly, because there's a lot of crimes against both halves of those young people.
I will go a step further. They can actually use this as like evolution is not imperfect, right? Evolution is perfect for man. It's perfect. That's why God is perfect, because that's what they try to project.
We fit in the puddle.
God doesn't make mistakes. So evolution is not a mistake. This is what we are supposed to be. This is how God made us to be, and God made us to be infallible creatures, which is the same shit that the Bible says, that God made us like this, and we will sin. So like that. Why am I better at this?
Manya bro.
On the other hand, I want to point out, like, Mani and I have been talking a lot, and you know what's not happening? We're not getting talked over, not getting interrupted. We've got 3 men in here that are sitting here, like, just fucking listening to us ramble around like the goblins we are, and all 3 of them are well-educated. One of the women is very well-educated, and I'm just a shithead. And so, like, what do we have here? Nobody getting treated like garbage. Wow, wacky, oh my God. Weird.
Well, that's just because I don't want to deal with goblins for the rest of my life, and I know that if I treat you like garbage, you'll just start goblining all over the place.
I will actually fight you.
We got a couple more super chats. Kyle Pratt for $4.99 with their 20th super chat. Thank you so much. Says, I want to know what Ham et al. Think about ace folks like me. Or maybe I don't. I think Paul would approve, and maybe Jesus. So actually, I've never heard Christians really come on with a big stand about like ace people. I think they're generally okay with people who are just not having sex. And they're like, well, you're not
all celibate priests.
Well, so no, Catholic.
They're living their lives as if they are.
Their Catholic priests are supposed to be. Let's say.
Okay, but it's more complicated than that either. Even
look, Catholic priests are supposed to, and I can say this because I grew up Catholic, and the pastor at the church where I grew up, who was very nice throughout my childhood. He was later one of the bajillion people credibly accused of child sexual assault later on. So, like, I say it like this. Catholic priests are supposed to be celibate. in the same way that, like, you know those birds that have, like, the lifelong monogamous pairings? They're supposed to be monogamous, but they're not when you do the population genetics.
I will add in a little bit of nuance in that...
yeah, there is.
Non-Catholic priests are much more likely to be married. For instance, the Eastern Orthodox and the Oriental Orthodox and the Church of the East, all of those will routinely ordain married men to the priesthood. But once you're a priest, you're not allowed to get married. So it's like you can get in and be married and stay married.
It's a loophole.
But if your
grandfather clause there,
but if your wife dies, you're not supposed to remarry unless you leave the priesthood.
Oh,
and then you can't go back into the priesthood.
There's also a little bit of nuance around being ace because it's not as simple as just like you just don't have sex. Like it's not that straightforward.
But also,
I have a question.
I got to finish the priest nuance.
That wrecks my joke.
The other thing is that there are Eastern Catholic churches which are in communion with the Pope, but who also will routinely ordain married men, and those are Catholic priests from whom any Catholic can go receive whatever sacrament from. And also, there is the Anglican Ordinariate, which is a ordinariate of the Catholic Church currently run by a formerly Anglican priest who is the ordinary of the ordinariate, because that's what an ordinariate is. And they accept married converts as Anglican priests who are converts and marrying, and then they will ordain them as Catholic priests. So the Roman Catholic Church, if you are ordained as a Roman Catholic priest without some kind of really weird exemption, like you converted from Anglicanism or something, you generally are not allowed to be married or get married. Many Christian churches routinely and prefer to ordain married men, but then don't let. But also, if you're a priest, you're not allowed to get married. And Manya, go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, if you got married, right, and your spouse passed away, and you're not allowed to remarry as a pastor, I guess. Can you like give up the pastorship, get married, and come back again?
Well, you can't come back as a priest. You could. I don't know if they'll let you serve as a deacon. I don't think so. But you can still be a member of the church. You can still teach at the seminaries. You can still do any of the lay stuff. So there are certainly jobs where, even if you were working for that church, where if you left the priesthood, got married,
get out of that position, you know, where you're not allowed to get married.
Get demoted.
Get married and then come back to that position and now you can't get married. No. Oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah, if you
nice. Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, generally speaking, if you leave the priesthood, you've now left the priesthood. That doesn't mean you can't work for the church.
Can I game the system?
Right, yeah. It doesn't mean you can't work for that church again. It doesn't mean that you are kicked out of the church or anything like that. It just means that your time being a member of the clergy is now done. You're a lay part of the church, but you can still have administrative or even leadership roles in church-run organizations. You just can't do like the performing the sacraments and stuff. You're not going to be blessing communion or doing marriages or any of that stuff anymore. All right, we got a couple more things. Let's see, for $2.
Which is more than you can say about a lot of priests who are very inappropriate with minors.
Well, I mean, ideally, those people should be kicked out.
Ideally.
I just screwed it up.
They're just transferred to another city or town or something like that, and like,
how far are we getting this video so far?
Not very, but that's
18 seconds.
The video is just an excuse to spark discussions. That's it.
Oh, yeah,
The goal is not to get through the video. I don't think we're going to get through the video.
Why are you giving me a hard time for my joke, Dapper?
Oh, sorry. Hell, for $2 says, repent. Sorry, I haven't finished penting yet. Yeah. How are you going to pent before you repent?
Pentakill. Okay.
Now we got Joshua Geese, or Geese, I think, just gifted 10 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. To Janessa Peterson, Ian Debunked, Kato Pig, Chloe with a Heart, Luma, Don Giovanni, Emir of Hakan, Alex Hood, Sophie Fishbach, Fragmax75, Brandon Von Quipley, and Tom. I like that list of names ended with Tom. Just monosyllable, and we're done. I love it.
Some call me Tim?
Hey, wait, that's what some people call me.
Did you know that line was ad-lib because John Cleese forgot the line?
No, I don't think I did know that. That does not sound familiar.
Yeah, he forgot the line what he was supposed to say his name was, and he was just like, Tim?
Hey, it's a good name.
It is. They just left it.
And for $19.99, Rosina Ripsneck Keller says, Shitheads Unite.
Let's go.
Very nice.
This is what happens when you invite me and Maya right after DFF. We just bring the whole garbage can with us.
Hey, for the first time on stream, we have managed to get this thing to go past the 100% mark. And you might notice that it is now set back to being 50% full. That is because it will now fill up to 200%, where I put on the tutu on the next count with Ben's.
Wait, will it fill up to 200%, or is it filling up to 100% again to get to 200?
Well, it says 104% right now.
Okay, got it.
Because on the left, there's a percentage tracker that's truncated, and then the amount filled goes to full, and then it sets back to half and fills back up to full again, and that's at 200%.
I like how you talk to me like you think I know what the word truncated means.
Look, I'm kidding. I just assume you're smart. I don't know. Should I stop?
Yes.
Okay.
Please. Do.
All right, I'll explain truncation. Let's say you had like 10.9%, right? And you wanted to get that to only be like a whole number of percentage points, right? So there's rounding where you would round that to 11 because that's the nearest whole number. But with truncating, after that, however many decimals you set it to, you just stop counting those numbers and they don't go up or down. They just don't exist to you. So 10.9, if you truncate it to the nearest whole percentage, would just be 10%. Now I've truncated this percentage so that way people don't see 100% if it's below 100% at all.
But if you stop counting, how could it go up?
Well, it wouldn't.
All right, we should do one more sentence from Randy, and then I have to go do like parent and adult thing.
Okay,
let's go.
And more specifically, to belief in Jesus Christ as our creator.
I don't care, dude.
That's what Darwin was about, and that's what he wanted to do. And we want to talk tonight.
Yeah, except that Darwin came up with his idea of natural selection before he became an atheist. It wasn't until the death of one of his daughters that he became actually finally an atheist. Now, granted, he was never really
just mad at God.
Yeah. Now, Darwin was never really a Christian in the sense that Randy would accept, because he tended to have been a Unitarian because his mom was a Unitarian. And sure, he went to an Anglican seminary, but he was a Unitarian the whole time. And again, at that time, the Anglican Church really didn't care what their priests believed. They were just like, just say the words from the book and you're good. Just do that. But anyway, also one of those groups, Christian groups, that not only ordains married men, but will also let unmarried priests get married. So they're super loosey-goosey with the whole marriage thing. But anyway, yeah, Darwin, there's no good evidence that Darwin's goal was to stop people from believing in God. He doesn't ever seem to have encouraged any of his kids or his wife, who was a lifelong believer and a devout believer, to ever stop believing. There's no evidence he ever pressured his Christian friends, which includes Charles Lyell, to stop being a Christian. He just wanted to do some biology. And he did some biology.
He also wrote multiple books over the course of his lifetime, and oddly enough, never came up once in any of the books that he structures as arguments in support of specific conclusions. You would think if that was his goal, he maybe would have written a book.
Actually, at face value, The Origin of Species just assumes the existence of God, who is credited as the original creator of whatever life first existed. Like if you read, go ahead, Cash, sorry.
Atheism is, and like particularly online atheism, is not the same throughout history. The goals of, like, I don't know, pick a group of atheists, I don't know, Atheists for Liberty, whatever, doesn't matter. Their goal of making more atheists is a politically driven idea in America, not like, and explicitly in America. It doesn't apply in other places. The same with like your ACA. Your ACA for Austin, Texas was about getting less religion in politics, which is not the same as making an argument about science. That might be a way to change someone's mind, but that's just a pathway, not the end goal.
I think there's this interesting association that a lot of modern Christians have done with like the new atheist movement. And since it's, kind of spearheaded by people like Dawkins, who do a lot of evolution education, and they've just associated sort of
they're retroactively.
Sort of his brand of atheism. And since he also happens to be promoting evolution, then they've associated him with anything that Darwin might have believed, said, or wrote, as if Dawkins is just like the modern speaker for Darwin.
And it's so much more of a political issue for these kind of groups rather than like an argument for one science or another, or whether or not it's for one thing. It's a conversation about, like, it's a social issue.
New atheism is fundamentally a political movement.
Which is not for Darwin, right? Like, Darwin wouldn't have cared.
We got a couple things to read for Christine G for 2 Swiss francs, something I had to look up because I don't think I've ever received Swiss francs before. But says, any Catholic research on how demons evolved? I mean, so Catholic demonology is a thing. However, none of it is
they didn't want women to masturbate.
Well, I mean, obviously they can't have that. Although, to be fair, they also don't want men doing it either. So, on
that note, I need to go because I need to go like make dinner and do things. I have to like go do adult-related responsibilities. So I will see all of you later. Dapper, if you are still going once my kids are asleep, I will be back.
And I think I remember when that is, and it's distinctly possible, but not guaranteed.
Yeah,
non-zero.
We'll see. All right, bye everybody.
All right, bye.
Cheers, Dan.
So,
thank you.
I will say there are Catholic works on demonology. I don't think they would fall into the grouping of like evolution, but also Catholic works on demonology are usually under the category of what's called like pious beliefs, which is stuff that is not an official teaching of the church, but that the church has said, oh yeah, you know what, this belief is perfectly acceptable and various pious people believe it, and it increases their piety, so they can have fun with that until we find out that it is in fact a problem.
Insert play mortuary assistant.
Well, that is a scary game. Christine G again for 2 Swiss francs says, truncated if you hit by elephant's trunk. Yeah, if you're hit by an elephant's trunk. That would be truncated, yeah. Also an acceptable alternate definition.
I got slapped by an elephant, my legs have been removed from my body. You've been truncated.
There is a movie out there that you can go watch right now in which you can watch an elephant break Tippi Hedren's leg on screen.
Oh, there's also this really cute one of engineers building a leg attachment. Yeah, a prosthetic leg for an elephant. That's great. Pretty cool.
Rosina Ripsnack Keller for $1.99 says, demons are special creations. I mean, actually, that would be probably the Catholic teaching on the origin of demons, is that, yeah.
The whole concept kind of comes from the fallen angel devil kind of and flows into the demonology, isn't it?
It depends on what you're looking
it's complicated. The problem is that the idea of supernatural, spiritual forces of evil is a relatively late development in terms of like biblical texts, and even by the time that the New Testament texts are being written, it still hasn't reached the form that it finally takes by like the medieval period. In
Dante's Inferno is a fanfic, changed my mind.
But like, it doesn't take the form that it has in either Christianity or Judaism by the Middle Ages until centuries after the last writings in either the Tanakh or the Christian New Testament. So it's like, it comes from a lot of complicated places, right? There was a long-standing belief in much of the world of like various dangerous spiritual entities, but not necessarily malevolent in all cases. But then there were also forces of chaos, and some of those got incorporated. But then there were like ontological questions about, well, if God creates everything, which also was not the original belief by like the authors of like the earliest books in the Bible. They didn't believe God created literally everything. That came later. But if he did create everything, then how do we account for these supernatural forces of evil? Why would a good God create these things? And so after all of that, what Christianity tended to settle on was that perhaps these were rebelled angels, and they pulled out of things like the revelation of John to pull some of these ideas, and they pulled some of them out from other places in like the Psalms and whatnot, and kind of stitched them together into a demonology. We got a
insert watch has been hotel here.
Carrie Bronson for $10 says, somewhere online is a video of Godzilla roar auto-tuned to sing Happy Birthday. Let's pretend I could play it here. That's pretty cool.
That's lovely. That makes me happy.
So
Okay.
I think we're ready for more Randy, unless there was something I forgot to talk about. But if there was, it's too late now.
It says here, replacing Darwin's sacred imposter, but even more importantly, we want to talk tonight how we could do biology, how we could practice as biologists as if Darwin had never been born, as if he had never changed the way we look at biology.
I mean, I would argue at this point that we're already doing that in science.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't matter. Someone would have figured this stuff out anyway, right? Because people we like to talk about famous scientists like Kepler and Newton and Darwin and stuff, right? But like, without them, someone else would have figured it out, right?
Yeah, the name is arbitrary.
Yeah, like someone else would have.
Someone else did, right? Wallace did.
Wallace,
right.
And so
the conversation around evolution at that time was like huge. Like everyone was talking about it. Robert Chambers had published. He did it anonymously, but he had published Vestiges just a few years, or maybe about 5 or 10 years before. So like the converse, and Lamarck had published 20 years before. So the conversation around evolution was all over the sort of intellectual sphere, and it was inevitable that someone was going to stumble on this idea.
Even if you had, right? So like let's play the game, right? Let's pretend that evolution wasn't discovered and wasn't like established in X time frame, right? All you would need to do is reestablish that X was true to then continue on with your study. It's like saying like, well, let's pretend Newton doesn't exist. And then we say, okay, but so now that's my basis to start. Like anytime you're writing from my understanding, as somebody who has never written a scientific paper, is that you establish your baselines, regardless. You don't have to start from zero, but the baselines are established, right?
Yeah.
And you just like, hey, we're using X, Y, and Z, and there's this.
Yeah, you're not going to be asked to rederive every single constant in all of physics.
You don't have to. You're not multiplying by zero. So, like, you don't have to reestablish that math functions every time you do an equation. But at the same time, even if you were to do that, it's not like you couldn't. Like, even if you were to start from zero for your paper, it would just take longer. Yeah. You're just wasting everybody's time. But this is, like, more of, like, a philosophical idea, the way I'm kind of interpreting what he's saying, where it's like, yeah, but science has to make assumptions. And it's like, as if assumptions are bad or wrong or you shouldn't make them. It's like, no, in philosophy, you're making an assumption every time you get out of bed. You're assuming the floor is going to be there because you have to. You can't function.
My brain exists inside my head.
Right, exactly. You have to assume you're having an experience and you live in the world. Otherwise, you go full solipsism and you never get anything done.
Yeah,
we never go full solipsism.
Never.
Yeah, it has kind of like a prophet feel to it, right? And that Darwin came along and he's carrying some sort of important torch that he's now radically changed the field, as if the evidence wasn't going to bring some additional person there in the first place. It has this very sort of prophetic thing to it.
Yeah, and every time there's like, it's kind of almost misrepresenting a breakthrough. As if a breakthrough is don't get me wrong, it's something special and it's something awesome that happens, but it's a matter of just humanity bashing their head against the wall until it works. And so it's just like, hey, we found the thing that works, but then we pick it apart and establish we can do it over and over again. So then we don't have to worry about it because we make the assumption that will function the next time.
All right, we got a couple things we got to read here. Rest in peace, Nick Keller for $1.99 says, "Is Mendel chopped liver to Randy?" Yeah, there's another thing is the modern idea of evolution has a lot more people involved than just Darwin, who came up with the modern ideas. Right? Darwin didn't come up with genetic drift. He didn't come up with Mendelian inheritance. He didn't come up with like any of the math for population genetics. He didn't come up with neutral theory, niche partitioning, endosymbiosis, horizontal gene transfer. He didn't come up with any of these things.
Arguably, everything that we think about evolutionary theory today began in the 1920s and 30s, long after Darwin was dead. And so like Darwin, if he were alive today, would not recognize the theory that we now attach his name to.
This is like taking psychology and be like, yeah, but what happened in the 70s? Let's just pretend none of those things happened, even though those were definitely considered crimes down the line. And then first pretend we don't know anything about psychology and do Mr. Beast videos.
By the way, hail Dapper Dinosaur, dashing disciple of Darwin. Thank you very much. Gifted one Dapper Dinosaur membership, which went to Helen R. And then Asta celebrating non-linguist Ryu for $4.99. Says, I know it isn't a drinking stream yet, but AIG is a bag of what's likely showing in a birthday suit.
I have a question, Dapper.
Yes.
So once we do turn this into a drinking stream, which is inevitable, I'm already done one, but I haven't gone go another one because I'm waiting until we're actually doing drinking stuff. Do we back drink?
No, I'm not keeping track of drink triggers yet.
Okay.
We're going to start at a fresh 0, and then we'll go up from there.
Start at already a bottle in.
Yeah, like we would start off and it would already just say like 30 or something, and then you just have to chug an entire beer just to get going. We're not going to.
I don't have enough beers for that.
I don't exist.
I still have hard iced tea left over, and then
Homer
also
going into the bush.
I just got rum and cola for if I run out of iced tea. So
I got 2 more of these. 3 more of these.
You're gonna 3? That might do. You can take very small
3
sips.
tall cans, yeah.
Well, also you are
I'm a small person.
Yeah, that's true. You are small.
Look at this tall can's the size of my head.
All right, we're gonna get more Randy in
my
here.
God! Look, it's not a trick.
I know.
We're going to propose a better way, young people, a much better way for you to see creatures, and particularly how creatures adapt to changing environments far, far, far better than what Darwin had. And right in the middle of the talk, I'm going to explain for you, probably as you have never heard it before, how Darwin changed our view about biology so that it made people question the existence of God. And young people tonight, I want to fundamentally change the way you see biology from this day going
by ignoring the biology.
Yeah, hopefully we can do this in the amount of time that we have allotted to us. But we'll begin with the scripture.
I guess
this is very important because
we're going to skip past the scripture because go ahead with your argument. I'm going to update a few things and then we'll skip past the scripture.
I mean, I guess one could make an argument that Darwin challenged at least some components of religious belief if we start with William Paley's natural theology, right?
Yeah.
So if your argument for God or your is a natural theology argument like Paley made, then Darwin fundamentally challenged that and showed that actually you don't need God to explain design and nature, right? That's effectively what Darwin challenged. And so if that's all creationists are based on, and maybe it is, maybe their entire theological position is based on natural theology. It's definitely intelligent design's position. Then Darwin really is a scary character because he fundamentally challenged that perspective.
But do you think that like religious people now and young people, quote unquote, like youth group people now are growing up with that philosophy? I don't think they are.
With natural theology or
natural theology, yeah.
Yeah, I think some of them are.
I think
to some degree.
Definitely some evangelical groups, but even like people that are like a little less, denominational. Like you can talk to people that don't have a lot of like evolution background and be like, yeah, but like this seems so special, right? Like the world just seems like it's designed. Like just look at the trees, man. Right?
I wonder if this was on Canadian. I don't run into that at all.
It's more prevalent in the U.S. I'll say that.
I mean, it's just very interesting. It's like it given the amount of like just technological interference. Because it's unavoidable. By the time you're in high school, which is going to be your youth group's age range, they're already like 7 layers deep into Pornhub. Like,
well, to be fair, they are here too. Like that doesn't change it. I think Americans just have a distinctive like drive towards like pseudoscience. Like we're kind of conspiracy theorist in a way that I feel like a lot of other places aren't. We're drawn to the sort of pseudoscientific.
I think part of it is that America the United States has, since its very inception, had a strong anti-elitist bias. We don't like the idea that some people are just are seen as better than other people, and so I think anti-intellectualism,
populists,
anti-intellectualism, I think comes.
That's why all the Americans get mad at me when I'm like, no, I'm just better than you.
But the thing is that I don't think that's what academics are trying to do, or scientists, right? They're not trying to say I'm better than you. What they're saying is, look, I have spent my entire life studying this particular aspect of the world. I know what I'm talking about. For the same reason that when you think your car might be having a problem, you bring it to the mechanic. When you have questions about, say, population genetics, you should bring it to like someone like Zach, right?
Right.
Like when I have questions about PopGen, I don't just make it up. I'm like, hey, Zach, what's the deal with this? And sometimes I give him my take, and I'm like, is that like reasonable? And sometimes he's like, yeah, no, that's basically it. And sometimes he's like, no, that's wrong. Let me tell you.
Maybe I'm wrong about this, but when I was in the church, and young Earth creationism was like a thing that was talked about and presented as if it was the case. It was evolution was like not even a blip on whether or not I decided to believe in God, because it's just such an easy thing to get over. The problem was the lying and the misrepresenting, not the evolution thing, because it's so easy to be like, God started evolution, and it's so easy to just be like, yeah, no, easy, no problem. But the fact that a bunch of like church members are going to go around and purposefully mislead you because they pretend or they say that they're professionals in this field or they know what they're talking about, and then they just spend the whole time being like, I'm going to jerk off and tell you I know what I'm talking about and like spit in your face.
We're not staying monetized.
Control.
No, that's what the super chats are for.
It's all about control, isn't it? Like, if people start, accepting the fact that God started evolution or is responsible for evolution, that whole crowd is now looking towards science, right, and the scientific method. So it's good, but for like him, loss of control.
Oh, you mean grifters?
Income. Yes, exactly. It's a grift. So that's why it's very important for them that I will tell you what to think about this, and you give me money for telling you what to think about this. I'm just like, oh my God, don't people see that already? Come on.
If you're gonna lie to me, don't insult me with your garbage. Like, lie to me well.
We got a couple things to read. The South Geek X for 20 euros says, hi and happy B-Day, Dapper. Unfortunately, I can't stay. We'll watch tomorrow. Hey, that's okay. But here's a big thank you to my favorite channel and the one I will always enjoy supporting. Thanks for all the content and the good times. Cheers. Well, thank you, South Geek Official. X. You're currently South Geek X. That really does mean a lot to me. And then Rest in Peace Snack Keller for $1.99 says, oh God, Randy is mansplaining. Yeah, to some degree. I mean, to be fair, though, he is currently, as far as I know, being paid to do that. And if he weren't, I guess then technically he wouldn't be doing his job.
And realistically, nobody's talking directly.
Well, I mean, he's speaking to a crowd that includes women.
Yeah, but he's talking to the men who then need to explain it to the women.
Oh, right, because the women are supposed to stay silent. Ask their men to explain it to them later.
Yep.
Okay, I forgot about that part. All right, here we go.
This is general revelation. This is how God the Creator, the Lord Jesus Christ, specifically
All right, this has to be a church full of like people from like Russia or Ukraine or something who like often have their services in whatever Slavic language. Randy does not typically just write out his slides in a Slavic language and in English, so that's got to be a thing. So now it does make me wonder, like, who on his staff actually speaks whichever language this is that is helping him out. And also, if anyone does know specifically which of the Slavic languages this is, please let me know, because I mean, I can't tell the difference between, say, like written Russian and Ukrainian and Belarusian and all those. So, like, let me know. I don't know.
Reveals himself to anybody who has ever lived on planet Earth at any time and in any culture.
Except
and he does it by what we look at in creation, and specifically how we see creatures. How we see creatures. And in the book of Romans, chapter 1,
this is what we're
Paul says that everybody... how did God show this to people who live in... Word made is very important. You do. I hold my clicker that I'm advancing my slides, and in this clicker that an engineer made, you see...
Well, a Chinese slave made it, but an engineer designed it. What, am I wrong?
Nope.
There we go.
Multiple parts working together for a purpose. Now, look at me very carefully. Very carefully.
Please watch me.
Do you see multiple, incredible, phenomenal, really cool parts working together?
No, I see a dude in a suit.
I think
I'm not pulling you open, dude. I'm not looking at your mechanics.
I think Randy might be inviting us to vivisect him.
Oh, you're fair enough. I mean, the only way do you really know is that you have a brain, unless like you can't ever check. You can't know. You have to rely on somebody else cutting your head open.
I'll say this, Randy. If you are willing to be vivisected, please let us know. We can take a ship into international waters where it'll actually be something that maybe we can get away with.
Send a message to us at www.dapperdino.com.
You know, we can film a vivisection maybe. I don't know, but you got to sign all sorts of waivers, and I'm sure we'll have an ambulance standing by. You know, like a hospital or something. I don't know.
Make sure you read the fine print.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of fine print. A lot of fine print. No, by the way, I'm not actually gonna vivisect Randy Galuzzo. Rest in peace, Snack Keller for $4.99 says, when I close my eyes, I see nightmarish creatures wearing human suits. Hey, like this one.
Is it bad that I just realized what R.I.P. Snick was referring to?
I don't say it's bad. I think it's actually funny that now you know and now you get it. Zach, do you know what that one is referring to?
I do.
Oh no, you gotta tell the story.
Okay, so
tell the story.
I think last week was it? Ken Hovind thought that a snake had escaped from his reptile house. And so
I do know what
it is. Well, he beheaded that snake that bit him a couple times.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know he killed a snake.
Yeah, I didn't know it either until he said it on one of his streams, and then that part of that stream was shown to me. Because I don't know if you know this, but I don't watch Kent Hovind streams.
I also refuse to watch anything that he's on.
Yeah, like I had someone once come in and say, like, "Oh, how come you're spending so much time on Kent Hovind's channel?" I'm like, I never go to his channel. What are you talking about? Like, yeah, twice a month or something. You have a whole show. I'm like, yeah, those are decades old videos. I'm not watching any of his new stuff. I tried. It's all terrible. His old stuff is terrible too, but like he had like some energy and he was faster on his feet and he was quippier. His new stuff is just horrible.
Yeah,
I don't have the patience for it.
All right, I'm being summoned. I'm gonna have to run.
Okay.
But this was a lot of fun. Happy birthday!
Thank you.
And if you're still going when I get home tonight, I will also jump back in.
I mean, we're not even 2 hours in. We're not even at the halfway point yet. So, you know, there's a fair chance.
You might see me later then.
All right. Well, we'll talk to you later then. Well, even if we don't see you later on this stream, I'm sure you'll be back at some point. So,
all right,
talk to you later, Zach. All right. All right. Well, now the last good guest is gone, so I guess we should probably shut down. I'm kidding.
You were supposed to say, yes, I see him. Oh, thank you so very much.
That one little clap was very, very sad. One person is
working together for a purpose. Of course you do. You see all of those parts.
Yeah, but this is just the blind watchmaker argument, right? The fact is that when Paley made the blind watchmaker, the watchmaker argument. The blind watchmaker was a Dawkins book. When William Paley originally made the watchmaker argument, we did not have a mechanism that could result in complex interactions that was known. And so at the time, it seemed reasonable to say, well, anything else that looks like or functions like this clock or watch with its intricate gears and its relationships between the different parts all working together to perform some complex function, it stands to reason that it was also designed by someone. And you know what? Sure. At the time of William Paley, that might have seemed like a reasonable inference. But the fact is that we now have multiple applications in which we can get complex, interacting, even seemingly purposeful entities out of selection and randomness, right? We can see it in biology, but also importantly, we can see it in programming. Genetic algorithms do exactly that, right? Now, sure, you have to define a fitness function, right? But within that, what is generated is a bunch of random code, which then the computer checks to see, hey, which of this random bits of code does the best? And then it takes that, and it allows it to mutate and reproduce, and then it runs the test again. And you can program an AI to play a video game that way. You can design a car that way. You can do you can design new computer chips that way. And people do. That's a thing people actively do. If you want to, you can currently, right now, go onto YouTube and watch people playing around with genetic algorithms to do things like teach a computer using a genetic algorithm to walk in a physics-based simulation, teaching it to drive around tracks in Trackmania, teaching it to do all sorts of different things. And they are using the exact same mechanism that Darwin proposed, selection and random variation. He didn't know it was mutation, because one, he didn't know about genetics really, and two, the word mutation hadn't been invented yet. But still, he knew the basics, that there was variation, new variations arose somehow, and that those are acted on by selection. All of that is true. And like Zach said, if genetic mutations can occur and they can affect the reproductive output of organisms, then it's mathematically certain that natural selection is true. It might not be the dominant force. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
It's a problem of trying to treat all arguments as if they're equal, right? The thing is like there's a problem if you're constantly going back to old argumentation, presenting them as if they are new or presenting them as if they've never been addressed, right? So whereas you can look at Darwin's proposals and you can say, okay, yes, but... and then you can go through and start adding a whole lot of like genetic drift, et cetera, that we discussed earlier. But you can't do that to the watchmaker because that's not the type of argument it is. It's not a presenting of information. It's argumentation based off of current knowledge. And so as current knowledge advances, you need to adapt the argument for whether or not it will continue to work or whether or not it needs to be left behind as an argument. As the argument itself. I mean, I recently saw Frank Turek putting this forward when he had William Lane Craig on the show, and it's like, bro.
There's a combination.
Yeah.
It's also like accept, like, change their forth. It's not anything on Christianity or
they
the religion
or
the
argument.
ethos. Yeah, it's them. They understood it wrong. They can always say that, but because they know if they say that they said it, they understood it the wrong way, and this is now what is. They know that they're going to lose the audience on that because they've always put forward that they're perfect. They know what they're talking about, and which is very different from how the scientific method. Scientific method is. Get new evidence, we will evolve our opinion depending on what the new evidence is. And I think so that's where the advantage, the science field has.
Darwin's not exactly the most
religion.
Convincing argument for evolution anymore, right?
No, not anymore, no.
We got a couple things to read. Vandalia 1998 for $4.99 says, to be fair, Kent's basic message is the same as it was 20 years ago. If you've seen one Kent seminar, you can probably fill in the blanks. That is true. Kent's script didn't change, like, hardly at all. Bitcourse, who's been a member for 16 months and is at the tetrapod level, says, but you have to design that code with a Godzilla. And so, yes, that is the argument that creationists love to bring up. But the problem is that that's true of just experiments broadly, and they don't reject the very idea of experiments. So they're just special pleading, right? They'll say, oh yeah, but an intelligent designer had to create the experiment anytime an experiment shows that something about evolution is true. And then when an experiment shows something that they don't object to, then they're like, oh yeah, that's good operational science. Woo! It's just hypocrisy. All right, here we go. Here's some more Randy.
You see evidence of creation. You see all of those things. In fact, you see Christ's eternal power and his Godhead. You see his infinite genius in looking at those things. So
do you understand the mind of God? That's awfully bold.
I'm not going to argue either way. I don't care if you think you see the mind of God in creation, in creatures, and T-Rex and Brandy, whatever. Go for it.
I see the mind of God in Randy. It's in his tie.
Rael Gatubello for $2 says, must jump the gun. Odveti I Sumka Uyev, I think? I'm not sure what that was, but I read it, so thank you very much.
Uyev! The K is silent, like knife.
How do you know?
I don't.
Okay.
The lighting guy, I want to say, right, real quick, in the production of this seminar that we're watching, really dropped the ball when he's literally uses himself as an example of how you can see, like, divine revelation in the mind of God. What an arrogant, absurd thing to have said. And the lighting guy should be on the ball with this, with, like, flashing like lights and, like...
Yeah, like a golden light that's, like, backlighting him or something. Yeah, they could have done a lot better. They could have been much more showmanship.
This is like a regular rhetorical device, right? They will present themselves and then present themselves in this light of like, I'm so amazing.
Well, to be fair, I think his argument is that you can see the mind of God in the design of his body in the same way that you can of any other organism.
Right, but he used himself as the argument. He didn't say, oh, you can look at a person, or you can look at person A or B over there. No. He is intentionally
he did start with
making it about himself, who put himself on a pedestal over other people As a subtle rhetorical tactic.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not positive that was his conscious goal.
Chat, let me know if you agree with me or if you think I'm overstepping.
I'm not even saying that your idea isn't more convincing than mine. I'm just saying I think it's at least plausible that he was doing that, one, for the joke that he did in fact tell, and that two, it was just a handy example of like the nearest creature.
No, nah.
Okay.
Nah.
Are you seeing? This is really important. What you're seeing is, you're seeing engineering. That is a good word to start working into your vocabulary.
Yeah, but, okay, in order to say you're seeing engineering, you have to assume your conclusion. That's just begging the question.
What is computer science engineering, Dapper?
I mean, well, no, computer science is computer science. Computer engineering is a different thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, computer engineering...
If you're dealing with hardware, it's different than software.
Also, software engineering is also a thing that is also not computer engineering, nor is it computer science. That's why we have different words for all these things. It's because they're not the same thing. There's overlap, don't get me wrong, right? Like, you have to know a lot of the same stuff to do computer engineering, computer science, and software engineering, right? Like, you need to know the basics of how computers work, how integrated circuits work.
Sure it's all just magic.
Well, I mean, yeah. But, like, you do need to know a lot of the same stuff, right? But they aren't the same thing. They don't entirely overlap, and they are different jobs.
I do remember for computer engineering, if you were doing electrical and electronics, we had it. Another way, it was called processing systems, if I'm not wrong. How you understand that?
I'm sure you know better than I would.
Yeah, so it's very different. As Dapper said, he's right. Yeah, they're very different things, and you can't use them interchangeably.
But yeah, this is one of the things that bugs me about.
Why don't I even try and tell a joke in this room?
For $10, Maya Atkinson says, "Happy birthday! I was going to throw panties on the stage, but I thought you'd appreciate money more." You know what? When
panties
you give
with money in them. That's what that little split pocket is for.
Yeah.
Although, why not both?
The convenient thing is that with the super chats, I don't have to then go clean it up off the stage. It's just right into an account.
Idea proposal.
Okay, here we go.
An underwear emoji for members, and when people use it, it like flies onto the screen in your general direction.
Look at Dapper's face. He's like,
why did I invite you here?
It sounds like a lot of work I'm not gonna do, honestly.
Aww.
Have you ever seen that anime that's all about flying panties?
No, I haven't actually.
Well, you need to get on.
Now I'm curious. Ash, why do you do that to me?
All right. We got a couple more things. Let's see. Carrie Bronson for $5 says, Susan B. Anthony said, quote, "I distrust those people who know so well what God wants them to do because I notice it always coincides with their own desires," end quote. Susan B. Anthony was not wrong. In fact, actually, I don't know. Okay, look, this is one of those things where I'm going to say, I heard this. I have not super investigated the truth of it. I can't say it for a fact, but it's an interesting thing that I would like to look into more. And I've heard that when you ask people moral questions about what they believe, what other people believe, and what God believes, while like keeping track of which parts of their brain are active, they activate different parts of their brain when thinking about what they believe versus what other people believe. But when they are asked about what God believes about moral questions, the same part of their brain that activates when they think about what they personally believe is what's doing all that work.
Does that change based on the religion?
I don't know.
Because I would be very curious to know that too, because there's like this really, really like prevalent ideology or theology, I guess, in certain sects of Christianity that is this idea of a personal God that does not translate to necessarily other religions, right? Where other religions will view God as like the other entity. So when you say what others believe, you would then be thinking about God as an other. If you have a personal God that is very much like God is identified by you, your beliefs, your personality, what like this intimate relationship that you're supposed to have, then it starts turning God into an internal personal entity rather than an external force.
All right, but Chesh, the real question is, why don't you know that there's 100 levels in Mario?
Bitch! Why don't I know? It's almost like because that's not a true statement.
That doesn't sound right.
Combine Mario levels, it is still more than 100.
Where the fuck is the princess?
Rosa,
in another castle.
Yeah. Rosina, rest in peace, Snick Keller for $1.99 says, words mean things? As it turns out, generally yes. Generally yes. Alright, here we go. Let's get a little bit more Randy going. Oh, hey! We've got another friendly, gentle, and modern ape here. Hello, Erica.
Dude, I was just getting ready. I was just typing the private chat. Let me in.
And then I did.
See it now. It was simultaneous. I was being patient. Happy birthday, Dapper. I'm glad to be here. My hair's soaked though. I look like a drowned rat, so I'm going to be using my little avatar today.
That's okay. That is okay.
Nah, do it anyway.
Yeah, do it.
Remember that time?
I'll go dump some hot water on my head.
That time Sal Cordova asked me how I get so many awesome women on my show? And the only thing I could tell him was like, I don't know, I just don't be an ass to the women that I have on. I don't, that's all I've got.
It's the secret.
It's so crazy because Sal did have an awesome woman that he regularly had on his show, and then he completely just cut ties with her because she didn't pass the bridge test.
Oh.
Yeah, he broke up with her as a friend, like they weren't dating, at least as far as I know. Publicly on a live stream because she wasn't bigoted enough for him.
Huh?
Yeah. She
she
wasn't willing to be mean enough to LGBTQ people. So he had an on-stream, on-air breakup with her. It was
what a petty person! Like
it was one of the worst things I've ever seen.
So, it's so heartbreaking. It's a really heartbreaking stream to watch because it's like she doesn't really get why he's doing it, and then when she finally realizes, she's like, "This is really stupid," but I guess if you really want to.
Yeah, like.
Listen, you're not so pissing hard enough on Darwin's grave. We can't be friends anymore.
Or just the graves of all the LGBTQ kids who got bullied to death.
It was way worse than that, right?
Yeah.
Like it wasn't an evolution thing. It was she wasn't homophobic, so
she needs to be.
That's really what it was.
Look, she has multiple videos about being an LGBTQ plus affirming Christian and why your church should be affirming and why it's not okay to just go hate on gay people and all this stuff. And that was the thing that was the straw that broke the Sal-Rebecca friendship back. That was too much.
I'm so disappointed in you. The weird thing about this theology to me is that the whole point of the theology is that all sin is equal under God and we're all sinners. Therefore, it literally doesn't matter whether or not you've even done anything wrong in your life or what people might think is wrong in your life, because it's not like it's wrong to be an LGBT. But the whole point is that it's not wrong to be an LGBTQ plus person because we're all born this way. And so if we're all born this way, it literally makes no difference and doesn't matter, and everybody should be treated fairly, equally, and with love because Jesus said so.
Yeah.
Well, Rebecca even took a more progressive stance than that, right? Like she was just like, no, like God just sometimes makes people gay. Like she's like that kind of thing. If memory serves, I could be misrepresenting her unintentionally here, but if memory serves, she was like really, really affirming and chill about it. And I love that about Rebecca. She's such a kind person and has been for the entirety that I've known her. And it's genuinely so sad to watch that stream. It makes me so sad.
I'm a genuine fan of Rebecca.
Pull up the short.
The bullet dodged, I guess.
The bitch made Landon. Bitch made Landon short. I'll send it to you.
Okay, yeah, you might have to.
Chat's requesting it.
Christian G for 2 Swiss francs says Erica needs a 3D Gibbon V-streamer model now.
Ooh.
Yeah. Erica, what do you think? You're going to get yourself a VTuber 3D Gibbon avatar?
My God, that would be so scary. A gibbon, primates do not lend themselves very well to being VTubers because they're too close to people.
Yeah, you get super Uncanny Valley.
It's super Uncanny Valley.
Rosina, rest in peace, Snake Keller for $1.99 says, "Can we get Bitch Made back?" Look, probably
Here you
not.
go. I gave you the link. We can get it back. That's it right there.
So here's the thing with the Sal Bitch Made timer, right? I wanted to make a point about it being ridiculous just how long it was that he wasn't there. And hi, Kip.
I love that.
He did the same thing that I did.
That's
Egyptian
awesome.
loanwords.
Egyptian loanword, of course. Of course.
Evolution sucks.
This stream is just chaos.
Oh my god! Oh good god! That made my day.
Right, Kip, have you met Erica, Chesh, or Manya?
I have not.
All right.
Chesh, don't.
I've met Chesh. That's awesome.
All right. Well,
you motherfuckers.
Erica Gutsy Gibbon also has a YouTube channel, a far bigger YouTube channel, if I say. But
I'm aware of Erica.
Okay.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Dr. Kill here is in fact Kip Davis. He is a scholar especially of the Dead Sea Scrolls. You helped with all sorts of Dead Sea Scrolls scholarship, if I'm remembering correctly. Also, I think you were one of the guys who found out that some of the quote-unquote Dead Sea Scroll manuscripts that the Museum of the Bible had were in fact not Dead Sea Scroll manuscripts and were in fact just forgeries.
Yeah, I did all that.
Yeah.
Didn't I see you on? I'm like 99% sure I saw you in the chat the other day on Skep Talk.
Yes, I think probably. Were you on with John?
I certainly was, and that's why it rung a bell, because I saw that you were in the chat, and I was
nice.
Oh boy.
You always know it's a good sign when somebody has to be like, I was nice.
I just wish that John would return that favor.
That's my whole life.
I wish that John would return the favor and stop with things like putting straw man arguments in the title of his streams when talking about the Bible, or people who disagree with him about the Bible. I just wish he would do that. But this is not a stream where we're gonna.
The cutest opening, right?
Look,
what's up, heathens? Hey, y'all doing?
Look, I'm not. It's fine. Bentelli 1998 for $4.99 says, "I want to see a Dapper Zord, a Goblin Zord, and a Gibbon Zord combination to make the Dapper Megazord." That would be fun. This is also again a lot of work that I don't know when I would.
We could do an art collab.
We could, yeah. All right, so Kip, we're taking a look at something by Randy Galuza. Do you know who this is? I doubt you would.
Is that what we're watching?
No.
So, do you know what the Institute for Creation Research is?
Yeah, I know about that.
He is the head guy over there at the ICR. Coffee.
No, Puck.
And the doggo. Aww. You got a Dorito. Hi, Puck. All right, everyone stop and say hi to Puck.
Sweet dog, little Puck.
Aww. You got Dorito dust on your fingers. Oh yes, we have to also make a Mudkip Zord. That's true. There would have to be a Mudkip Zord. All right, so Randy Galuza, he's the head of the Institute for Creation Research. He is currently telling us how natural selection is just not a thing, and instead he has a replacement that he hasn't actually described yet, which is suspicious because, he's been going for a little while, and he, instead of describing his scientific alternative to natural selection, has just quoted Romans at us. So
Romans?
Yeah. Not quoting actual Roman people, the book of Romans.
No.
Yes.
That's an interesting choice.
I would have preferred that he quote just a bunch of Romans talking about like the great chain of being, because that would actually be more interesting. But instead,
and more accurate. And more accurate, believe it or not. Like, because the great chain of being at least allows for populations to be well suited to their environments for natural mechanisms.
True.
There are no current Romans. There are only ancient Romans, so we can't
what about
look
the people
at any,
who live in Rome? What are they?
No, they don't exist. They're not Romans. Can't exist. Doesn't exist. They can't possibly have made any scientific advancements or anything at all whatsoever.
What it actually is
ancient Rome definitely did not have any like LGBTQ. Fake news.
Rome might be one of the gayest places in history, actually. Just extremely gay place.
But did they have rainbows?
Yeah, of course they had rainbows.
They didn't.
Of course they did.
Never once.
Rosina, rest in peace, Snack Keller, for $9.99, said, OCD statement for Kip, Kent Hovind doesn't want to keep the Sabbath, and in fact mocks it because he says it's too inconvenient for him. It's funny to compare that to his other biblical beliefs. Yeah, Kent does like to have really wildly inconsistent stances on which parts of the Bible he thinks are important and which he doesn't.
In other news, my cat decided to hate me today, so yeah, I'm done. My life's over.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Proton, be nicer to Manya.
He's just sitting there with his back towards me.
What
the hell, boy?
What a jerk. All right, so we're going to bring in more Randy Galuzza.
Features are engineered just like your car is engineered.
We already went over it. He's begging the question by saying, hey, you can see how obvious it is that we're engineered because we look like engineered things, except that, well, that's the argument you're trying to have.
I'm so over that argument, seriously.
You can't just assume it.
Stop!
Yeah.
See features of engineering and creatures.
Go ahead.
Is that a giant, is that like a replica skull?
Yes, that is a Tyrannosaurus.
Everybody who comes in here is going to talk about it every
That is a replica T-Rex skull.
Is this at ICR? Is this
this is at a church, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure he brought
dinosaurs at the church.
I think Randy brought the dinosaurs.
I might join the church just to look at that thing. Like give me a chance.
I might join the thing just to vandalize that thing.
I am like 99% confident that Randy brought the dinosaurs and that the church just helped him set them up.
Okay.
Very confident that Randy has these on.
Also, I'm going to spend the rest of this stream contemplating how different my life would be if my last name rhymed with Palooza.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a little bit more Randy in. Then the next time that Manya has a rant to go on,
more Randy.
I am going to go and get myself an alcoholic beverage, and we're going to activate the drinking.
It's your birthday, right?
It is my birthday. And we are about at the point where I said that we were going to activate the drinking rules. And so that'll be next time Manya has a rant to go on, because that'll give me enough cover.
As soon as she says the words in short, you get up and go.
Exactly.
Dude, okay, so can I please, I had to look it up. Mm-hmm. The cheapest T-Rex replica skull that you can find that is like 1-to-1 scale or anywhere close is $13,000. Mm-hmm. How much of the collection plate went towards this?
Well, clearly there was there's nothing better that the church spend money on, helping the poor.
Guys.
There's
no way that skull is owned by that church. That church does not own that skull. ICR owns that skull. ICR brought it to the church. The church might have helped him set it up, but this is money that is coming out of the ICR budget.
But Dapper,
but the ICR didn't have anything better.
Dapper, you don't know.
I don't know that
the
for
church
certain.
Doesn't own that skull.
I don't know it for certain, but I'm very confident. Very confident. But here's the other thing, right?
I mean, I'd probably let 1,000 orphans starve.
The way Randy gets away with it
is the
way Randy gets away with it is he just says, "Hey, this is part of our budget for the museum displays because they have their own creation museum. It's not as fancy as the creation museum that AIG runs, but they have one." So he just says,
"What are those orphans going to tattle on me for? Their parents?"
Well, there's that too. Yeah. What are all the poor and hungry and prisoners and orphans and widows? What are they going to do about it?
Yeah, nothing. Look at my cool T-Rex skull.
Also, Mr. Wilford for $49.99 US says, "Happy birthday" with a smile. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson.
Woo!
And also,
thank you, Mr. Wilford.
Yeah, Wilford. I said Wilson, didn't I? I'm sorry. I did not mean to misname you. You know what? It starts with a W.
My name is Mr. Wilson, and I'm here to say.
All right, we're gonna hit play and let's see what else we got.
And what's fascinating is they correspond with the same parts, doing the same things that human-engineered things do. We find corresponding parts between God-made things and man-made things.
Is there a reason why there's Cyrillic on his slides?
We suspect that the church he's at has a heavy presence of people from some Slavic-speaking country. That's the only thing we can.
He's just trying to impress the audience by saying, "Oh yeah, I can, preach in this other language too."
He doesn't normally do this, which means it's unusual. So there has to be some reason other than just.
All right.
Or,
if it's not a regular thing.
Plagiarized his talking points from a Russian website.
I guess it's possible.
And loaded them through Google Translate.
Oh God, no!
That is a question I had earlier, which is who did the translations?
Thinking thought PHOT.
I don't think he does, but then again, I haven't seen it yet, so maybe he does, because that's a Kent Hovind thing. I don't know if you know that, Kip. Multiple times, Kent Hovind has been caught spelling THOUGHT, THOT.
I 100% recommend go find the Kent with Bent the first time we noticed that happened.
It was amazing.
I was in that one, and I was like, wait.
Hey, look, Bitcore's just gifted a membership, and guess who it went to? Kip Davis. Kip, now you're a member on my channel for a month.
Now you can also assault Dapper with 2 hits. Congratulations.
Like he couldn't before. Rosina, rest in peace, Snack Keller for $1.99 says, "Where's my spark plug if I'm just a machine?" You have to look carefully. It's on the inside.
It's right behind your ear, dude.
Oh, is that where it is?
It's right behind your ear. It's like
Here. All right. So here we go. We'll get a little bit more Randy talking.
Same parts doing the same function. So we see these corresponding parts, and when you see these corresponding parts working together so well, that reveals the wisdom and the genius of the Lord Jesus Christ. It reveals his wisdom and genius, just like when we see great engineering feats.
Oh, Manya's got a question.
Then how is it then that a divine being is making the same mistakes as humans are making? Kind of that's what it's kind of going towards, right? Number one. And number two, so building on that, how come whatever we see today are not the remnants of a very, very advanced civilization, like way back, on this earth, and they messed up, and there was something big that happened, and then we started getting all the flora and fauna flourishing again after millions of years ago. Like, it's like, that's a more plausible theory, in my opinion, than Sky Daddy.
Yes,
he
Doctor?
answered the question, though, didn't he? He said, because Jesus.
Yeah, that was it. But I'm saying, like, the more plausible hypothesis would be, right?
Yeah, no.
Like
this is
how
a pretty
come?
convincing answer.
How come? Like, the Jesus, the Sky Daddy, is making the same mistakes? Because if he's engineering the same shit, like similar shit, then he's making the same mistakes. If I'm not wrong, then
I have a different.
I think
question.
you're giving a Jewish apocalyptic prophet too much credit here.
I'm not giving. I'm just okay.
Sorry.
So I got a different line of questioning here. If we're like basically reverse engineering biology, right, and like imitating the things that God had already made because it's a divine creator, how come we had inventions before we understood biology? We invented dental work before we invented anesthesia. Like, let's be real here.
So I think there's another question here that drives me crazy when they do the common design thing, and that's that all creationists, including Randy, accept some degree of common descent, right? So they'll propose like all the cats are related, or all the dogs are related, or whatever. And it's like, okay, where's the line and why is it drawn there? How do you know when common ancestry ends and common design begins, right? Or like, for instance, they'll say something like, oh, well, the reason a chimpanzee and a human share so much is because we're drawing from the same template because they're accomplishing the same thing. They're not actually related. You could put the same charge against lions and tigers. Like, there's no standardizable way to determine where the kinds are. And it's only for the sake of convenience, right? Like, it's kind of ridiculous. And we have means by which to detect design in nature and how to tell when it's designed and when it's not. Case in point, you can pick up a rock and tell whether or not it has these percussive fractures that are characteristic of like stone tool working. This is like an entire field. But we don't see that. We don't see any kind of trace of any designer in the genome, I would argue.
A lot of fiction actually answers this question, right? D&D, for example, right, is like, look, these are distinct races, and they're called races, and it would be more accurate to call them species. There are distinct species that have direct individual creator gods who created them, and sometimes or sometimes not, depending on what you're reading, gave them these distinct characteristics, right? So you have elves and their gods, you have goblins and their gods, you have humans and their gods, you have dwarves and their gods, and you notice that even when you get cross-mingling of those races, over generations will still maintain specific traits. And then even if they do end up procreating, they end up just all becoming humans eventually anyway, because humans are the most adaptable bunch of crazy lunatics that exist. So one of the things that is, there's a story for Dungeons and Dragons that is about Moradin, and it's like considered like the secret of the dwarves. And it's essentially that the dwarves are too stubborn and they don't have enough women in their population and within their like generational rate at which they get a woman, right? They get like a woman, they get like a 70% chance of getting a male dwarf, and that's about it, right?
By
Maybe
the way,
a 30% chance of getting a woman. And they're monogamous.
Has gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships, which went to Pelagic Thought, Data Ray, Okay. I'm trying to read this word. Polyhashis Cracker, Mini Painting, Golden Knight, and Off Journey. I'm sorry, that was a very long word that I was trying to read all at once. And here comes. You guys keep going. I'll take the 5 drinks.
And so, yeah, I'll go get my drink after this. And so, one of the problems is that you're not producing enough you're not producing enough women to be able to progenerate your race, right? Eventually, the dwarves are going to die out because they are slow, and they're not adaptable, and they refuse to interact with other races, right? And the answer to the problem is, and this is something that Moradin did to them on purpose because they were not interacting with others in a nice way. Yes.
Savage, the Front Hips Cobra, has also gifted 5 more, so I'm going to take 5 more drinks while you keep going on about dwarves.
We're rolling.
So Moradin basically essentially cursed the dwarves to have this ratio all messed up, and the answer to the question is go and fornicate with humans, because when a human and a dwarf get together, they maintain the human 50-50 average rate of producing a woman or a man, and what they produce is dwarf. They just make another dwarf. They might be a slightly taller dwarf, but they get all of like the constitution,
how does this reflect back onto the Randy Galooza and evolution again?
Because if they're not an individually created race by a separate god, it wouldn't work. If they were all branches of a singular thing, then they either wouldn't be able, there'd be enough speciation, or there'd be enough speciation that they wouldn't be able to fornicate at all, or
yeah, of course,
right?
The idea that it's the fornicating is the goal. They're not allowed to marry the humans that they're mating with. That's out of the question, apparently.
Well, so that's a listen.
I think thanks to that.
Now we're talking about dwarven social philosophy and societal norms of what is accepted with different dwarves. But this is an imposed problem onto the dwarves by their god, not like they're naturally this way. The god went out of their way to, because the god was like you, and it's a secret. They don't know.
There's a super chat.
Dumb.
Tiktaalik is a Chromono Dragon for €5.99 says, new creationism dropped, nothing is related, it's all created. I mean, ultimately,
if you had two separate creations,
we gotta be done with dwarves for now. Just for now, we gotta be done with dwarves.
We see those kinds of things. And the Lord has revealed them in all of the creatures. Because all creatures do 4 important things. All creatures grow. All creatures metabolize. That means they take resources from their environment, they bring them in, they turn it into energy, and they turn it into building blocks to make themselves. They all reproduce.
Real quick, Olivia Williams sent for 2.79 beaver bucks, a cheers and a Ghidorah emoji. Thank you very much. We'll take a drink for Ghidorah.
And they all adapt. That means when the environment changes, they can change. They change, back and forth. And so we want to talk...
Okay, but that's just phenotypic plasticity, right? So all he's saying is that basically it's the same thing as like, hey, you know that if you get better nutrition as a kid, you'll grow taller, which is, I mean, I presume that therefore Chesh was raised on like boiled cabbage for her entire life, which is why she's so short.
Oh god! Here we go.
Can confirm. I basically spent my entire childhood, instead of nursing on milk, I was nursing on chili juice.
Oh my goodness!
No!
You just be dead in that case. You would have, like, literally, you probably would have had a stroke and died at like 5.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Don't feed children jelly juice. Don't feed anybody jelly juice.
Anyone or anything. If you are making another living thing ingest jelly juice, that is abuse. I am not kidding. That's not a joke. It's literally abuse. The stuff is basically poison. Roasting a rip snack Keller for $4.99 says, I quite enjoyed Chess's dwarf reproduction discussion. It was fun, but I didn't think it was ever going to end, and I don't know that I want it to be the rest of the stream.
I will literally go forever. There is a whole chart about which species and races in D&D are able to produce viable offspring, and then a whole nother chart about which ones are able to then continue to be viable after the fact.
Oh my god, here we go.
The answer is that dragons can pretty much go with anybody.
So you're doing like a biological species concept, but with the D&D races.
Yeah.
In
And
that
then
case,
there's like
dragons are everyone's the same species, and that species is dragon.
Point.
Dragons work because they can polymorph, though.
Right.
They can true polymorph.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Tonight, I have a talk on reproduction, but tonight I want to focus on how organisms adapt. How do they change when the environment changes? And why is that important? Well, I'll tell you why it's important. Because Darwin built his theory on the fact that organisms can change.
I mean, it was more than that. It was that organisms change over the long term as a result of differential reproductive success because there was something heritable about their traits. Go ahead,
it's a population level change. Like Darwin noticed that populations appear to change over time in response to external environmental pressures, much like domestic species change when exposed to the pressures of human selection, like us picking and choosing which characteristics we want to become the norm within that species. Like this is not something that is happening at the individual level. If memory serves, this continuous environmental tracking that Randy is going to propose, which every other young Earth creationist organization just balks at because it's so ridiculous and it's so contra to what we directly observe in every living population on the planet. But he's got like this almost Lamarckian individual level change, like within the critter's lifetime, that it then passes on to its offspring. And they've got that BS cavefish experiment that they like to point to, which I'm sure he's going to bring up. And he's
I'm sure he will.
Flawed in a great many ways, so we'll get to that when we get to it.
Write the paper he's basing that on.
Theory.
Oh, okay.
I'm kidding. Well, I'm not kidding, but I won't bring it up here for now. But I do have a question for the panel. Listen, if chat really wants me to go into it, I'll go into it. But you guys gotta make sure that this is viable. All right. But I have a question for the people who kind of discuss young Earth creationism. So not you, Manya, and not me.
Or me.
So me and that's a given.
Yeah. Have any of you ever like discussed fungi or mycelids when it comes to like evolution, or like when you're talking to a young Earth creationist?
A little bit. I've mentioned studies in yeasts becoming multicellular as an example of going from one kind to another. Because usually you can get a creationist to come up with going from one like unicellular life to multicellular as a difference in kinds. So then you can present things like snowflake yeast. But I haven't really gone into the actual evolution of like extant wild type fungus in any great depth. I don't know. What about you, Erica?
I mean, I only ever really talk about it in reference to how animals are actually more similar to fungi and fungi to animals than either is to plants, which is an interesting little fact of biodiversity that should not be under the lens of young Earth creationism or creationism generally. But outside of that, I don't really talk about it much. And neural networks. I talk about their neural networks too.
A Science Kimono Dragon Nerd for $5 says, "Happy birthday. Thank you very much. I almost said happy birthday back, and I don't think that's appropriate." It's so hard not to just say it back.
You never know.
So much of the time, whenever someone wishes me any kind of holiday, I'm just like, yeah, and I repeat the holiday type wish, and that's what happy birthday feels like.
You know what? Happy birthday, Angela. I just freaked out one person.
There you go. Good job, Angela. Way to have a birthday the same day as me.
Yeah.
We're some of the better people with this birthday. I can think of much, much worse people with this birthday, too.
Oh, no.
If organisms could not change, then a theory of evolution could never, ever get going.
You know what? I'll agree with that. Technically, that is correct. I suspect that you have a different definition for that, but you know what? Technically true. We'll take a drink. Erica, you came just in time for it to basically just be another Eric with Erica in terms of drinking rules.
God, I know I cannot, because I have Pathfinder later today, and so I can't, and I will be drinking for that, so I cannot double down.
This is just pre-gaming for Pathfinder. It's fine.
Yeah, really, it would be if I wasn't the DM. I'm the only one who has to stay relatively sober.
Yeah.
Actually, today would normally be my Starfinder game, but it is currently bumped as a result of this.
Yeah, of course.
Which, if you haven't played Starfinder, I'm having fun with it. I like it.
Oh, by the way, Chesh and Dapper, you guys will be pleased. Luke and I, we actually co-DM this Pathfinder game, and so as a result, we have put Pogo and Vyra in as background characters, so they show up every now and again.
Yeah,
love it.
Are they like Chesh's and Dapper's characters? Are they?
Oh,
well, no, those were their characters in our D&D group.
Oh, okay.
Have you guys heard of Roll for Initiative?
Yes, with Forrest Valkai.
Forrest Valkai's in it.
Yep.
Yeah, hell yeah. So if anybody's interested in like a charity Dungeons and Dragons event, go just search Roll for Initiative. Jesse Jurdak's the DM for it. He's great. The sets he builds are crazy.
Is Puck okay?
What? That wasn't.
Oh,
that's not Puck.
That's
over here, probably.
Okay.
So no, there's a dog in a kennel over here. Sorry.
I think it's Renee for $5 says, "Happy birthday. Mine was pretty recent, so you can reasonably say it back." Well, happy birthday to you too. Thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Yeah. I always like it when I can say it back because then it doesn't feel weird. All right, here we go. We're going to get some more Randy in.
But because they can change, Darwin believes that they could change an awful lot. So, I'm going to assert tonight that...
I mean, that's just true, right? Like, if you say, hey, this guy can walk, I therefore assume he can walk an awful lot if he needs to. That's the reasonable assumption. If you want to argue otherwise, you have to come up with a reason. Like, I happen to know he actually has a bum knee, so no, he can't walk an awful lot. But otherwise, you assume he can.
Awful lot is relative. Like, what do you mean by awful lot? Like,
well, that's part of the problem. He means between kinds, but he's not going to define what a kind is.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
Won't. Like, God, I get so sick and tired of these guys just absolutely strawmanning the living shit out of Charles Darwin, and none of them have ever bothered to read anything by Darwin or anything in depth about Darwin. Like, the reason why he proposed that species could change an awful lot is because that was a direct observation that he had looking at domesticates that he lived alongside. He saw zillions of different breeds of pigeon and cow and dog and cat and so on and so forth. And so he reasoned correctly that, species are capable of a lot of change. Now, Guliusa here is going to take the same issue that all creationists take with evolutionary theory, which is not usually natural selection, but common descent. Guliusa is rare in that he also takes issue with natural selection. And again, we'll get to that later, I'm sure of it. But he's got this weird, wacky other model that he uses instead that does not work.
Calling it a model is a very generous.
Yeah,
very generous. It's a model in much the same way as any flat Earth model is, in that it isn't. It's just a bunch of vague nonsense.
Whoever controls the explanation for how organisms adapt is controlling the debate in biology, controlling everything biology. So we're going to talk.
Hang on a minute.
Big biology. Eh?
Yeah, this is just a big biology argument. Who controls the argument in biology? It's literally no one.
Yeah, I thought we went by the data, not. Wasn't it? We go by the data, right? What we observe, right? Not by who controls.
Yeah, no one is in control of this. Like even if you argue that, like, what about the editors of various journals? Well, they're not in collusion. They don't have to have the same publication guidelines or the same acceptance criteria. For $2, Jillian Huxley Conspiracy Wren says you also share it with Boy George and Che Guevara. All right. I'm sure there are a lot of famous people I share it with. Anyway, so like this is just every once in a while someone asks me, "Hey, do you think that young Earth creationism is a conspiracy theory? And I used to say no, right? Because I remember back when I believed it, and I didn't really believe in any like particular conspiracies. But I'm now realizing that ultimately, in order for young Earth creationism to be true, there has to be a vast conspiracy, and I think Randy knows that. And I think that's why he's using this conspiratorial language. Also, Dr. Dino for $5 says, can't make it today, but happy birthday, Dapper. I get to go drive for 14 hours tomorrow. Well, take some breaks, be safe. Oh. Any recommendations for my playlist, videos, or songs? Obviously, the thing that you should play for the entire 14 hours
I am a dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
Well, that is one option.
Diggy hole.
But I was going to say, obviously, the option is that you just play Dapper Dinosaur videos for the entire 14 hours. Get all of the Dapper Dinosaur videos that are listed as the movie, just put them in a playlist and just start at the beginning and keep going, and you might get through 4 of them.
Put on Kent with Ben. Start at the beginning and
start.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Very first Kent with Ben.
The first Kent with Ben is only an hour long.
Yeah.
Wow, so short, expedient.
I know.
Oh boy.
Back when I was to the point and I wasn't just milking it for views.
And you weren't just like elaborating on like the to like extent, like the smallest thing.
Look, people are here for me to give my commentary. If they didn't want my commentary, they just wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, you ain't wrong.
Tonight, specifically about how organisms adapt to different environmental changes. And so right off the bat, I'm going to give you something vastly different.
That would be handy. I mean, that's how Waterworld worked, right?
That's an environmental change, right? The weather.
Well, no, he's going to make that argument. Like,
basically.
Okay, if I may. So, ICR.
Time.
What they do for this to support their continuous environmental tracking is they took a bunch of blind cave fish and they exposed these blind cave fish to light. And then at the end, they talk about how, these blind cave fish have taken on a color that is more like their close relative that doesn't live in caves, right? Mm-hmm. It seems as if their bodies are continuously tracking the environment and allowing them to adapt to more frequent sun exposure. Brother, that's tanning.
Yep.
You're describing tanning.
I was like, yeah, what?
When you guys ask me, go ahead, ask me, did the cave fish grow eyes? No, they didn't grow eyes.
Oh, but he likes to lie about that, though. Because he likes to conflate a paper that demonstrated the opposite of his idea. That, in fact, this is a result of natural selection acting on genetics. And that when you took 2 different cave fish populations that were in the same species but had derived their eyeless condition separately and bred them, the hybrids could produce eyes because the reasons that the eyes weren't there in each organism was because of different genetic changes, which means that between them they had a full set of all the genetics that they need for full eyes, and he likes to pretend that that is the result of breeding them just in the light, and he lies about it.
If you combine 2 recessive genes, that would be the eyes, isn't that?
Well, so what happens is basically
that's where it went.
Various regulatory systems in your body control like your embryonic development, right? And various different things can switch off such that whatever normally would develop doesn't. But for any given organ that you have, there's multiple things that could developmentally prevent that organ from fully forming. Which means that, like, let's say one cave fish, like, let's say there's like 6 different parts of the genome, right? That if any one of them mutates in a certain way, you just don't get eyes. So you get this cave fish here who has part A and B broken. And this cave fish here has part C and D broken. Well, if they mate, one cave fish has fully functional A and B, the other cave fish has C and D, and they both have like E and F fine, which means that some of the offspring will get all 6 parts exactly as they normally would be in an eye having eyes, which means the resulting organism will have eyes. Some of them won't. But Randy has taken a paper that demonstrated this, and he's used that paper as the basis for his current eyeless fish experiments, and he's used that paper as evidence that he's right and that his cave fish will regrow eyes. But you know what they haven't done? They haven't regrown any eyes. And as Savage from Hips Cobra says, for $2, ¿Dónde están los ojos? Which is a great question. ¿Dónde están los ojos, Randy? ¿Dónde?
Wouldn't you need to have some kind of like pressure that would make the eyes a necessity? At the very least,
it would help, but I don't know that it would be enough. It might just be
I don't
that would drive them to
I don't think
extinction.
it would be enough either because, like, oh well, whatever.
It's hard to get those eyes back after they break.
Yeah.
So so what this guy is doing is he's trying to show changes at population level by exposing just 2 fishes to different environment. Is that what I'm looking at, observing
So basically,
here?
he's saying that the reason they lost their eyes is because the fish somehow knew that it was dark, and that therefore they told their babies to not have eyes. And that now that they can tell that it's light, which he knows because they get in the tan, they can now tell their babies to start having eyes. But they can't.
If and when I ever have a kid, I'm going to tell them they need a prehensile tail.
You know what? Let me know how that works out.
So hard. I spend so much time hoping. Maybe I wish that Randy was right.
Right? There'd be so much different about me if Randy were alive.
Oh my god.
All right, here we go.
Than what you would have ever learned in school. And that is this. What organisms seem to do, and I'm going to give you information from the latest and the best scientific studies. What organisms seem to be able to do is very actively track along with environmental changes. And when they adapt, it is not hit and miss and accidental. They make very purposeful changes that are so purposeful, they're even predictable. And
all right, so we got a couple things. First, Dr. Dino for $5 says, also, special thanks to Dapper and Erica for helping me pass my goal. Time for 1.5 months of fieldwork, baby! Go help Erica meet her goals, amigos. Yes, actually, Erica, how is that going?
Oh, hey, thank you for asking, Dapper. We met it same day, baby. So
awesome.
Please don't worry about me.
Awesome. Roasting Ripsnake Keller for $1.99 says, is he saying everything is epigenetics? That's the thing. It's hard to say, right? Because some of the things that he cites are just published papers about epigenetics. And he seems to attribute to that some great significance that I don't think is warranted, but then he goes on to other things that aren't epigenetics. So I'm not sure.
Next question.
I think so. I will say I think so. There will be one more argument from this guy. I think so that he will use something and misrepresent it. Misrepresented. Sorry. Absence of transitional fossils. I think because in some cases we don't have
yeah.
And I think so he will use that as a weapon in this one and say, oh, why I'm saying purposeful is because we don't have transitional fossils show that gradual change. We just have these two. Yeah. Nothing in the middle.
I feel like the starting point needs to be less of a, is he saying everything is epigenetics, and more of a, is he saying things that are internally inconsistent?
So far, I'm not sure if he is, but I do want to talk about his...
We've literally listened to 2 minutes.
So I want to talk about his, mutations aren't haphazard and adaptations aren't hit or miss. And because we're going to take a drink for that, because it's extremely stupid and very wrong. And we know that because of an experiment that was done some 80 years ago.
Yep.
So there was an experiment called the Luria-Delbruck experiment. I'm sure Erica's familiar with it.
Yeah.
And so the idea was, okay, are changes to organisms induced by the environment, or do mutations simply occur randomly, and then some populations just happen to have mutations that will later on predispose them to adapting to new situations? And so what they did was they took a bunch of bacterial colonies, right? And they started with one, so they could clone it, right? So now you have a whole bunch of different petri dishes all growing what are essentially identical colonies. Now, you do this for long enough for a few generations to go through, so that way there's a few mutations here and there, which means that you started with one single genome. Now you have a few different genomes that are subtly different, and then you start exposing some of your colonies to a particular level of antibiotics that particular bacterium is normally susceptible to. Now, we know that antibiotic resistance is a thing that bacteria can evolve. But the question is, do they evolve it in response to the stimulus, or do they have to just happen to have the mutation which allows them to simply adapt and be resistant? And so, if the bacteria respond to the stimulus, create the mutation that allows for the resistance, then what you would expect is for every single colony to show the same level of resistance after the same amount of time. within, some margin of error, obviously, right? Because things are chaotic. But if instead what happens is mutations simply happen, and some of the bacteria will already happen to have mutations that allow them to be resistant to this toxin in some of the colonies, and some won't, just because of chance, then what you would expect is some colonies will go extinct, some colonies will be almost immediately resistant, and some colonies will take a little while to reach that resistance. And so they did this experiment, right? It's not a terribly complicated experiment. And when they ran the experiment, they found that, there was no correlation between the bacterial colonies and whether or how fast they would develop antibiotic resistance. Which means that, yes, we've already done the test on do these adaptations occur haphazardly or are they in response to environmental stimulus? And they happen haphazardly. It's just an experimental fact. Right? We don't have to ask this question anymore. Unless Randy wants to rerun the Luria-Delbruck experiment and show us how he got different results, everything he's talking about has been known to be nonsense for about 80 years.
Well, and conceptually, what you just discussed, right? That those two predictions, right, was discussed by Darwin, right? Again, like this all goes back to origin. It goes back to those early conversations by naturalists in the mid 1800s as to how we get diversity, how do populations respond, and eventually how do we get new species.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And Randy's just going to ignore all of that science because
of course he is.
He doesn't like it. Yeah.
How creatures do it is not by one mechanism, no. It's by many, many mechanisms that the...
I'll agree. He's going to say that the Lord pre-programmed whatever, but it is true that there's more than one mechanism in evolution, and that more than one thing allows for organisms to change and adapt, so not wrong. Also, I'm thirsty, so I'm being generous with what he gets right.
Of course.
Lord Jesus built into the creatures.
Previously he has. He hasn't since we started drinking.
Enabling them to change over time. And that is going to show very, very good evidence that these creatures have been engineered. So we go to scientific conferences.
Right,
Dr. Hebert just spoke. Myself, we go to scientific conferences.
Oh, Dr. Forehead! Dr. Forehead is great because he just says all sorts of crazy stuff about astronomy. It's a lot of fun. And
Dude, what is this poster? This looks like a poster. This is definitely a conference poster.
Oh, yeah.
We're looking at a conference poster right here. And this is the type of conference poster that you, when you're strolling the conference hall, walk right by. That is way too much text. That is way too small of text. Absolutely not.
Something graphic design.
Yeah, something graphic design is my passion. Like, these guys need to take a very basic look at how... I don't even think this would pass the color blindness test either.
I don't think so.
With that orange.
Stickers, I guess. It'd probably be fine.
Yeah, anyways. I don't know. Look, I'm not colorblind, so it's hard for me to say. Unless I am colorblind this whole time.
If anybody's colorblind, let us know.
Yeah, let us know. I feel like if I were colorblind, given how much graphics art stuff I do, someone would have noticed that my colors are weird and inconsistent by now and let me know. So guys, let me know. Are my colors crazy and inconsistent and I have red fading into green into whatever? Is that a thing that happens?
Uh-oh.
Because maybe I am colorblind and I just never noticed. That happens to people.
Oh, that's why everything you send me is a horror creature.
Oh, okay, there it is.
I'm gonna head out. Dapper, have a good time. If you guys are still around by the time I'm finished it, I'll come back in.
Okay.
But once again, Dapper, happy birthday. And to all the people who share their birthdays, plus minus days with Dapper, happy birthday to you also. Enjoy the stream. I will see you around. Cheers, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Honey, just swear from me.
All right, here we go.
Conferences. And on the screen there is a scientific poster that I've presented many times.
Yep, that's exactly what it is, Erica.
Organisms
that's a successful prediction for Erica. We'll take a drink for it.
Track their environmental changes
print it out, and I want it posted on my ceiling
over time. Now, if you have really highly evolved eyesight, you could read that. But
so why are you showing it?
Right, that's the problem, Randy. I'm just gonna take another drink. That's too dumb.
This is like when a movie points out the plot hole to pretend the plot hole is not a plot hole.
Exactly.
Right. Exactly. No, you're not going to meta your way out of this, Randy.
Right. Actually, my favorite example of that happened in one of my least favorite seasons of Power Rangers, where one of the characters goes from being the Black Ranger to the Green Ranger, and he's like, "Hey, how come I'm green now instead of black?" And the mentor character just says, "There's a very good explanation for that." And then the scene hard cuts.
Anyway. At least that's funny.
Yeah.
That's true.
Oh, it was extremely intentional because they realized no one cares, no one really has an explanation. It's just a thing.
The power grid.
They did the same thing in the Jimmy Neutron movie when they're flying in space, and Sheen asks Jimmy, he's like, so like, how come we can be in space without like helmets that everybody normally requires? And it hard cuts to Carl, and he's like, stars, stars, stars.
Shane has like an existential moment of like crisis and understanding that he gets like these moments of clarity.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like Shane is definitely like this very like hyper like ADHD kid, and then every so often he just gets a moment of like, wait.
Yeah, I love characters like that. Like in The Simpsons, when Homer will randomly like have a very thoughtful, poignant moment, and you're just like, oh my god, that shit is so funny.
All right, here we go.
We're going to zoom in a little bit closer. And I called this mechanism continuous environmental tracking. And it explains how organisms were able to track changes in the environment even before atoms fall and after atoms fall. And I point out how there are
before Adam and Eve.
Look,
that's what the thing says. The post says
what does this
guinea
say?
pig changed its DNA to combat climate change.
Yeah, well, I mean, the ancestors of guinea pigs would have lived with Adam and Eve, obviously. Like maybe the proto-caviomorphs lived with Adam and Eve.
Were they just covered in moss, though? How does he know? He wasn't there.
I don't know. Sorry, what was your question there, Kip?
I was just going to say, before Adam and Eve, he's a young Earth creationist, right?
Yeah, well, before Adam and Eve would have been like, what, like an hour?
It would have been like 24 hours.
Not even 24 hours, because Adam and Eve would have been created on day 6, just like the rodents.
Right, but fish and birds were created on
day 5.
Day 5.
Yeah.
So
2 days.
Like they were environmentally tracking for 24 hours.
Right from the beginning, man.
Yeah.
It's continuous environmental tracking. So it's always on.
Yes. Wow.
Do they keep it in a cod piece? They have an antenna out the...
Well, let's find out. Oh, before we do, roasting a Rip Snack Keller for $1.99 says, "Up and Atom."
Hey.
All right, here we go. Let's get some more Randy nonsense.
Corresponding parts between human-engineered things and God-engineered. So on the screen, up there on the left, you'll see a car. And this car has antennas on it. That car has no driver. It's a drone. And it can drive all...
Okay, what that means is there is a driver. It's just a remote driver.
Now, what?
I'm taking
it's
a drink.
It's a remote driver, not driver.
Unless he's wrong
like
about...
a Cybertruck.
Like, unless Randy's wrong, right? It might be that he's just misusing the word drone, but if he means the word drone the way everyone else means drone when they're talking about, like, other vehicles, that means there is a driver. It's just not in the vehicle.
Well, he specified it's got an antenna.
Well, yeah, I presume
that's... to be receiving a signal.
Basically, it's an RC car that's full scale. Which, like... Yeah, that's cool and all, but it's not exactly no driver. Like, the guy with the controls...
Not even close.
He's the driver.
What is the implication of this too? Like that every critter on the planet is just being piloted by God? Like as they say? Like, what is he trying to say? What's
remember when what was it? Ahmed, what does he go by online? It's got something with truth in there, obviously. But anyway, that guy was like the reason that
seeking truth.
Seeking truth, there it is. When he was like, yeah, the way that beavers build dams is that Allah whispers in their ears directly how to build a beaver dam. And, like, myself and Jackson tried to go on about, like, how there are these papers indicating that it's genetically coded and how, like, there's a stimulus response that's, run by instincts. And he was like, no, Allah...
God speaks beaver.
Yeah, Allah tells the beavers what to do, and they obey him. And that's how beavers build dams. And we're just like, sure, buddy, I guess... If that's what we've shown you all the evidence of why we know that that's not how it works. But
who knew that the beavers were Muslims?
Well, to be fair, according to Islam, literally everything except some of the jinn and some of the humans all do nothing but obey the word of Allah, because only the jinn and the humans were given enough free will to reject the will of Allah. So,
I want to point out, Allah speaks Beaver and speaks to them directly.
Yeah. Well, he invented Beaver,
right?
So of course he speaks it, right?
Of course. Yeah,
it's like pointing out that like Tolkien spoke Elvish. Well, yeah, he invented Elvish. Of course he speaks Elvish.
You would have to.
Yeah. And Mark
I don't think
Ogren
that those
speaks
are
Klingon.
two things are correlative.
Well, look, all
You
I'm
can write a
saying
language and not be able to speak it.
that is true. To be fair, yeah, that is true. Like Mark Ogren speaks worse Klingon than I do, and he invented the damn thing.
There you go.
Although he has a special power that I don't have, which is that he can just make up a new word on the
Goblin
fly.
invented English, right? Like it has to be. There's no other way you get an English. No other way you get a language that looks like this.
I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll run that by my old English professor, who was also my history of the English language professor. I'll see what she has to say about that. We got a couple things though.
I bet you she says goblin, definitely.
Let's see if I can even find out how to contact her. But Regios just gifted 5 Dapper Dinosaur memberships. We'll take 5 quick drinks for that. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then Rosina, rest in peace, Nick Keller for $4.99 says, how much time passed between Adam being created and the fall? That's the environmental tracking period. So that's actually a question that I don't normally see an answer to from creationists. And to be fair to them, they usually say that they don't actually have a great answer to how long it lasted. Instead, they just know how old Adam was when he had the children listed in the genealogies, and we can presume that it was before he had those kids, because they seem to be born into the post-fall world, according to the narrative. And so usually it's like, whatever age that is, that's the maximum amount of time. And then they didn't just presume it's less than that. So I don't know what those numbers are.
Time might have not really mattered in the garden, so there wouldn't necessarily be like a proper day-to-day tracking
Well,
period.
they usually say that it did matter, because that's why they say it's 6,000 years, because that's the time that the Garden of Eden starts, is at the beginning of that 6,000 years. So while I would say that that is a position they could take, they don't take it.
Why would you take that position?
Look, I'm not the young Earth creationist here. Take it up with them. That's Randy.
Every time I come here, I'm just like, but why would you take the hardest position that you just don't have to?
Feel like a challenge.
Right? Yeah, it's Christianity on hard mode.
Oh my god.
Honestly, I don't know. I think virtually all of Christian apologetics can be summed up with, you don't have to do this.
It's just unnecessary. You're doing this. Yeah, you're doing this to yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, that is.
It reminds me of the sound effect of a dodgeball hitting some like kid in the face. A thunk.
That specifically.
Yeah.
Specifically that sound effect.
I remember that exact sound as a very visceral memory.
Yeah.
I have a video. I'll post it in the internal chat so you can all have it. It is an hour of silence that is intermittently interrupted by a dodgeball sound effect.
Have you like
just
put that you put on as ambient music, right? Like you're cleaning the house and you put on the ambient 16 hours of ambient nothingness followed by periodic interruptions of a dodgeball doink.
Yeah, yes,
who's the guy,
correct.
Who's the guy going on the 14-hour drive?
Dr. Dino, yeah. There you go. That's another option, is an hour of mostly silence with occasional dodgeball.
Here you go. Do you want me to share it?
Stay on the road, buddy.
At least the dodgeball sound might wake him up as he's starting to nod off of him.
Listen. I'm not saying that anytime you guys are ever on stream, you should just have this playing in the background. That's just going to like just intermittently just show up. But you should definitely do that.
All right, I'm gonna hit play.
All the way from Portland, Oregon, to Florida with no driver, and it can drive around traffic jams. It could,
except it's got a driver. It's an RC car, Randy.
That's not the. He's not even talking about the autonomous cars.
No,
is he?
It's just an RC car.
The autonomous cars don't do that anyway.
Yeah, they don't.
It's literally part of like the user manual that you can't not drive the car.
If Randy were right about this, then some other company already hacked the thing that none of them have managed to do. And that obviously isn't the case, because that company would be selling that technology.
it's so weird because why isn't he just using like a Tesla, right? Like, why isn't he just using that as the example? Why the RC car?
This was given before the autopilot was released. This was about.
Oh, okay.
I think this talk was about 7 years ago.
Even still, does he genuinely think that the RC car is the future of driving? That's like equivalent to modern self-driving car?
Actually, it might be the fact that he doesn't know the difference between a remotely controlled car and an autonomous vehicle. He might just not know.
I truly hope that is the. I hope for that.
Yeah, because that at least wouldn't be dishonest. It would just be stupid.
I like the idea. You guys remember those like little wind-up like fish toys that you put in a fish tank? And
they swim around.
It's an autonomous fish.
It's an autonomous, totally autonomous fish.
All right, we have a couple things to read. Sarah Christine for $4.99 says, "I'd like to wish the happy. I think it means wish. I'd like to wish the happiest of birthdays to one of my favorite science communicators. Erica's an all-time fave too. Thank you very much, Sarah Christine." And of course, there was a confetti and a party hat with noisemaker emoji in there. So thank you very much. And then Heather, Evolution of Forks Coon. Oh no, that's bringing back bad memories of the Kenthoven Evolution of Forks. Who's been a member for 11 months and is at the amniote level, says, "Always with the creatures. What about non-animal organisms? Oh, and happy birthday, Dapper. Thank you." I would actually argue that Randy would probably say that while the word creature in colloquial terms usually refers to like animals, that he is using it in the more old-fashioned sense of things that are created, in which case plants and fungi and bacteria and algae and whatnot would also count as creatures under that definition. Because, there's an older definition for creature.
Paintings need a painter.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, something along those lines.
In that definition, a painting would be a creature.
Anymore.
Well, yeah. But like if
ask him how he feels about the little boogers that live in your eyebrows.
Yeah. But like if I painted a painting under that older definition, I could call that painting my creature. And I think that's the definition he's more reasonably going for. But it is a great question.
I'm now going to call every piece of art I ever make, whether or not it's good, bad, or a meme, a creature.
I mean, technically, you wouldn't be wrong. And actually, that definition is actually not that uncommon in Christian theological work, whether apologetic or not.
Kind of correct.
So, like, you'll see like Christian theology about whether or not Jesus is a creature, and you might say, well, I mean, he's a creature under the normal definition. Well, that's because they're using a technical definition that has certain philosophical meanings. So, here we go.
Drive around bad weather. That's because it can collect data from its environment and it makes purposeful adjustments on purpose.
No, it doesn't. The driver does, just like any other. I'm just going to take a drink and we're going to keep going. I can't keep pointing it out.
Even if he's talking about autonomous cars, I don't think that's right. My brother-in-law works. He does work on LiDAR, and he has told me that they have significant issues with inclement, especially snow. Yeah. Right?
It messes them
all.
Haven't
figured out how to drive through the snow yet.
Yeah. Christine V, who's been a member for 11 months, is at the amniote level, says, "Whoa, that's almost a whole year. Happy birthday!" With some AIGs, a bag of dicks emojis, and a Godzilla emoji. So we'll take a drink for that.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that I made that emoji. That's just a bunch of eggplants coming out of a bag labeled AIG.
That's perfect.
Oh my God.
It's
a thing of beauty, truly.
It's so amazing. And like,
I almost feel like I should adopt the AIG thing whenever you're on my channel.
Just only then, though.
Yeah, only then. It doesn't apply any other time. Just whenever Dapper's around, it's just, no, the AIG rules apply.
I mean, people show up and do it anyway. They'll still super chat things like that.
I mean, we also did talk about the Speaker of the House, who's an AIG writer.
Yeah. Kip, did you know that the current Speaker of the House of the United States, House of Representatives, has an author page on Answers in Genesis? Yeah, he's got an author page on the Answers in Genesis website.
Oh, I'm so not surprised.
Yeah, it's.
I wish, right?
Yeah,
but man,
yeah, you're lucky that the current person in charge of one of your legislative bodies is not currently an AIG author. Good job.
Nope.
Good job on that.
But we have a lot of beavers.
Well, yeah.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
You know, I actually found out only this year that beavers have a cloaca, unlike most other mammals.
Wait, they do?
Yeah.
A what?
They have a cloaca.
They do? Wait,
yeah.
I'm looking that up. Castoroids?
I don't know what that is.
So a cloaca is a single hole that you do most of your bottom business through. Reproduction, urination, defecation, it's all one orifice with a cloaca.
You guys think that's better or worse? If you had to pick.
I mean, as a dinosaur, I obviously vote for cloaca.
Beaver cloaca? I really don't want this on my search history. Oh my god, it's secondarily evolved. That's crazy.
Yup. It's when I heard that, someone told me that, I was like, no, I don't believe you. And then I looked it up and I was like, damn, beavers have a cloaca.
That's actually crazy. Okay, it says, but they have a baculum too. That's so weird.
Well,
Crusher in the chat said a big old bag of Mike Johnson.
So, like many organisms with a cloaca, the intromittent organ in males comes out of the cloaca so that it can facilitate internal fertilization in the female's cloaca. And that's why they have a baculum.
How does that work with owls? Because they're different, right?
They just don't have an intromittent organ.
Got it.
Actually, most birds don't.
Do owls puke up eggs too?
No, they just
it just comes out the cloaca.
Yeah, so owls still like do normal bird defecation, but what they're coughing up are indigestible parts that are just kept in the stomach, so like hair and bone. So owl pellets aren't. They do cough those up, but they still have regular old poops like other birds. Let's see. Rosina Ripsneck Keller for $1.99 says beavers don't have a slang beaver. Yeah, no, they don't. They do not have the slang version of beaver.
Wow.
Yeah.
The world truly is a wild place.
It really is. I was so surprised when I learned that. I was just like, that cannot possibly be the case. And then,
I was bored by that.
Well, congratulations. You had the same reaction I did. Because I refused. I was like,
we've learned something today that we need to change the slang word then, because this is just very, very much not applicable.
Yeah, literally not at all.
Yeah, we have to change it to a different rodent.
Please let me know in the chat what you think the slang word should be changed.
Capybara.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, that is a good rodent. And it's the largest rodent that's still alive.
That's how to spell, isn't it?
Rat.
That doesn't have quite the same ring to it.
No, I think it does, Dapper.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Right-hand side of the screen, you'll see a guinea pig. And the headline says that these guinea pigs can adjust to climate change by tweaking their DNA.
Okay, but specifically, first of all, I'm not sure that's a guinea pig. That looks a whole lot like a groundhog. But you know what? I'm also not a rodent expert, and I can't see its feet, so you know what? It's fine. And yes, I'm talking about an animal's feet again, everybody. It's just a thing. Anyway.
But can the guinea pig drive the car?
No. But also, I looked into this, and what they're talking about is epigenetic changes, right? So, epigenetics, for those of you who might not know, are changes to the structure of the genome and not the actual sequence, right? So, you have DNA, and it's got the it's got the phosphorus-based ladder, right? And then going back and forth between both sides are nucleotides. Which nucleotide comes next? That's the genetic sequence, right? That's when you say, I had my DNA tested. They're looking at that sequence and comparing it to other sequences. But there's also other things about your genome that are true, right? Like it's arranged into chromosomes. That's a structural thing. You could have your chromosome bunch up into a different shape, and that might cause differences in which parts of your genome are easy to access for, like, say, transcriptase, which is what takes your DNA and turns it into some RNA that can then later on go do things in your cell. Okay. So epigenetics affects that structure, that actual shape of your genome. And it does things like it'll say, okay, this part of the genome, we're going to add in some methylation so that it winds itself up into heterochromatin so that it can't be expressed. Or we're going to remove some of that so that this part can be expressed, and things like that. But the important thing is that we know through genetic testing that evolution is not just epigenetic. That is a thing, and you can pass that down. But one, epigenetic changes fade over time. They're not permanent. And two, they cannot explain changes in the actual nucleotide sequence, which we know occur. And so this does not adequately explain the adaptation of organisms to their environments when we know that there are genetic changes. because this is not inducing mutations. It's inducing epigenetic changes. And that's one thing that Randy does all the time, is he will point to epigenetic changes and then pretend that that can explain actual differences in the nucleotide sequence of related organisms, and it can't.
I'm actually kind of floored that he gets away with it, because like there's definitely geneticists who are on staff at ICR. The fact that he's saying, "Oh yeah, like this is all epigenetic," when very clearly and in every single documented case of any adaptation in any species that we've done a single iota of genetic work on, shows us that yes, when we see these large-scale population-level adaptations, we see changes in the genome, like within the nucleotides, in the nuclear genome. Right. So how has Guglielmo argued that this epigenetic change is actually triggering? I mean, I assume that it has to.
I've never heard him actually make an argument as to how you get from epigenetics to genetics ever.
Could we please retitle this stream Dapper's Birthday Bash Ghoulia Spalooza?
Also,
okay.
For $4.99, Rosina Ripsneck Keller says, "Today I learned beavers have a cloaca and Dapper has a rodent foot fetish." Okay, first of all, second of all, I am just going to point out that South American rodents characteristically have 3 toes on their back feet, and that is how you can tell that you have a South American rodent, other than porcupines. But so the caviomorph, so like guinea pigs, when you have capybaras, agoutis, those all characteristically have 3 toes on their back legs, and it's a shared derived characteristic that they all share. And that's why it's important for me to know how many toes that whatever it is has, so I can say if it's actually a guinea pig.
Sure, Dapper.
It's
but
true.
Hey, listen, I gotta blow you guys. I got Pathfinder in 10 minutes. Thank you for having me. Happy birthday, Dapper.
That's what she said, and happy birthday. Thank you. Oh, wait, no, that's for me.
Bye.
Yeah,
love you, dude.
Pathfinder. Okay. I lost track where we were.
I've been asked to ask you a question. It says, does the methylation depend on the sequence itself in any way?
Yes, because one of the things that's actually evolvable is which things trigger epigenetic changes, right? So you can evolve actually regulatory sequences, and even, I'm not even positive, but I think also actual coding sequences that can target parts of the genome for epigenetic changes. So which parts of your genome undergo epigenetic changes and when is itself evolvable in the nucleotide sequence. So this actually does interact with nucleotide changes over generations. So you can say have a population that evolves to in a environment that has like cyclical changes in its climate, right? And that population can actually evolve a genetic mechanism to cause epigenetic changes, to cause phenotypic changes in response to short-term climate cycles. That is a thing that can happen. And we have that documented in literature, right? We know that that's a thing. Epigenetics can itself evolve. In fact, the ability to evolve is itself an evolvable trait. Some organisms can evolve to evolve faster. And hey, it's Vishanti! Hello, Vishanti!
His background.
It is very cool. How are you doing?
Fit for today.
Ah!
For anyone who's seen Heat, one of the greatest movies ever made.
Which includes me now, as of like, what, a week ago?
You're the greatest movie ever made?
What is? What? Okay, I missed something. I'm gonna hit play.
No, I know many of you.
You're part of the greatest movie ever made?
Is it Heat? I'm lost.
In the room, think that your DNA is static. It isn't. Here's new.
I mean, he's right. Your DNA does make changes while you're alive in that epigenetic fashion. So, take a drink, everybody.
I kind of like the idea of there being static electricity in my DNA.
Oh, hey, we're getting some Vishanti emojis.
Oh, that's right. I need to open up the chat in a different tab.
Yeah. Okay. Also, I think you're using a different mic, are you?
No.
It sounds like it.
It might just be StreamYard.
Thought number one, your DNA can be changed in real time.
I'll let it go.
Time. And your body changes it on purpose. They took these male guinea pigs in this experiment.
Your body
they put them in their
it on purpose.
So it.
This is giving me
what did I walk into?
This gives me like the real vibes of that Republican senator or whatever he was that was just like, no, the female body's got ways to just shut that down.
Yeah, if it's legitimate, it'll shut that down. Yeah, oh my goodness. That one made me want to throw things. Heavy things directly at that particular lawmaker.
May or may not be bricks.
Yeah. Hey, brick is the kind of stone that you use to make Eevee evolve into a ghost type in Pokemon.
Take that, creationist evolution Pokemon. Let's go.
Yeah, checkmate.
Checkmate.
So
did you know that there's like a sex move called the Charizard?
I didn't. I'm not sure.
You know what? I don't want to know what it is.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, and I don't care to know. P.S. Is this mic any better? Because for whatever reason,
yes. It does sound better.
It does sound better,
StreamYard had just decided that it would change it.
Yeah, StreamYard
selected a mic for you, didn't it?
Yeah, it took away my agency, and I don't like that. First of all,
non-consensual
But
microphone.
it did allow you to reassert that agency. To be fair.
Yes, it did. First of all, happy birth.
Thank you.
Happy solar orbit. Happy womb liberation day.
Yeah, egg liberation day.
Right, that's right. Egg, you hatched. And hello to Joshua G's, who has been very generous as my first patron and also bought me some things off the wish list. So
thank you.
I have. Oh my god! Excuse me for one moment. Honestly, sometimes the
face.
Okay, so
that's like
the Jews of medieval Spain.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, this is a really, really good one. I can't wait to be reporting back on that. So thank you for that. And it has been a very busy week for me. I'm just going to take over the stream for a second and let everybody know how it's going.
Hey, while you do that, I'll grab myself another drink. So that works out great.
Happy birthday, Dapper.
Yeah, so it's been a very busy week. I've had either a speech, presentation, quiz, or midterm, or something going on like every week.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and it's good. It's all stuff that I volunteered for. So
good busy.
Monday. Yeah, Sunday and Monday I did like a storytelling workshop thing. Tuesday and Wednesday I was up teaching like part of the night for Shavuot, which is a Jewish holiday, all about some dairy and cheesecake, ice cream and cheese, all delicious things. And then yesterday I was given time to speak at a local action. So yeah, ringing the bell of your local representatives to let them know that ceasefire is a thing they should call for. And that's probably why I'm really hoarse right now. I sound like my voice has dropped half an octave. Is that I'm going to be sleeping hard this weekend for sure.
Yeah, let's go.
But awake on Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be awake on Sunday for Diablo Critics. I guess Diablo Critics cares about their moms, but they don't care about their dads because Sunday's Father's Day.
Exactly. Yes.
Wait, this Sunday is Father's Day?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
whoops.
Yeah. In the United States, at least. So.
I don't
And
think
Canada.
Canada's any different for that one. Yeah.
No, it's not.
We have a couple that we're different on, but I don't think that's one of them.
Yeah, annoying newsletters said that it's a good thing I'm fun employed. I don't necessarily know it's a good thing, but it did give me the opportunity to participate in more things than I would have been allowed to do were I stuck in an office job or something.
There's a super chat from Rosina.
Oh, R.I.P. Snick.
R.I.P. Snick. Vishanti was bitten by a chroma key. See, not so easy, Dapper Dinosaur.
Yeah, R.I.P. the snake that bit Kent Hovind. Kip, that means that you have to convert.
I know.
Kent
I know.
Miraculously recovered.
He has recovered. Is he fully recovered though? I mean, I think I saw
a picture of his blown up hands.
His hand still looks like a Mickey Mouse hand, right?
It looks like somebody took one of those like gloves and.
I mean, how confident are you that he's not going to drop dead?
Does he have to drop dead from the snake?
Well, there's
I don't think so.
About like Christians are supposed to be immune to poisons and venom and stuff, and I was joking, maybe perhaps not tastefully, that, you know, if Kent Hovind is really filled with the Holy Spirit, then he should be able to recover from a snake bite, like, no problem. So maybe.
Yeah, it seems to me like Kent is on his own terms not filled with the Holy Spirit.
I'm not going to make that call.
I think he knows that.
I will. Because, you know, it's in the KJV, and he's a KJV onlyist. So, normally I wouldn't.
Yes.
If he were like someone who liked like the NIV or the ESV or any of the other translations, or at least allowed for them as like also acceptable, then I'd say, you know what? That's not even originally part of the text. It's a very late edition. Not going to call him on that. But nope, KJV onlyist. And that's definitely in the KJV, so I'm going to call it. We got a $4.99 super chat from Rosina. Rest in peace, Snack Keller.
We read it.
Oh. Okay,
you can read it again, though.
Well, here's what I will say about the chroma key. Vishanti isn't using a chroma key. She's using an AI artificial. This is also not a chroma key. This is just my room.
I have a green screen. You can flip it around and there's blue on the back. I just don't use it very often. I might start doing that, but
also I now want to say after Vishanti mentioned her wish list, I want to say thank you, because I'm not sure who yet, but I'm noticing that someone purchased the Vaesen card deck, which is a sort of Nordic folklore themed horror RPG. So if you like folk horror, it's basically folk horror the RPG, which, by the way, I like folk horror. Also a creme brulee almonds, which sounds pretty tasty. Little snack. And The Teeming Universe, an extraterrestrial field guide, an exploration and journey to the worlds beyond the solar system by Christian Andrew Klein, which is mostly an art book set with like a speculative evolution sort of nice theme. I like it. So, all right.
Oh, man.
Now that I have my drink, I think we are ready for a little bit more of the Randy's nonsense. Unless anyone has anything else they want to add before we get back to Randy. Sounds like a no. All right, here we go. Come on, Randy.
Cage, and they put a heater in the bottom of the cage, and they turned the heat up to mimic climate change.
So they were cooking themselves some guinea pig balls. Got it.
They turn the heat up to mimic climate change.
I mean, this is a real experiment that actually happened, right? Like, he's not making that up. This is a real thing they did. They cooked some guinea pig balls to see what would happen.
They kept them there for 70 days, the time it takes to make one cycle of sperm. They mated these male guinea pigs with female guinea pigs, which were not in a hot environment. She had pups. And in one generation, the pups had changes in their DNA that enabled them to live in higher temperatures.
Right. But like I said before, the changes were epigenetic, right? Which means that they're not stably heritable. They're a little bit heritable. Only a little bit. And it didn't change the nucleotide sequence. And in fact, what that paper concluded was that these small epigenetic changes would not be enough to allow the population to persist despite any amount of predictably likely climate change, and that there would actually have to be other changes to the genome that were actually part of the nucleotide sequence. It's not sufficient. Randy is producing this as if this is how adaptation occurs. And while yes, small amounts of adaptation do occur this way, that is not the primary way that we have observed organisms adapting to significantly different climates, or just any other significant changes in the environment. Rosina Ripsneck Keller for $4.99 says, Kent has had multiple TIAs on his live stream in the past. Kip. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I recently, actually, if anyone who hasn't seen it yet, my most recent community post, at least my most recent public community post, is in fact a link to a Kent Hovind live stream at about 19 minutes in, where he goes full on terms of service violating anti-Semitism. He just goes on about how there is a worldwide conspiracy, and it's, done by you-know-who, and that they're trying to control the world. And if you haven't yet, if you could, in a different tab, maybe, so I don't lose the view out time. But in a different tab, perhaps. Go over to that. Go to the 19 minutes. Check to see that it says what I'd say it says, because I don't want you to take my word for it. And when you find that it does, use the report button under that video. And I would really appreciate that. Because, one, Kent is ban evading, which you can feel free to add into your little description of what you're reporting. But two, also, you're not allowed to just openly promote anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, according to the terms of service.
Yeah, and he wasn't even dog whistling either.
No,
like
he usually
it was just full on. Like he literally said, like rich, wealthy Jews.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't subtle.
Wow.
There was no the globalists. There was no like the financial elites, the banker. No, just the Jews. Yeah. And sure, there were adjectives on there. I don't care. The adjectives don't help. Also, for a very long time, he's been promoting the protocols of the Elders of Zion on his store, and by a very long time, I mean like since before he went to prison.
Right.
And his excuse was always like, "Well, I don't know if I believe the whole part about them being Jews." And it's like, what? Literally the only reason to promote this book is that it's about the Jews.
Well, he said it wasn't all the Jews.
Oh, right.
He said like, oh, it was only some of them who happened to be rich, wealthy, scheming, like. Just, controlling behind the scenes. It was just a few of them.
The ones who crucified our Lord, eh?
Oh my!
Aren't those all dead? I feel like they
how
didn't
many
make it this
tropes
long.
Can you throw out into one single setting? It's like deicide, blood libel, dual loyalty. Like how many of these can you just?
All of them is the answer. All of
them.
But
what if false prophets are supposed to be like dunked on forever?
Well, Kent should be dunked on forever then.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
I want to get Vic Mignogna and Kent Hove in your room.
And dads did too. Dads were able to adjust. So that means they must have a temperature sensor in their body, and they do. In fact...
Yeah, most animals do. This isn't news. I'm just taking a drink. Hey, did you guys know that some animals can tell when it's hot out? Yeah.
That sounds suspiciously similar to why we have sweat glands, but I don't know. What do I know?
How does the Arctic fox know when to change color?
It doesn't. It happens magically. Allah whispers in its ear.
Why does my dog shed every year?
Allah whispers in its ear.
Oh. I'll just have to ask Puck next time.
Yeah. Just don't interrupt his daily prayer because that's rude.
Mm-hmm. I'll do my best. He does do that downward facing
like that.
thing.
Yeah, there you go. That's him.
I think that's what my dog is doing now.
Yeah, that's him doing salaf right there.
I have a question. Is there a reason that these are subtitled in Russian? Like, is he speaking
every time?
So we think that this church might have a lot of like Russian immigrants in it.
No, Dapper thinks that.
I
ripped it off from a Russian website and fed it through Google Translate.
So I think that's probably not true because I've seen. Well, first, the English isn't bad enough for it to be Google translated Russian. Maybe the Russian is Google translated. I don't know.
Have you guys seen the Google Translate of Star Wars?
Yeah.
The third film?
Yeah.
That's... Also, Atomic Scroll from the chat says, I believe testicles are, in fact, a temperature sensor. Well, then Puck's just screwed, I guess.
But they do react to changes in temperature, right? Like, if it's hot, they'll lower it down, and if it's cold, they'll
also react if you like lift up your foot and touch the inside of a leg.
That's true. All right, we just got 20 gifted memberships from Christopher Sanford, Police Station Gloucester, and I want to say that brings us to 219%, which means that next Kent with Bent, I will be slipping back into this horrible, hot, itchy, terrible human suit, and then on top of that, putting on a tutu. Just for you guys.
That's 10. I did
nice
20.
cosplay, bro.
Yeah. Roasting a
Are you
ribs.
wearing it on your head?
So I'm going to wear it around here so that it's actually visible. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, originally the idea was to wear it around the waist, but then I realized...
I'm wearing a tutu.
Yeah, who could tell, right? So yeah, it goes around the neck, which actually makes it extra hot and stuffy because it's like right here. But Roasting a Ripsnack Keller for $4.99 says some animals can detect heat, but humans can't detect wet. I mean,
don't put an extra shirt on your meat suit.
So just go like topless, but tutu.
Tutu, yeah.
Just tutu.
That sounds even scratchier. That would just put this tutu right against the skin of the human suit.
It like flays out.
Listen,
It's still
even
right there.
people who wear like tulle
I'm gonna start drinking.
don't wear it against their bare skin. Like that's just crazy talk.
Now it's bear skin?
Well, I mean, it's not like it's covered in something that isn't.
I'll see myself out. It's okay. Shanti's gonna kill me. It's okay. If it's from you, I'll accept it.
Gonna fill this back up a little bit. Here we go. 10 more. Here we go. 1.
You want to come on at that time of the month sometime, Vishanti?
4.
Not sober.
Duh, obviously.
6. 7. 8. I'm getting a little bit of brain freeze.
Yeah, you kind of just got a waterfall and count to 20.
That hurt. Oh, it still hurts.
Chug, 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 chug.
This stuff is fresh out of a very, very, very cold area. You know, I put ice in it. That hurts my brain.
Just hit play on this guy for a minute, and
in
then
your high school textbooks, on your cells, on every one of your cells, there are thousands and thousands of sensors for all different kinds of things.
True. Take a drink.
On your organs, there's sensors. On your organ systems, there's sensors. On your entire body, there are sensors.
I mean, that's already kind of covered by the cells. Like, your heart doesn't have a special sensor that's separate from the heart cells.
I'm gonna quibble just a little bit. Like, he says
he's using a very broad definition here of sensors, right?
Like, sensors, because like what kind of sensor are you talking about? Because like your brain doesn't have the same kind of sensors that's like your fingertips do.
Yeah. I mean, he just means chemical receptors on your cell membranes.
Yeah, like
does he though?
Yeah. Your brain gets a signal from your fingertips, but that's like not.
I think you should show the nerve homunculus.
Oh.
I think this guy needs to like douse himself in like
I'll tell you
candle
what,
wax, light himself on fire, and put himself in an MRI, and we'll just see what his brain does.
Anyone who wants to see the disturbing horror that is the nerve homunculus, feel free to Google it. Yeah.
Put it on screen.
No.
Put it on screen.
No.
As a homunculus, I don't approve.
I don't think. Look, Chesh got a stream taken down for drawing too many circles that looked a little bit too much like boobs.
I know. I was there.
I'm not putting up
I know.
a nerve homunculus. Will be gone in an instant. I'm not doing it. Rosina,
You could just show it from the waist up.
Then it doesn't have the same impact.
Have you guys ever seen like the heat charts for people that like are just like random arbitrary heat charts to be like, oh, if you're thinking of this, then your body warms up here, and if you're thinking about this, your body warms up here.
Yeah,
that's like human mood rings.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, kinda.
All right, for $1.99, Rosina Ripsneck Keller says, but no sensor for wet. I mean,
because wet's not real.
Well, I
it's
mean,
fake.
I don't think there's actually a direct sensation for wet that doesn't key off of things like temperature, like heat flow and whatnot. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is.
Wet is too complicated of a like word because it means too much.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, but like I think most of the sensation of wetness comes from things like your pressure sense and your sense of heat flow.
Yeah.
Which is why sometimes if you just feel cold on like your foot or something, you might think that you stepped in like a puddle, but it's just coldness.
Yeah, and then like the thing that like you said, like pressure, it's like the weight, the additional weight.
Yeah, and also like pushing down hairs, because you have tiny hairs all over your body, and if they're pushed down, that gives you touch information.
It's because wet isn't real. We made it up. Just like bears aren't real; they're just people in bear costumes.
Yes, and Bigfoot is a bear in a Bigfoot costume, which means it's a bear in a Bigfoot costume, which itself is a human in a bear costume.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And also is interdimensional.
Correct.
And Scuzzlebutt.
Yeah. And it's also blurry. Naturally a blurry costume.
Celery for a hand and Patrick Duffy for a leg.
Landon!
Hey! It's Landon Knoll.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, there it is. Make Landon big.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Dapper. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, Landon. Thank you.
Now we're copyright struck. Let's go.
No, that's no longer copyrighted. They lost that lawsuit.
Yeah,
that is now public domain. Yep.
So, I wish you a happy. By the way, I may ask what people are drinking.
I am drinking hard iced tea with lemon in it.
I'm drinking a birthday cake.
Oh, okay.
My background.
Vijanti?
Coca-Cola Classic, baby.
And Dr.
So,
Is it like classic?
I was
like
told.
Got your name written on it.
Okay, what were you told?
No, I've been getting a lot of hate watchers.
Oh,
ever since I did the Ammon Hillman stream.
Oh, goodness.
And I've been told that I should stop drinking on camera. Most recently.
Oh, you could do that.
Okay.
That's perfectly permitted.
Yeah,
So so you're just gonna be doing this, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
So I made Raf, a Russian coffee drink. It's actually quite elaborate process, but it's actually quite yummy. Look it up on the internet. So it was started in Moscow.
How would one spell that in order to look it up?
I think it's RAF, I believe.
Okay.
If I
Where's
recall.
the Deem? When we need it.
Yeah, right. Vadim Smovsky-Radchenko, get in here, buddy.
And yes, if you look for RAF coffee, RAF coffee, what to look for.
Okay.
On Wikipedia.
Life.
And it was started in the 1990s, and some of my former students taught me how to make this particular drink, and it's yummy. It was made for somebody who hated coffee, and the coffee maker said, "I believe I can make you a coffee you'll like," and it actually is quite yummy. And when I evolve, I have a wine I can go to, and then or a sake.
Ooh.
Hey. So you're not drinking today? Is that what you were trying to say?
You're not drinking on camera, allegedly.
Oh, okay. Right. Kip is going to turn his camera off when he drinks now.
Right.
Is a popular coffee drink in some countries of the former USSR, which appeared in the late 1990s in Russia, prepared by adding cream and vanilla sugar to a single shot of espresso and then foaming the mix with a steam heater.
Wow.
The main difference from a latte are the use of the vanilla sugar and cream instead of milk, and the fact that the whole mix is foamed together instead of just milk. The syrup is often, the syrup in capitals is often used instead of vanilla sugar.
Awesome.
So I use actually a tincture from vanilla beans. We bought some.
It gets when we were it gets more complicated too. Yeah.
And one of the things you have to do is to preheat the milk. Yeah. You want milk with a fat content that is like Russia, and you go to stores. They have meat.
The recipe says 30%. So at first some 30. Syrup is
That's
poured
like whipping cream.
Oh wow.
Some syrup is poured into the coffee container, and then 35 milliliters of espresso is added. Then warmed cream is added with a fat content of no more than 30%, with the addition of vanilla sugar. All ingredients are heated to 66 degrees Celsius, or if you're a loser, 151 degrees Fahrenheit, in a pitcher.
Tricky challenge, yes.
Often ready-made RAF is sprinkled with ground cinnamon. There are various variations of the drink with the addition of specific ingredients like alcohol, honey instead of sugar, or lavender, etc.
Okay. So I use actually Canadian maple syrup.
Ooh.
For my syrup. And I used a fat content of around 20%. And in Russian stores, you'll find they have multiple different types of milk. You know, the Russians would come here and say, "Where's all your milk products?" I said, "Well, we have."
Real quick, by the way, I just want to say that Fitz of Magical Lab Rats Rage gifted a membership, and it went to Milwaukee Atheists, and I did take the drink for it.
Hey! Long time no see. What up?
Yay!
Hooray!
Anyway, it's a thing. So I recommend it. But after I finish this, I'll ask the chat whether to go to either sake or the Gruner.
Is your sake warmed or is it cold?
This is chilled. This is chilled, unfiltered. This is a chilled,
sake,
filtered
sake.
Okay,
100%.
I mean, I would also vote sake, but I'm not the audience.
I would like to take this moment to remind everybody, if you are a content creator and you would like to help out Dapper Dinosaur, take this stream or some other Dapper Dino stream, go to your community tab, write a little like community tab message or whatever, like, hey, go check out Dapper Dino, and then make sure you click the video ad. Don't just link something. You need to No, it's not. That's the mandatory part. Click the little video at the bottom, because that's the only way it works. If you just put the link, it doesn't do the same thing. You put the little video button, then you search for it. Just use the title of Dapper's video, whichever one you want to use, and link that out, because that is one of the best ways for content creators who have a community tab to help each other out and support each other's stream, because the algorithm loves that garbage. So
yes. And may I also ask that people click the like button if they so consider this likable?
Absolutely, yeah. Hit the like button. Also, I want to say a couple of the people that were invited have not been able to attend because of not feeling too well today. And so I want to say to Mr. Wilford and to Joel Duff that I think we can all say that we hope that you feel better as soon as possible, because one, I do not begrudge you at all needing to recover, because I know what both of you are going through, and neither one sounds like fun. But I think we can all say that we hope that you get better as soon as possible, because, hey, I miss you guys. So, stop being sick. Get better.
I command you.
Stop it.
Don't do that anymore. Be healthy. It's an order. You can't not do it.
So, you have to say the order in Klingon.
Oh,
Kip, I have a question.
I don't even know what be healthy is in Klingon.
What you're not drinking on camera, what is it that you're
definitely not drinking?
Well, maybe I'm trying to decide between an IPA and a Coke. So
I'd say is it a really nice crisp IPA or is it an average IPA?
Josh, what is wrong with you?
Okay.
What type of IPA are you referring to? Worthy of
it? Well, I have a couple different options, and it's just I have a variety pack in the fridge, so it's just whatever I happen to grab. So it could be a hazy one or a yeah. So I've got a couple.
I double-checked.
Mine's a cream ale.
I double-checked on be healthy in Klingon because I couldn't remember the word for healthy off the top of my head, which is piv. So in order to tell Joel and Mr. Wilford to be healthy in Klingon, one would say hepiv. So
hepiv.
Hepiv. And also,
hepiv.
Jens Van Broekhoven has, for 20 euros, said, happy birthday with a heart. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. All right, are we ready? Linda, are you prepared for Randy Galusa to say some of the stupidest stuff imaginable?
Is this going to be heard? Do I need more drinking poos?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason that we activated the drinking rules about an hour and a half ago.
After we got 5 minutes into the video.
As long as it's not at the Rod Mud Fossil University level.
No, it's not quite as dumb as no.
Okay, I'll survive.
Imagine Raw Matt and Mud Fossil University, Roger, getting into an argument.
Would that be considered a mud fight?
It would be slinging. Yeah, that would be some mudslinging. I honestly want them to be in a room together, and I just want to see how stupid it gets. Although I will say, I love Roger, and I think he's an adorable old man who is so enthusiastic about things. And yeah, granted, he's absolutely insane. But, I can't... He's just got so much enthusiasm, and he's so happy to talk about these things. And I'm like, you know what? You say the craziest stuff, Roger. I can't even imagine how you think any of this is reasonable. But you're just so damn happy about it.
Blew it with a rocket, right?
Yeah, Mad Mike.
Yeah.
I have no ill will towards him. I think he is also a fun person to watch, and I wish he would spend more time on the camera rather than behind the camera, because
it's more fun when he's in front of the camamera. Also,
why can't I get a feather to
Yeah, look, the dude needs to figure out like capture software.
Hand.
Honestly, look, I know it's not going to happen, but Roger, if you watch this, first, thank you for all the wonderful nonsense that you've said over the years.
Yes, thank you.
Second, dude, email me and I can walk you through how to use capture software so that instead of using a feather to physically poke at your screen, you can just capture your screen, and then you can still film stuff like your rock collection and yourself. And
we
you can
could turn his cursor on his screen into a feather.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah.
So Roger, if you ever watch this, please
gonna
just
kill me.
email me, and we can help you up your production levels. Because you know what, Roger? You have some of the craziest stuff, but I love it. And I want it to be as high production as possible. All right.
We could literally take the video of him moving the feather around, capture his hand and the feather moving, and make that his cursor, so as he moves it, it wobbles.
In other words, Roger,
me in the background Googling how to remove someone else from a stream I'm not running.
Roger, call me. All right, I'm gonna hit more. We're gonna get a little bit more Randy in here.
You're just covered with them, and you're able to detect all different kinds of changes. And then signals are sent inside your body, or signals may be sent inside the cell, all the way inside the cell. And then I'm
just going to point out that inside your cell counts as inside your body. Just putting that out there.
What kind of signals, though, are we talking about?
So, I don't know if he knows, but what he's actually talking about is, well, he's talking about various receptors on your cell membrane that will notice various things about the environment, like either heat flow in or out, or chemical interactions and things like that. And then that will send a chemical signal into your cell, which will then be interacted with by various proteins, organelles, cause things to be transcribed from your DNA, depending on what the exact chemicals are, stuff like that. Which is, I mean, he's not wrong about that, right? You are getting... Your body is full of various chemical signals being sent by various cells to other cells, telling you about the environment, both internally and externally, right? Like, your cells are keeping track of the internal environment in your body, and then your various sensory organs, which are all just collections of cells, are also keeping track of your external environment. So,
but the way this guy describes this is as if your body is making a conscious decision, as if any of those cells are making conscious decisions, which essentially means that this guy thinks that Osmosis Jones is a biology documentary.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say I am not a biologist. I'm not a physiologist. That's it.
But have you seen Osmosis Jones?
Have I? I know.
Hold on, Landon. Roger told me that all of geology, including volcanology, is actually biology. So you are a biologist.
Oh, there you go.
I guess,
congratulations.
If Adam Paley is having monthly issues, then perhaps.
And she does seem to be. Also,
I broke chest.
I don't think Vishanti's doing a lot better either.
No, it's not like regular taco shit.
Not everyone is regular.
Yeah, not everyone is regular, Chesh. Irregular cycles are perfectly fine.
I'm not talking about irregular cycles. I'm talking about it not just being like regular taco shits that she gets every so often. Period taco shits, which isn't even that's worse than regular period shits.
All right, Rebecca Raven sends for $20 a URL.
Don't let me in here.
Me. Rebecca Raven sends for $20 a super sticker that says, "You are amazing," with that adorable pair doing a dance, and I love it. Thank you very much, Rebecca Raven.
Rebecca we were talking about earlier?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, different.
But also, Rebecca Raven says, "I'm obviously behind. Happy birthday, Dapper. May I call you Dapper? I feel I know you." First of all, you don't even have to know me to call me Dapper. That is just the public thing that I go by, right? Everyone can call me Dapper. So yeah, feel free. And second, I'm really happy that you are enjoying this. Look, roughly weekly, I'm amazed by the fact that people like this enough to not only watch it for free, but to also support it financially. Like,
yes,
that's still amazing to me now, what, like 4 years later? And I'm still like, that can't be a real thing. And then I check my bank account and it doesn't say zero, and I'm like, oh yeah, it is a real thing.
God, do you remember like the first time you started talking to me about doing like, oh my god,
you
back
had to,
in the day.
you had, like, you and Maya Atkinson had to like bully me into just having a Patreon in the first place.
Yes. I'm glad you do have one. And by the way, you know, the thing I also like, why you should like and subscribe to this, and perhaps even consider being a Patreon if you are able to afford it and you wish to do so, is because you learn a bunch of stuff. I mean, I'm not a biologist, but I learn about a lot of stuff. I'm not, I do not understand to a reasonable degree biological processes of evolution. I mean, I can tell you about how stars evolve. I can tell you about the skin of a neutron star and other fun things, but I can't tell you about squishy thingies, bio thingies.
And to be clear, that you could buy yourself and a friend a membership on Dapper Dino's channel for less of the cost that it would be for the Daily Wire subscription.
That's true.
That is true.
Or the cost of flying to Moscow and going to the coffee house and getting robbed.
Or the cost of me going back to Kansas to go kick someone metaphorically in court.
So I gotta say, Command Cyborg just upgraded their membership to Seropsid, which is one of the higher tiers for the membership. So thank you so much.
Hey.
Yeah. In case you guys,
what are the tier levels?
So the tier levels start at Tetrapod, and then the next level is Amniote, then it's Seropsid, then it's Diapsid, then that's as far as it goes on the memberships. But on the Patreon,
what does that mean in dollary dues?
Oh, okay. I'll explain them after I go through the last two. On Patreon, it then goes to Archosaur and Dinosaur. So at at Tetrapod level on Patreon, it's $1 a month. On YouTube, it's $1.99. At Amniote, it's either $5 on Patreon or $4.99 on YouTube. Then Seropsid is $10 or $9.99 on YouTube. Diapsid is $20, I think, on both. And then the Patreon exclusive tiers are Archosaur at $50 and Dinosaur at $100.
Yeah. So we also did find out, I think, last year during your birthday stream, we were like, what was the highest you could ever make a YouTube tier or a tier on Patreon? And I did both just to find out what they were. And Patreon, it's like $900 a month, and like on YouTube, it's like $7.99 or something.
$799.
Yeah,
that is a lot.
Yeah. I can pull it up just to be sure. I literally made it and called it scam.
That's like that's like an Allie Beth Stuckey speaking engagement kind of scam.
Roasting Rip Snack Keller for $4.99 says, "Are neutron stars even stars?" And I will let Landon take that question.
Yes, a neutron star is a stellar object. It's one of the potential evolutions of a massive star that's not too massive for a black hole. And in fact, funny you should mention it, because there's an argument we were having debate with Dr. Tyson and other people at AAS about the term dwarf planet, right? And saying dwarf planet means planet. Well, and someone says, well, we call a neutron star, but it's not a star. At which point everyone in the room's like, what did you just say? Because it's part of the evolution, right? It's one of the common things. Which, if you have any gold or platinum around, that most likely came from a collision of those neutron stars. So two stellar objects went boom and stuff out. And
I was really close, but I'm glad I double checked. I was close on YouTube, but not on Patreon. On Patreon, it's only the highest one you can do is 500. So I was like 50% off. But the max that YouTube allows is $699.99.
Wow.
So $700 basically, but that's also showing in Canadian for me.
Might be like
so
500.
Like $80.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a couple of things. Let's see. Ren Icons off the Law of Decay for $4.99 says, Have a wonderful birthday. You're my favorite YouTuber. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
No, you're my favorite YouTuber.
YouTuber?
Bieber.
Either way, thank you. I really appreciate that. And then
side note, if you want those circles that I got taken down off a stream, you let me know.
But again, answer is yes.
Iconic.
Dwarf planets are planets. Pluto is a dwarf planet,
history.
therefore Pluto is a planet. And in fact, even Neil now sort of says, "Yeah, I guess it is," and because he was wrong. And and like,
do I need to host like a Landon the Times Neil deGrasse Tyson was wrong with Landon?
But that would mean that like dwarf humans are humans, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, I think it would.
That could be right.
No, they're dirty moles, according to Dark Sun.
By the way,
that's too tall for me.
So one more thing, Bitcourse has upgraded their membership to Amnio, so thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna hit play on this.
Cell responds purposefully, or your organ system responds purposely, or you respond purposely, and it's exactly how a man-made tracking system. So humans might make something to track satellites. They're able to detect the satellites, and then they can track and move with them. Your body does the exact same thing.
Can I track satellites?
Can I just make a couple comments here? First of all, if you're giving a presentation, finish a damn sentence, okay? Because it's exactly like the human body. When we have satellite track,
my God, flowers face toward the sun, guys. I don't understand.
And second of all, our body's satellite.
Well, sometimes you can.
What?
That was an episode of South Park.
I can find
and it's just like everything inside your body.
Especially, you need to know when to go out at night and look, because oftentimes the easiest way to see satellites is reflected sunlight, right? And so if the sun is set, but it's set like 18 degrees below the horizon or more, so it's dark, but up high, the sun is still shining on the satellite, and you can actually watch it. And then it's cool because you can then watch this satellite go from brightness into sort of twilight. It gets to red and sort of fades to night in the visual spectrum. You can watch it set on the sun.
I don't really care what the IA says about Pluto not being a planet. If they downgraded it to a dwarf planet, I honestly don't care, because like the T-shirt says, Pluto was big enough for your mom.
and also it's the position now from the geophysical definition of planets by the planetary scientists, if they mean anything, is that that dwarf planet is a type of planet, just like a gas planet or a rocky planet or so. It's a type of planet, and there's nothing wrong with being a dwarf. In fact, we suspect that most non-gas planets are dwarf planets. Most of them are more like Pluto than like Earth. And then sure of things, but
also
there's nothing wrong with being a dwarf. It's a type of planet.
Stream now is that there's nothing wrong with being a dwarf.
And by the way,
which is true.
You realize that our solar system, according to geophysical definition, has at least 115 planets. The planets effectively are things that orbit a fusor, or orbits, that orbit around a fusor, like a star, or a neutron star. There's actually planets orbiting neutron stars, and they're big enough that they basically pack themselves in a roughly spherical shape. So our moon is a planet. Io is a planet. Titan is a planet, and so forth. A Ceres, one of the things in asteroid belt, has now been elevated from a mere asteroid to a dwarf planet.
That's right.
All right, we got a couple things to read real
There's nothing
quick.
wong with being a dwarf. Just ask Chess.
Yeah.
Oh, no. She's not a dwarf. I'm sorry. She misses it by... Aren't you like a centimeter too tall to...
Okay, technically, I kind of count as a homunculus because I am too short, but I am properly proportioned. But
is that what that means?
That is what that means. That is what that means. But also, technically, I do not count because I am half an inch off of the disability parking in Canada.
I need you to convert those to beaver units because...
Yeah. What's that in freedom units? Half inch.
Oh, half an inch.
She said inches, but she said like half an inch, but you said that, those were idiot units.
Yeah. In centimeters, that is what, like 1.27?
I don't understand why Canada has metric some things, but then not other things.
Oh, we're crazy. Go look at a baking book, like a cookbook.
Right.
And go look at pull up a Canadian one. It is nothing but absolute chaos. It is like some things are measured in milliliters and
liters
and some things are measured in grams and some things ounces and it's insane. It's insane.
Yes. I get to press the button to go to metric so I can fully.
All right, guys, we got a couple.
But it's also got all of
super
the
chats
weird
we gotta get through.
Baked things where it's like a pinch too are all thrown in there.
Couple super chats. Josh McGee's for $10 says, "At what point does a neutron star become a neutron dance?"
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
I think
when it gets in orbit around another neutron star or maybe a black hole, does it actually spiral down, goes down, and then when they collide, when neutron stars collide,
why am I out of focus? Why am I fuzzy?
We're underwater.
Really crazy things happen.
I'm very fuzzy, and I don't like it.
Get things like platinum or other elements higher in the periodic table, mostly.
All right, well, I'll read this from Shara Bradford, and then I'll be right back while I try to fix my focus. Shara Bradford for $20 redo says, "Happy birthday at the butt crack of dawn from Western Australia. Hope you enjoy your day. I woke up and saw you were live and decided to watch/listen to the hilarity while having a coffee. Keep up the good work. Well, enjoy that coffee, and thank you very much."
Hey.
Yeah, and Shara, I have very fond times in Western Australia, particularly up in the Pilbara region where we're making a giant radio array there. I sometimes go into Perth and do things. It's a fun place, and it's got some really interesting wineries as well as it's extraordinarily. It's one of the best places for radio astronomy in the world.
I have a question.
That's not frozen.
For those in the call and for chat, do any of you know what a prairie oyster is?
Yes.
I know what a prairie oyster is.
I have not had one, but I am well aware of what one is.
Yes, no?
No, yes.
Have you had a?
No, and no, I haven't been offered one.
Pip, explain.
A prairie oyster?
Yeah,
they're bull testicles.
Mm-hmm.
Fried up.
Yeah.
And there used to be a steak joint in Calgary where I grew up, where you could pay $100 and get a plate of prairie oysters and a bottle of Jack Daniels.
So
it's a lot.
Do they taste like chicken? Is that the?
I've never had them. I didn't have $100.
This is the fun part about the difference of the rest of Canada and only Southern Ontario, because Southern Ontario is an alcoholic drink. That is, a prairie oyster is a shot of vodka, a dash of Worcestershire sauce, and a cracked egg.
And no bull testicles.
No bull testicles.
Nice. All right, we got
you had one then, I guess.
DM the Hirasa Theorem Wing for $2 says, "Ken Voice, planets don't care what you call them." That's probably true.
Planets don't even care. They're I don't think they're capable of caring.
All right,
Pluto literally is showing its heart, so I think it's feeling.
If Dapper ever visits me and vice versa, if he comes here, I'm gonna make him try a Rocky Mountain bear fucker if he's never had one.
As far as I know, I have not.
And I'm sure he'll have some kind of drink for me.
What is that?
A Rocky Mountain. It is like all of the alcohol in a drink.
So
that's what we call.
That's a Southern Ontario.
You should
thing?
serve one to me when I come through your neck of the woods.
Landon, would you like a Rocky Mountain bear fucker?
2-3.
Are you sure?
2-3, who's been a member for 23 months and is at the tetrapod level, says, "AIG is a bag of prairie oysters." So cheers.
Hey!
And then Command Cyborg for 26 says, "A deciliter is a proper baking unit. Happy birthday."
By the way,
I learned that when I lived in Northern Europe.
That they use deciliters out there? I've never heard of anyone using deciliters.
It took us the better part of a day, my wife and I,
to figure out DL.
To figure out what DL was on the on
designated
the package.
designated litigant.
Yeah, there you go.
But by the way, even though both are technically acceptable, please use kilometer, not kilometer. It's like a millimeter, a centimeter, kilometer.
Wait, it's not centimeter?
Not kilometer.
I choose to put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Correct.
No. Look, it's centimeter, like millimeter, kilometer. It's fine.
If you're going to speak, you gotta use the letter.
It's just a meter.
Reflections.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
The meter.
Just like I'm 1.8 meters tall. It's fine.
It's a freedom unit. Yeah. Yes, I'm 186 centimeters.
Centimeters.
Yeah, centimeters.
All right, I'm going to play on Randy.
Oh dear.
Using three essential parts, and I'd like you to memorize these.
Okay, here we go, guys. Pay attention.
Okay.
One.
Sensors.
Sensors. To find out what's happening around you. Two. Logic. Logic that says, if it changes, then do this. If it changes, then do that.
What about the else?
Three, appropriate output responses.
I think the else is, if else, just don't do anything.
I don't like that. I don't like that it was a word, and then a full phrase.
Yeah.
That you
could be a self-improvement guru, couldn't he?
No.
So let's see if I remember it, right? One is sensors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Two is logic.
Yep.
Yeah.
Three is appropriate output responses.
Yes.
Not
Excellent.
inappropriate responses.
Okay. Right. Not inappropriate.
Question. This is not directly related to what Randy just said, but in the vaguest possible way, how far outside of Metro Vancouver are you?
In the vaguest possible way.
Like, don't go, oh, I'm exactly this far, therefore people can dox me. I mean, like...
Yeah. No, I'm a probably vaguely 120 kilometers.
Wow. So you are farther, you're about Vancouver, BC. You're actually farther away from Vancouver than I am.
Are you in the proximity of Vancouver?
I am very close to Trudeau's ditch. I can walk there.
I don't know.
The border. Because there's a big ditch there.
Oh,
okay.
The ditch, and
no touching zone.
Yeah,
it's like,
right.
There's a 1 meter ditch, about half meter wide.
Yeah.
It's called Trudeau's ditch because the other folk.
Okay. There was a reason I'm asking. I will send you a message about it, but I asked on air because I actually have to go, and it's related to the thing I'm about to go do, which will all make sense. I'm being mysterious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go follow Vishanti to find out more.
Right.
Yeah. But no, I do have to go. This is a very busy week. I have a thing at 4. And that's the last obligation of the week.
Yeah.
And if you're still going when I'm done, I will pop back in.
All right. We have
just in case I don't. Happy solar orbit.
Thank you.
I have no head.
We have a $2 super chat from Dutch Tunicate Demonic Selection, which says combine both prairie oysters.
Yes. Okay. Cook your testicles in vodka sauce.
Yeah, with an egg yolk and hot sauce.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't tell me that doesn't sound good if you're gonna cook.
I mean, I don't know if a testicle is good in the first place, so I can't say. But using egg yolk and hot sauce and some Worcestershire and some vodka does sound like it could be a decent sauce base. So I'll give you that.
I mean, it's like oysters themselves. I don't know how to appreciate oysters because it seems like when people eat oysters, what they're eating is a sauce and sliding down something
basically.
as an excuse.
I've never had oysters. I don't know.
Vegar says, Dr. Kip, love the Diablo critics. Sadly, I tend to miss the episodes live.
Thank you.
And that was for $5. Thank you. All right, here we go. Let's get a little bit more.
In the right way.
How are we doing? 13 minutes.
1, sensors.
Almost 4 hours.
2, logic. And 3, output. Responses.
Wait, no,
and that's how we're going to...
Wait, that was wrong.
No. You said appropriate output responses, right?
Mm-hmm. Now he's changing it.
Come on, right? It is because I don't know what inappropriate.
He must not be an inerrantist.
An inappropriate output response would be a man getting really angry because his girlfriend talked to another male cashier at a checkout.
That does seem inappropriate. Yeah. I'm sure no one would do that.
No, not possible. Nobody would behave in such an absurd manner.
In some of those crowds, that's probably considered an appropriate output.
Boo!
Yeah, boo.
An appropriate output response when the police knock at your door is to... No, never mind. I'm not going there. No. Stop.
So,
Bad Landon.
if we can see this in the best scientific papers out there today, if we can see engineered workmanship in living creatures,
But that's the thing.
What?
We no one thinks that we can except for the creationists. You have to demonstrate that. Just saying, hey, did you know that when you heat up guinea pig balls, they make some epigenetic changes is not enough to get us to, therefore, we see engineering in living things. That's not sufficient. You need more to get us there, Randy. Shara Bradford for $5 reduce says, testicles taste like kidneys. I know. With a wink.
Okay.
I mean,
well, thank you.
But the thing is, I'm not sure that I've had kidneys either.
I have a serious question when it comes to talking about the taste of testicles. Are we talking about like animal testicles that have been like cooked or severed and consumed?
I'm presuming.
Or are we talking about like,
Well, look, that's not actually testicles. That's skin. So we're just gonna keep going.
We can see that they have parts.
Stop. If you're probably there. So there's Russian text on that too. I've been trying to read the Russian text to see if it's skinny.
I mean, I'm presuming it's just a translation of the English.
I like Dr. Kip's idea that it's a translation, but I also like the idea that it might be a translation the other way.
Let's see.
So it's not goofy in English, but it's really goofy in the other way.
So does this seem like a reasonable translation for the English, Landon? Let us know.
So within the limited thing of it, it seems some of them seem similar, but next question is why. Now, but for example, the selectionist / evolutionist, I don't see that fonting down here on the other section.
What the why?
Can actually.
The why, as far as I know, or as far as I can figure, is because this church has a lot of Russians in it. It seems like it is a church that was founded by and for Russian immigrants to the United States. Which, hey, you know what? A lot of people move to the United States and they need a community that has ties to the homeland. I get it. Go for it. Have fun.
I understand.
I still prefer to think he just had no idea how to get rid of it.
Okay, maybe, but that seems less likely.
I'm going to say I'm not objecting to it. I think it's fascinating. I'm just noticing it's there, and it does seem, from my limited thing, it does seem similar. I was just curious about the process.
My guess is that he just shoved it into Google Translate. That's my guess. I don't think ICR has a Russian speaker on staff. All right, good.
I'm just noticing here. This is a new word for me: selectionists.
Yeah.
Selectionist.
So the reason he's doing that, right, is because virtually all young Earth creationists disagree with Randy Gluza on this, right? Randy is on a crusade against natural selection. And virtually everyone, including he actually lost a number of PhD employees. Selectionists. Yeah. They're the people who don't accept all of evolutionary biology, but they do accept parts of it. And one of those parts is that natural selection actually operates on organisms. So he's dunking on other young Earth, other creationists, broadly speaking. Because Hugh Ross isn't a young Earth creationist; he's an old Earth creationist. But his reasons to believe Ministry also accepts that natural selection is real, so he would also be a selectionist. But Randy wants to at least acknowledge that the creationists who accept selection don't reject creation by God. Sorry, Josh.
Can I blow your mind?
Yeah, go for it. You
can believe in evolution and be a young Earth creationist at the same time.
I mean, they all do. They all believe in far more evolution in a short time than any scientist would ever accept.
But I mean, natural selection is just that's just like, and you put enough environmental pressures on something, and it's going to.
There's something they're going to do better than others,
right? Yeah. Isn't it?
Yeah.
But this is something that, like, this is not like how is this even controversial? Like, how do you be a non-selectionist
like this?
Like, I just
Randy
that
is showing
doesn't
us.
make any.
You're right. It doesn't. As we are seeing with Randy doing it right now. This is it.
Could I suggest that there is this notion of that the survival of the fittest meme is that they sort of say, well, that might be a selectionist, old people who believe in survival of the fittest, whereas evolutionists are basically adherents to Darwin.
So you can roughly equate it to evolutionists is anyone who accepts more common ancestry than Randy does. So if Randy doesn't think that horses and cats have a common ancestor and you do, you're an evolutionist according to Randy.
So if I work on and describe stellar evolution, does that make me an evolutionist?
That's a good question. I don't know. Probably not on its own. Yeah.
Good. I'm safe.
For $2, Rael Gatubello says, Majibu katika mwanzo ni mfuko wa ume, I think. And thank you. I'm very happy for you, or for me, or I'm sorry that happened. I'm assuming it's a happy birthday message, in which case, thank you. And if it is, then I don't know.
He's translating the Russian, I think.
Oh, wait, really? Does Russian have MF consonant clusters? That doesn't seem likely.
I didn't know they did.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure that's an African language. Because a number of African languages
Swahili, maybe.
It could be Swahili. Swahili has simultaneously pronounced nasal stops with fricatives, so you get like the mfuko.
Yes. Yes.
So like I think it's Swahili. As far as I know, no Slavic language does that. But then again, I'm not a scholar of Slavic languages.
And Dapper is not a linguist. Just hashtag
Correct.
Dapper is
Not a linguist.
Dr. Tip, I understand. I don't know why anybody ever tries to make a joke in this.
Okay,
it is Swahili. It is
Swahili.
Yeah.
That looked like. Yeah, but you'd have to give more of the digital stock because that's it. Swahili when it's spoken, it's in South Africa is a fun language, particularly people that are just having an animated thing over buying vegetables or something, and it's a very expressive tonal vocal stuff. It's quite fun to hear people.
Total vocal?
Oh, apparently
woke yokel.
Expressive, right?
Google Translate.
And people.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
And then people, for example, I also went to a poetry reading in Soweto, in Swahili, and it's really fun because the poetic stuff, the reading, they put a lot of nuance into how it's expressed, which sounds interesting. No, I have no idea what's being said.
So, Science Kimono Dragon Nerd says that the Google Translate for that is AIG is the scrotum, so we will take a drink. Thank you very much. I don't know enough about Swahili to even know which of those words corresponds to which other words, so...
I need to memorize this.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Like man-made things, and if this is showing the wisdom and the genius of our great creator...
Big if, but okay.
How do evolutionists... How do atheists deal with this overwhelming evidence?
Wait.
Evidence.
Why did he switch from evolutionist to atheist?
Oh, because those are the same thing. Didn't you know?
Are?
According to Randy, yeah. Randy.
What evidence?
So here's the thing.
That a guinea pig maybe kind of operates like a car that's maybe AI, but is actually just an RC car.
Yes.
That's the evidence, Dapper.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so here's one of the things that creationists love to do is they love to conflate people who don't reject science, which is not how they would put it, but it's how I'm going to put it, and atheists, right? So they think that fundamentally, if you have an atheistic or evolutionist worldview, that those are the same thing. You can't believe that there's a creator if you accept universal common ancestry, or the nebular hypothesis for the formation of the solar system, or the Big Bang, or any of those things. Even though, yes, the majority of Christians accept those things, and the majority of, if you take Christian groups by like size in terms of their population of members, the majority of Christian groups, or well, the majority of Christians belong to groups that don't have a problem with science in this way.
Yeah.
He needs to set up this dichotomy so that his audience doesn't realize that they can be science accepting Christians, because then guess what happens? They stop giving him money.
Oh
no!
So Dapper, what if you're an agnostic as defined by the Noel McCrae Venn diagram on agnosticism, atheism?
You're an atheist.
Theism. Oh, okay.
Just deal with it.
I love letting Christians paint with a wide brush to tell me exactly what I do and do not believe.
Yeah.
What if you're like a Methodist? Is that
atheist?
So you just don't worry about
Everybody who
that.
doesn't agree with them is an atheist. Doesn't matter.
So the thing is,
Trinitarian.
If you're any kind of ist, you're an atheist.
when pushed on this, like, hey, so and so is a Catholic and they believe in evolution and the Big Bang and the nebular hypothesis, and they accept the science about stellar evolution and geology and all this stuff, right? Or this person's a
Catholic.
Or someone says a Methodist who believes this stuff, or this guy's an Anglican, or I don't know, this guy's a member of like the Ethiopian Tewahedo Orthodox Church or something. Usually what they'll say is that they might not be atheists, but they have severely compromised the gospel by not taking Genesis as seriously as Randy does. Because the only way to take Genesis seriously is to have Randy's version of a literalist interpretation, which is already incoherent, because you can't take Genesis literally, because Genesis
you're not
doesn't
taking
all
the
work
first
together.
2 pages of KJV get title and rubbing it on your nipples every morning, you're not taking it seriously enough.
Ew.
So this kind of stuff is offensive.
Why do you let me in?
Nobody takes Genesis more seriously.
So why
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you, Dr. Kip.
Go to the ancient Hebrew and quote the Hebrew?
Well, they can't read Hebrew.
That's a very good question.
No, KJV.
Little, I mean, why not go for...
Kip, have I told you about the word baramin?
I've heard of this word, and it's
Do you know the alleged etymology of baramin?
Well, I know I know it's derived from the Hebrew verb bara, and the
noun.
The noun mean,
yeah,
right. But it's an inappropriate conjugation of construction of those two words,
right? Because it's the wrong verb form, it's the wrong word order.
Exactly.
Yeah, because bara means a kind created with no object, right? That's just how that works. But they use it to mean a created kind, which means that bara is supposed to be a modifier for mean, which means it should be coming after mean, and it should be in a different form of the verb, because bara is that simple third-person singular masculine form that is like the lexical form of the verb.
One literal meaning. Every language in every context. They do not.
It should actually be nibramin.
Yeah. You know what, Kip? I would encourage you to write that and submit it to the Answers Research Journal.
Should.
Yeah.
I should write a paper about changing the name of baramin to nibramin.
Yeah. And nibraminology. At least get the Hebrew right, guys. It's the language your favorite book is written in, guys. Get it right.
Right.
We got a couple
what are
things
the odds that they pronounce it like a racial slur?
I think if they're not doing it in the original Hebrew of the Torah, they are apostates and they have missed the original intent of stuff. I mean, it's in that. Now, I'm not saying.
Welcome to Christian apologetics.
I'm not saying they should be like those people who claim to be African, sort of, and have this weird thing about the linguistics. I'm talking about, that would be, I would be quoting that, because I think, for example, like in Islamic scholars, they will state it in the Quranic Arabic, and then they might translate it into your local language. Trying to be faithful.
I've been to a church that read the Bible first in Arabic and then in English. That's also not an original language, but it was 2 languages. I've also been to churches that do, in fact, read at least the New Testament in Greek and then in English, but those were Greek churches. This was an Arab church. We got a couple things to read. First, Chris McDaniel says, and stopping giving him money is a bad thing? I mean, for Randy, it is. If you're Randy, yeah, it's a bad thing. It's not a bad thing as far as I'm concerned.
I've seen worse and more malicious people than Randy make like incredible amounts of money on the internet. So
we were talking about one earlier, Vic.
Hey,
Vic is demonstrably worse than Randy. Randy is just a dummy who says the most stupid things. Vic actually has like legitimate, like, this is Vic's victim whom he attacked. My Unfinished Journey for $6.66 says, Hail Nero Caesar. Exactly how many years old is Dapper? Extra credit for how many days? So, I know Landon calculated my age for the last stream that we did for the birthday, but I don't remember what the number was. Landon, do you know what you calculated for my last birthday?
I'll look that up and see, because I know we had that discussion. We determined it to the year. Now there are for the notion of the birth date and the age, there are complications because the Earth's orbit has varied slightly.
Yep. As has the rotational period.
Yeah, because like Dapper's gone through multiple 26,000 year equinox whirly thingies.
Yep.
So,
and the duration of the 26,000 year cycle has not always been the same because of things like the distance to the moon changing, distance to where we are on the solar or the whole galaxy. All that's changed.
Yeah, I mean, Dapper it's been almost 3/4 of an orbit around the galaxy too.
Yep. That's bullshit. Because like Yahweh made the 7-day cycle.
I forgot.
He just made it, and I
forgot.
Oh.
So let's see. We have one more.
If I wasn't perpetually 17, I probably would have been unalive.
Well, if Yahweh wasn't so tired, they'd done it in 6 days and kept going, right? But
bro, everybody needs a nap. Don't discount the person their nap, dude. Come on. If I had to put up with humanity as a bunch of drunk potato sack toddlers constantly trying to unalive themselves by putting forks in sockets, he's got to manually drive literally everyone and everything with his little RC remote. Like, what do you mean? Give the man a break.
I do have the number now here, and so in fact, it appears now, because we did this very detailed calculation last time, and it now comes out to be Dapper's age is 150,880,902.
There you go.
You read the big number. I like reading.
Sorry, Josh.
I can't read regular words. You got to give me the big numbers.
My Unfinished Journey for $2 says, Chesh, I'll never get that kink out of my head.
So welcome.
Savage, the front hips cobra.
I'm not apologizing.
Savage, the front hips cobra for $2 says, Answers Research Journal. Hebrew reads left to right, right? Have I shown you any instances of Answers in Genesis displaying Torah scrolls upside down?
No, that's exciting.
They love that. They love to put Hebrew upside down because then it looks like it's left aligned, and that's what they're used to seeing.
Yeah.
Go to your local library. Go pull out a manga book, right? Library store, wherever. Go pull out a manga book. Go and open it like you would like a regular book, and the first thing it says is, turn this around.
All right.
You're reading backwards.
Rosina Ripsneck Keller for $1.99 says, and then when the Pope challenged the calendar, changed the calendar. Yeah. So what we try to do is we try to account for like not so much the human calendar, but like how long ago it would be, and then try to turn it into like units that made a whole lot of sense. There was a whole lot of math involved. We don't need to redo all the math, but we are going to get a little bit more Randy going. But yeah, sure, Chesh, propose. I'm still not marrying you.
I'll try again next. So, should, and if you guys agree with me or not, should sites like Twitter or YouTube, when they're saying like something is coming up, should they put in the universal time rather than the time zone of the area?
I think there should be a code to turn times into
what is
your
the universal time?
UTC?
According to universal time, UTC, although I prefer UT0, but that's me because I'm an astronomer.
Was that like Greenwich?
No.
Oh.
And the French would be very insulted. Greenwich is a British time zone.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
That is that Whitehall, that sort of thing, British naval stuff that they have an issue with. And they will point out that the Paris meridian has been consistent since its establishment, and the Brits move their meridian around willy-nilly.
Also, Greenwich Mean Time outside of daylight savings is at +0 UTC. So yeah, it is.
It is. So it sometimes it's there, but they go into British summertime.
Yes, where it's not British time.
Yeah. So it's like saying, we're always on Pacific Standard Time.
I feel like when this stream was going to go live, right? It showed this goes live in X amount of time.
Yeah.
But I think it should, in addition, say this goes live at UTC in X amount of time.
I mean, I'd be fine with that.
It is. I think it's appropriate. Go ahead.
No, I was going to give my thumbs up.
All right.
So I think it's appropriate because I have to do with lots of people around the world, especially people like down near the South Pole, that I always give year, month, day, so it's sorted properly, and then time and 24-hour clock, because the world doesn't spin around in 12 hours. This AM PM stuff is kind of silly. It should be, you do it proper time. It's 1609 Pacific, right?
Well, come on, then.
It's a proper
it's
time.
a meridian, post meridian. The fact that we're not really using meridians so much anymore, it doesn't matter. Don't worry about that.
Solar. If you were solar time stuff, I might give you things, but you're not. And so it really is a 24-hour time. And
kids these days don't even know the equation of time.
All right, but if we don't use time zones like we use them currently, how do I know how long I need to bake my birthday cake for? And in which metric am I measuring?
Because you do it relative to
consult your Canadian cookbook.
No,
your local clock. Because Chesh, if you were traveling, at let's say 90% the speed of light, and you're consulting me who is not, we would have a time.
Landon, if I try to bake a cake, it will tell me to use a cup of milk.
Yeah,
and
you take a cup.
Also tell me milliliters. It will tell me a cup of milk, then it will tell me teaspoons of vanilla, then it will tell me milliliters of, lemon, whatever the fuck. And then it will tell me to use ounces and grams, both for, dry ingredients.
To make your
are we all?
I just had a...
We're all Canadians here.
No, only two of you.
Except for you.
It's American. You just live really close to the border.
You're on the other side. Yeah. I am, however, one of the top 10 wine reviewers of Canadian wines outside of Canada.
Oh.
You can also always tell when someone online is Canadian. And it's not because of their cadence, but there will always be some joke that Canadian person will make, and every other Canadian's All right,
we got a few things. First of all, we have a drink trigger because I screwed up the production a little bit. So Dapper's a professional, everybody. Although I think that's only the first or second Dapper's a professional in 4 hours.
I'm going for the Crooner 2020.
Nice. We have a few super chats. For $5, Crusher the Croxagore says, I have discussed it with my Slan overlords and not my Skaven best friend, or maybe boyfriend, I'm not sure, let me know. Because it's your spawning day, we will send over the pyramid for free. Enjoy. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm going to take that warpstone debt and just cross it off my ledger, and hopefully the pyramid gets here soon, because I've been waiting for that delivery. Roasting a Ripsneck Keller for $1.99 says UTC, GMT, and then there bait. It's bait. Savage, the front hips Cobra for $5 says UTC, Coordinated Universal Time, because that's how acronyms work. I mean, it is in French, right?
Well, actually, I can tell you I was there when they were establishing the time zone, and one of the French objections was that they would call it CUT for Coordinated Useful Time. It said that's an English acronym. We want it in the French.
Yeah. And to be fair,
those useful time coordinated in the French.
It'll
they
work.
Also object to other things.
To be fair, they're all French objections.
But it'll work in French, and also many other Romance languages will have the same exact acronym. So there's probably a wider swath of the European population that would understand that acronym better. But then
Not
again,
Canadian French.
Well,
no.
and Dapper, those words that you are pronouncing coordinated universal time, that's not official standard. Those are arbitrary Greek glyphs that an English speaker might choose to pronounce, but it doesn't have a pronunciation. It's a set of things because the French did not want the official name to be an English phrase.
Right. Those are just arbitrary letters taken from the Latin alphabet, put in some arbitrary order.
That is just English. That is all of it.
No, you're wrong, Chesh.
Nope.
Yeah?
And
you want to get in a real fight? It's paleontology just fight me.
To be fair, right? The Earth Orientation Service that talks about the grid and where Earth is oriented in space, so forth, is done by the French. The coordination of official naval clocks around the world are done by the French. The establishment of the meridian, they know precisely where the meridian is. They're mad it's not zero. So they have done a lot of stuff for the Earth, coordinate system, other than the fact that the Americans sold out the French and agreed with the British to give Greenwich to be the zero longitude time.
All right, we got a couple more things. This Sealoof, who's been a member for 16 months and was at the tetrapod level, says, "Hi, I'm asleep in bed. You're all in dream now. Godzilla." Well, thank you, and I'll take a drink for that Godzilla.
I'm at like a tip.
Goop23 for $2 says, the acronym doesn't even work in French. You know what, Goop23? You don't work in French. But also take it up with the French.
August is coming up. In France, nobody works in August.
I think with
whole countries
and another French-speaking country in Africa raised the question about the order, and there was a long discussion by people in French about the French proper process, and they came to UTC. So while you might not think it is the Académie Française, and the French delegation decided that UTC was a proper acronym order. Don't ask me why. Take it up with the French Academy. It's their language.
All right, here we go.
How do they do that? That is really important for you to understand. How did Darwin change biology in the 1800s so that people living all over this world, whether they were in the United States or Russia or Great Britain or wherever, started learning about Darwinian evolution? How did he change all of that?
I know the answer. I know the answer to this question.
Go ahead, Kip.
Evidence.
Yeah, that was it. That was a big part of it. He also gave a theoretical framework that provided not one, but two mechanisms that could explain the actual changes that were observed both in nature and on places like farms and breeding facilities for domesticated animals, and also, additionally, in the fossil record. Because remember, Darwin didn't invent universal common ancestry. He didn't invent evolution, broadly speaking. He didn't invent the idea of significant morphological change in lineages over time. He didn't invent any of that. What he did was he was like, hey, we all know this is happening because of the overwhelming evidence from domesticated animals, from the fossil record, from just looking around at nature, that evolution is a thing. But no one has a good explanation for how it works. Here are two options that aren't mutually contradictory and can both be true at the same time, and I have evidence for them. Yeah, that's how he did it.
I guess you could say the only thing Darwin did invent was the Universal Church of Atheism. Right?
I thought that was Satan.
What's the difference,
Satan
Chesh?
doesn't exist.
Oh.
Or is Darwin actually Satan in disguise?
I have another question that's related to what this guy said. What's this guy's name again?
Randy
Palooza.
Yeah, Randy Palooza.
Right. Palooza. So this guy earlier had said this guy earlier had said that, like, look at me, look at the way I made God. This is the way, like, look at all this amazing God stuff. Blah blah blah. Right? Does he have a comb over?
I don't know. We'll have to check.
Look at him, and you tell me if he's got a comb over.
Possibly. I can't tell from this angle.
That's a really hard line. Wait till he turns his head.
This is important to understand the evolutionary backstory of what this man here changed, Charles Darwin, worldwide. Worldwide.
It's his fault?
It is undeniable.
So in Antarctica, Darwin caused them to be evolutionists?
Darwin made gay penguins.
Both. The answer to both is yes.
Undeniable that this man literally changed the world. He changed the
Not literally, figuratively changed the world. He changed the way we operate, and we were then able to extrapolate those things into other things like mechanisms and utilize them ourselves. But the things already existed the way they did.
Well, he changed parts of science.
Yeah, I mean, Darwin ate things, excreted things, so that is a modification to the world. So in technically,
is it?
Yeah. If he hadn't done that, then there would be less poop and more things to eat and turn into
That's
poop.
not a modification. That's a
Sure
pre-existing
it is.
system.
Nah, he participated in it. He accelerated it.
Accelerated
by his participation in it. Yep.
He just shit real fast.
Not technically what I meant, but you know.
Didn't Darwin also make predictions that later on were tested, and some of them worked, and some of them
them actually came true while he was still alive to watch them happen. And yeah, he made a few mistaken predictions about things like gemmules and exactly how inheritance works in organisms. He was quite wrong about that. So yeah, Darwin, like all scientists, especially scientists from the past,
but he didn't change the world. He changed people and their perception.
Look, I'm not going to say that you can't call that changing the world.
Oh, okay, fine.
All right, I think you guys should shut up because I want to learn more about that one.
Okay.
I strongly argued for a closed universe, and I was wrong. In fact, I was even more than wrong. I was like dead wrong. So you know.
He predicts Pele every month and get it almost completely wrong every time.
Always bet against Chesh's predictions when it comes to Pele.
In so many different countries. How did he do that?
That's a comb over. Yeah.
Why is it that this man, who is the president of the American Academy of Sciences, can say that Darwin's greatest discovery
it's a pretty good comb over.
Was to show that creatures that look designed did not have a designer? This is lesson number 2
Dapper, get your meat
for tonight.
Soup to match
Actually, I think it's lesson 3 after the 3 parts. Many of you think that Darwin was to explain the diversity of life or how life evolved on Earth. Wrong.
No, that's exactly what the point was. That's precisely what he was doing. He was telling you, okay, we have a whole bunch of different species who seem to have had common ancestors. How did they go from 1 species to 2 to 4 to 8 and so on? We got a couple super chats real quick. Rosina Ripsneck Keller for $1.99 says, Thomas Midgley Jr. changed the world. Which one is he?
I don't know, I'll Google it.
Okay. And then for $2, Jake, insert clever Dapper inside joke here, Nelson, says more like Randy Galuser.
Galuser.
Yeah.
Thomas McGigley Jr. Lived 19... You're new to me, aren't you? 1889 to 1944 was an American mechanical and chemical engineer. He played a major role in developing leaded gasoline and some of the first
chlorofluorocarbons.
Yes.
Thank you. CFCs, better known in the United States by the brand name Freon. Bullshit. That doesn't. So there's only one E in there.
It actually did have a notable effect on the ozone layer to the point where it alarmed people enough to cause sort of almost a worldwide ban on that process.
Both products were later banned from common use
are capable
due to the harmful impact on human health and the environment. He was granted more than 100 patents.
Good days back in the 80s when the only existential threat we faced was
you could
the hole in the ozone layer.
To the service station and get some ethyl.
Two things kind of really interesting about this is, one, he created products that were banned, and there probably were people protesting it, but they were banned and banned successfully, and the world didn't end. Imagine that. What a concept.
Wow.
Imagining banning a product. And then he also contracted polio in 1940 and was left disabled. And in 1944, he was found strangled to death by a device he devised to allow himself to get out of bed unassisted.
All right, we got a super chat.
That's the way to go.
Okay, we got a super chat. Okay, we got a super chat. Hold on. The Silu for 26 says, guys, let's get Dapper to 404 drinks with a Godzilla. So I'll take a drink for that. And hey, we're at 55, so you got a while to go.
Ooh.
All right, here we go.
Not too far from 69, though.
Totally wrong. Darwin had one purpose and one purpose only.
All right, guys, this guy can mind read Darwin. So despite what Darwin said in his books, in his letters, yes, this guy's going to project his brain backwards like he's from the great race of Yith, and he's going to go inhabit Darwin's mind and tell us what Darwin really meant, and you just think you know what he meant because you read what he wrote.
One purpose in life.
Yeah, here we go.
What is his one purpose in life?
It was to explain why creatures like myself can look so designed, but without a designer.
Just drink.
I'm going to go get another beer.
Again, Darwin was still a theist when he published The Origin of Species. Darwin was a creationist in the broad sense at that time.
Clearly, Darwin just hated engineers.
Well, who doesn't, right?
Right.
I don't understand this design
he was like a normal
stuff.
guy.
I mean, what makes you think biological stuff is designed or cosmology is designed? I mean,
because some other things are designed, Landon. That's why.
I mean, given physics, you get a universe, right? That's kind of the way stuff
because
works.
that's not how you get a car.
There, it just is.
Yeah, but if you can design a car, then the universe must have been designed.
Well, you could be Elon and design a Cybertruck, but
yeah. Well, I mean yeah, sure, he's bad at design, but
it's not a good design.
No, but that cars can be designed, or that anything else can be designed, according to Randy, is on its own demonstrative of the fact that the universe as a whole, and life in particular, was also designed. That anything is ever designed means the universe and life was designed. That is his argument. Now, you might say, but Dapper, that seems like a non sequitur. And it seems like your facts are uncoordinated. And I would say to you, first of all, are you nomad? And then I would say, correct. That is it. That is the whole argument. Salute for 26 again says, we can do it with an arm emoji. Godzilla! So we will take another drink for that.
Yeah. So by the way, Dapper, I want to just point out that there are 50 hours in which there is a time zone with the calendar date as your birthday.
Yeah.
50 consecutive hours, right? It starts with the Line Islands, Line Island time, where it's UTC plus 14 and goes all the way to their side of the thing where you get Baker Islands or BIT time zone with UTC minus 12. So from plus 14 to minus 12 plus the 24 hours in the middle gives you 50 hours. And so, in fact, you call up people at the South Pole and they'll go and say, yeah, this is the section of Earth where your birthday is, and so forth. You have 50 hours to celebrate because somewhere on Earth people are celebrating Dapper's birthday.
Well, I don't know if they're necessarily celebrating me there, but it is my birthday there. But yeah.
Well, they celebrate the day of which happens to be after Dapper's birthday, according to this arbitrary calendar.
Now, I always felt bad for anyone who was on my ship who crossed the international date line in the wrong direction and skipped over their birthday. Because we didn't keep track of which hour that happened. We just had a day, and we were like, all right, tomorrow isn't the 19th, it's the 20th. We just cut that day out, and on the other way, we also didn't keep track of what time we crossed it. We were just like, hey, tomorrow is the 7th again, but the first one is 7A, and the second one is 7B, and that's how we're going to do it. So some people on that ship got 2 birthdays, and some people just didn't have a birthday.
I have a question for Lollapalooza boy over here.
So for the actual creationists who can't answer you?
Yeah. I mean, he can read someone's mind from the future. I think I can ask him a question, right?
That is a really good point. Yeah, Randy, use your magic powers and read Chesh's mind.
And answer me from the past.
Yes.
To read his mind, are you using a Wega board or a crystal ball?
I think we have to call it a spirit board in order to avoid any kind of trouble with copyright.
That's why I called it a Wega board.
Yeah.
A Luigi board?
A Luigi board?
Is that a
Luigi board?
Okay, Luigi board. Sorry, what was it
called?
It's called Yeah. Ouija is copyrighted by Hasbro.
Yeah.
Wow.
The same people who own D&D.
Yep. Yeah. You can say Ouija board just like you can say Dungeons and Dragons or Power Rangers or any other Hasbro property, My Little Pony, Transformers. But if you're making
that's happening on Sunday, eh?
What, My Little Pony?
House of the Dragon.
Oh, yeah. But
I do
sorry, go ahead.
recommend people operate. Sorry, trademark Canada. That's how you tell I'm not Canadian, because I have to say trademark Canada.
Right, otherwise you
anyone
wouldn't have
who's
to.
not Canadian, if you say sorry, you must say trademark Canada, because Canada has the trademark on the word.
Otherwise, Canada will sue you.
For recognizing my cultural diversity.
Yes, but you have to say it like Canadians do.
Sorry.
Or a Newfie. Either one.
I like that Newfies are now not Canadian.
No, they're a special type of
Canadian. That is true. They are a special type of Canadian. I will not disagree.
They're like the Cajun English, right?
Yeah.
They speak English the way that Cajuns speak French. Coincidentally, also the way, perfect example for Quebec French versus France French.
The Newfies have their own time zone too.
Yeah, and but as the same thing, like the people like New Orleans that were exiled from places like Nova Scotia, right? The British came in and said, "You're too French," and kicked them out. How we got really interesting cuisine. One of the ways we got.
I thought it was the British that kicked them out.
Well, yes.
Hey, Doctor A, you want to go after this? We'll go outside, smoke a dart.
Yeah, but so sorry, trademark Canada.
All right. I lost where we were, so I'm going to hit play.
How we can look so engineered, but without looking to an engineer. In other words, how we can look like we were created by God, but there was no God.
Yes, Darwin, while believing that God existed and created the universe, said in his book, nowhere in there that there was no God. In fact, actually just assumed the existence of God in that book. All because secretly, again, while believing in God, he wanted you not to believe in God for reasons.
It's because God's like RC carring everybody. So God was RC carring Charles Darwin. So that way he could like cut the shaft from the wheat type garbage.
Oh.
To be like, yeah. It's all
Isn't
God's
he also
plan, right?
RC carring the wheat and the chaff?
Yeah.
So then why did he need Darwin? Why not just do it individually on each wheat and chaff?
You would think this would be a whole lot easier if he didn't have to like multitask, micromanage literally every single living and non-living. Like, does he have to RC car rocks? Because the rocks will cry out, right? That's a thing.
That's
according
that's how evil happened.
Oh.
Okay.
Damn atheist rocks.
He was too busy micromanaging everything.
Well, by the way, I'm gonna take a drink for how stupid it is that Darwin, while a theist, wanted to get everyone away from the belief in God.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call it RC carring. I would call it more like cyber trucking.
No,
well, the Cybertruck can't be controlled remotely, though. That's the thing. That's why
it
doesn't.
Can. You're a good enough programmer.
Well, yeah, okay.
By a programmer, I mean hacker.
Yeah, if you decide to control it remotely and you modify it, but normally it isn't an RC car. Let's see. Rosina Ripsneck Keller for $1.99 says, "Cut the shaft." Yeah, he did.
That's a rule in the Bible. Yeah, you're supposed to cut the shaft. Just the tip.
I think he was trying to say chaff and just said shaft, but yeah, it does seem like he said.
No, I think I said shaft.
Oh, okay, maybe you did say it.
I think they're quoting me.
You know what? I wouldn't put it past Randy to say that either, though.
No, fair enough.
That's what Darwin's purpose was. It was always his purpose. How in the world did he do it?
Is that a God-given purpose?
Yeah.
Always.
The thing that... Here's one of the things that bugs me, right? Here in 2024, no one really gives a shit about Darwin, really. Like, if you go to a scientist and like an evolutionary biologist, you say, hey, when was the last time you read your copy of Origin of the Species? Their most likely response is, I don't have a copy. Why would I need or want that? And if you're like, oh, hey, did you know that Darwin said in chapter 6 of the Origin of the Species, 5th edition? They're just like, no, and I don't care. Nothing that anyone is doing in evolutionary biology right now has really anything to do with Darwin. Darwin isn't the Pope of science, right? He's not a prophet. He's not a saint. He's a guy who got some things right and who got some things wrong. And because he got a couple important things right, we remember him as the guy who first got that right. Just like if you go to a modern physicist, like Landon, when was the last time your work involved needing to go reference like Principia Mathematica by Newton?
Almost never. I have held the book,
right,
and I have looked at Laplace's correction because Newton made a whole bunch of errors in that thing, and Laplace basically bug fixed it. So I've used the source of Laplace's correction for understanding the origin, the history of certain mathematical terms.
But let's say you're trying to do a study on volcanoes or planetary development or something like that, or stellar evolution. Do you need to reference?
No.
No,
I don't.
Never?
I don't. Besides, it would be buggy, right? It's got bugs, and I don't want to.
But, hold on, I'm sorry though, but isn't he the guy who like invented physics?
No, physics is.
Oh.
Physics was not designed. Physics is. Now, physicists try to figure out what physics does by asking questions and making tests, but physics is. Physics is not designed.
Oops.
It's not engineered. It's science. It's not engineering. Right? And that's one of the things that this guy it bugs me, is that he's kind of implying science and engineering. Engineers are not scientists. Scientists are not engineers.
Yeah. Well, tell some of the engineers that, because they seem to mix that up sometimes.
Well, it's a problem I see with some engineers, that they think they're scientists and they don't understand it. But this guy thinks essentially scientists, engineering, right? No, they're very distant and both important. But no, I don't go back to Newton. I don't go back to Plato. I don't go back to.
But Kepler certainly, right? You reference Kepler's works.
I actually reference the mathematical. Probably the closest would be I could refer to Newton or actually Laplace's correction of Newton's work on Kepler's laws. You can drive.
So wait, you don't have to have like Kepler's works all memorized in order to do like space science?
No, you actually don't, and we don't worship Newton.
Weird.
Newton was not a nice person.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Also, fig Newtons are gross.
And they contain worms.
Well, they contain.
That's okay. The next president of the United States might have a brainworm.
Right?
It is definitely dead.
So let's see. We have
sorry, trademark Canada.
I thought we had a super chat. Maybe I'm just hallucinating things. I thought there was something I was going to read, and now I don't see any of it.
Something about Jumanji?
That doesn't sound familiar, but I mean, maybe.
No, you didn't miss one. You're good.
No.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there's no show. So why does something have to be why do you think this biological stuff is engineered?
Because he wants it to be engineered by
engineers.
God. Yeah. Look, well, first, Randy was educated as an engineer. He was an engineer before he then went and got a biology degree of some kind. I don't remember exactly which kind. I think it was a medical degree.
This is a philosophical jump being made by somebody who doesn't understand philosophy.
To a large extent, yeah. The thing is, all of this is motivated, right? None of this is just simply coming to the evidence without a preconceived conclusion and seeing where the evidence leads you, right? All of this starts with, I want my beliefs about God to be true, and I mean all of them. And then I will say whatever it is that would, if true, make that more likely. And I can say it's likely to be true because it tells me that what I already know is true is correct. Right? And so when he says, the reason, look at all this engineered stuff in organisms, the reason he thinks it's engineered in the first place is because he believes it was designed by God. And he believes that the design process that God is using is at least analogous to the design process that humans use when they build complex machines. But that's the problem. He starts with that conclusion, and then he does whatever he can to make that conclusion seem as plausible as possible. Right? That's why.
No.
Oh, I know. That's not how it works. Or it's not how it should.
Go ahead.
There's a difference between, like, trying to make a plausible or feasible argument, ignoring or based on specific criteria or specific, like, pieces of knowledge that you're pulling from, right? So if you were to say, like, hey, I'm making an argument why evolution isn't accurate, and it is a rhetorical argument. So, like, which is the one that he's based off? Like, this whole talk so far has been based off of the watchmaker argument. But he is basing this off of an argument that has already been addressed and already is no longer applicable. It might have been a good argument, and that's great, good for it then, but you have to update and adapt your argument or drop it and make a new one when new stuff or more advanced information becomes available. And so that's what makes it not good.
That's the problem. Science is always changing. What you have to do is you have to stand on your particular interpretation of the unchanging Word of God that isn't really all that unchanging, but that's okay. Don't worry about that because I said it's unchanging, therefore it is.
Well, it's ignoring the straight philosophy, right?
Don't worry about philosophy. You don't have to worry about any of that. All you have to do is accept Randy Galuz's particular interpretation of the Bible, and then everything falls into place, even though give him money. Yeah, even though none of it's logically consistent. And also ideally give him money. And then, it all works. It all works, even when it doesn't.
Part of the problem is that a lot of this also goes against the general theology. The general theology being that no man knows the mind of God. And so if you're going to go ahead and base your argument off of God said this, meaning this definitive, only this thing possible literally ever, then you're throwing your theology out the window.
Let me mention something that Feynman said. I think is to me, which I think is
this better be a quote when he was playing a bard.
No, actually, it wasn't. It was a different time than when he was doing DNA. Sorry, trademark Canada. Feynman impressed on me saying that science it values question. Dogma gives you answers. The scientist, your job is to question. And if you get what you think is an answer, the next stage is to ask more questions about the answer. Question the answer.
The next question.
Mm-hmm. Question the answer and then ask more questions, right? And in fact, when I would come into Feynman's class, he always started a lecture with, are there any questions? You better have had questions because there's always questions, right? That's what a scientist is involved with. So science values questions over answers. Dogma gives you answers and doesn't care about the question.
I hated that in school because they would ask you if you had any questions about a topic that they would just explain in the general. And it's like, I don't understand the topic enough to ask a real question yet.
Well, so you begin by asking questions about the topic.
I don't know.
What are we even talking about? That's a perfectly valid question. What is all of this?
Yeah, I'm going to ask that in high school.
Oh, but seriously.
What are we talking about?
If we're talking about algebraic
my math
topology,
class explained to me what math was.
And to say, hey, this is a class on algebraic topology. Are there any questions? There's some obvious questions to ask, right? That's part of the scientific process, is asking questions.
All right, I'm going to hit play on Randy. We're gonna hit play on Randy.
Hey, before I gotta run.
All right.
So
bye, kid.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Dapper.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone.
Goodbye, new best friend.
Thank you. Bye.
They're both Canadian. That's all it takes. They all know each other.
Yeah.
All Canadians are actually friends with each other. It's just a fact.
Except when it comes to hockey, and then we will fight to death.
Or if you're Albertan.
The Texas of Canada.
All right, here we go.
Just kidding.
Take a trip with some historians of science who are going to explain it. The man you see on the screen, his name is Stephen Jay Gould. He was the world's best historian of evolutionary science. He's passed away now, but
Stephen Jay Gould, the world's best historian of evolutionary science. I've never heard that before.
Really?
I don't know where he's getting that. I mean, Stephen Jay Gould did write about like the history of evolution, but I don't think that's what he was most known for. Hey, Manya.
Hi, Manya.
Hey, she's back.
Also, Creationist.
Crew.
Creationist. Dr. Dan, get back in here. Come on. What are you waiting for? You're like, I want to wait until you guys are.
Crew right now.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Hey.
So hi, Dap. Hi, Manya.
This is a tavern now.
A question about the Darwin. So, weren't there people? He's basically laying the all the blame on Darwin. Well, weren't there other people contemporary to Darwin around his time that were exploring this general question? So who would have been like Wallace? I know the Wallace line, Wallace of the Wallace line, or other. Who else would have been if Darwin hadn't been Pope of the atheistic evolutionists? who would have been the bishop?
Theologist Pope of atheism.
So look, Wallace is one option. I do think Wallace's reasoning was less rigorous than Darwin's. Although I'm more familiar with Darwin, so don't quote me on that. But like, there were literally hundreds of naturalists who were going around making similar observations, even if both Wallace and Darwin had just never been born or just hadn't made their observations. It would have happened probably within a decade of when Origin was published, right? It's not just a coincidence that someone else was about to publish essentially the same ideas, and that was what spurred Darwin to finally actually get his manuscript together and publish it. And he had to be encouraged to do that by people like Charles Lyell, who, by the way, again, lifelong Christian, didn't agree with Darwin, but still wanted his friend Darwin to get his work out there so that people could evaluate it. And by the way, Creationist says, I'll be in soon as long as y'all aren't going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. And so just hop in. And
we're going nowhere fast in this video.
Yeah.
One thing that I think is probably like really, really relatable for everybody in this stream right now, and everybody who's been in this stream, and they can correct me in the comment section if I'm wrong, and they can at me and tell me how wrong I am.
Yeah.
And I don't think they will. And anybody who's in the live chat right now, and if you think I'm wrong, come and fight me over on my channel. That nobody is anywhere without the encouragement of other people.
I generally agree.
Yeah. Yay!
If you do not support and encourage the people that you care about, or the people that are around you, you're going to get about as far as they will, which is fucking nowhere.
Yay!
You're gonna get nowhere fast.
Well said, Josh. Clap, 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 clap. Yay!
Thank you.
Chesh,
I am the uwu guru. Thank you very much.
Chesh, for a second there, you look like Bigfoot. You were all blurry.
Do you like my giant puck?
I do. It's got a big old nose right there.
Hat on.
You should boop him.
It's boopable. It's boopable. Boop. Boop.
There it is.
Boop.
All right, here we go.
When he was alive, he was the best in the world. And he asks a really important question. What is the motor of organic change? More specifically, how are life and earth related? Does the external environment and all of its alterations set the course of change, or does change arise from some independent and internal dynamic within organisms themselves?
I mean, that doesn't seem like a dichotomy, right? It's like a chicken and egg thing. Which comes first? The changes in the environment, or the organisms encountering the changes and having to deal with them? It's simultaneous.
Why would the organism change if there's no reason to change?
Yeah,
like there are many currently existing organisms, like more or less complicated, which is not good wording, but whatever. We're gonna play on their wording. That have barely changed. Most of like your alligator crocodile species, you've got sharks that have barely done too much changing, depending on like what type of shark you're looking at, and then you've also got things like coelacanths.
Yeah,
and then some bacteria that is just also, like.
We have a new person who has joined.
Oh, yay!
Hello.
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hey, I'm not the one to celebrate. I'm just here to say happy birthday, and I hope everything's going well. I mean, been tuning into the stream a bit.
Oh.
I can't stay too long, but wanted to make my presence known and give my congratulations.
You have a fun title. Are you are you a age of certain rocks, or are you the age of rock, or you're like rock and roll age? What
are you older or younger than Dapper?
I was just going to say that I'm the only thing older than Dapper.
There you go. Nice.
I wanted to see if you were looking forward to the big 6000000 or how many.
So, by the way, the answer probably the oldest rocks in the universe are probably on the order of about 13 billion years old. Because rocks, given the materials, you probably need to have at least a second generation star to create the elements to make rocks.
So, by the way, real
something
quick,
to create heavier elements there to make something solid enough to be a rock, right?
In case anyone is wondering, by the way, this is Dr. John Baker, who has been on the channel a few times before. Usually not as a cave, but rather in his own human suit.
Well, according to my Buffalo University, you're a vessel of blood, right? That's a blood vessel, right? Isn't that?
Something like that. And also, Dr. Dino is here from, I presume, the road. Or no, it's starting tomorrow, right? You're muted. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, howdy.
Hey.
Yeah, sorry, I was having a little internet crisis.
Oh, it happens. So, in case anyone is not
clear,
Dr. Dino, I was on a stream with him for 12 hours over on Erica's channel.
Was that the yesterday?
Yeah, day before yesterday.
Hi.
Day before yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a bunch of fun. I was hungover for most of the next day, but I've had worse.
You definitely drank a lot more than I did that night.
What were you drinking?
Yes.
Yeah, all of it.
Well said.
Good answer.
All right, I'm gonna hit play.
Listen,
on.
My family's Irish. I got a tolerance. But it snuck up on me.
I'm gonna hit play on Randy.
Stop in and say hi.
Irish beer.
Sorry, just super quick. I just wanted to drop in and say hi. I didn't think you guys would still be on.
Oh yeah.
So I just wanted to say happy birthday in person.
Thank you.
I'll probably be here in the background packing.
Well, hey.
Let me tell you what they're saying. Every one of you, all of you in this room here, you relate to your environment.
Yeah.
All of you right now are relating to your environment.
Yeah,
all of you right now are relating to me.
It's always cold.
Yeah.
It's always cold. Every time.
And you're relating to so many other things in your environment. He's asking the question like this. When the environment changes and you change, question number one, is the environment changing you? Is the environment changing you? Or, number two, are you changing yourself?
So Dapper, I have a question.
Yes.
Regarding change. How many creationists does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know, Landon. How many does it?
That's why I'm asking the.
No, Landon, that's a setup for a joke.
Yes, and I'm asking the chat.
They gotta get a chance to answer.
How many creationists does it take?
Chat, what should Landon's punchline be?
I have another question.
Okay.
How many, if you hooked up a bunch of creationist brains, how many would it take to put out the equivalent electrode firing to be able to power a potato clock?
Well,
you have to give your answer in units of Hovend.
Yeah.
But yes, so that's why I say I asked the chat.
Okay.
How many creations does it take to change a light bulb?
Is that like an ounces of
and
viper
give a number
venom?
and then explain why. Explain your number. If you could.
It is moles per cubic kilometer. Whatever the equivalent would be in electricity.
There isn't one, but yeah. Because that's not how electricity works. But so the thing with Randy's thing to actually give a response to this question, because I think it's a malformed question, right? It's kind of like asking, so Landon, you do some stuff with some rockets here and there, right? Does the exhaust push the rocket, or does the rocket push the exhaust? I feel like both are the same thing.
They push each other. It's one of the things that Newton did about action reaction stuff.
Yeah, and it's the same thing if you're asking, like, does the organism change itself? And by organism, I'm going to say the population, right? Do populations adapt to their environment because the environment pushes them, or because they make changes? And the answer is it's the same thing.
Both.
Yeah, it's not. There's no distinction there.
I recall a flat earther telling me that rockets can't move in space because they only move because they push against the ground. Once they leave the ground.
What? Oh my god. Okay.
You can't be a flat earther without a fundamental misunderstanding of the laws of motion. But also, we do have a problem here. Dr. Dan would like to drop in, and we are currently full. So, is there anyone who would like to drop out to let Dan in, or do we make Dan suffer?
Go ahead. You can go ahead.
I can drop out.
Well, anyone who wants to, feel free to just drop, and then after one person drops, I'll add in Dan.
I think Dr. Dino was saying that he was.
Yeah, he's got a pack for his trip. Dan, welcome back.
Hey.
Hello.
Now, Dan, you are an evolutionary biologist.
How was the adulting?
So
it was good. Kids are good.
So here's my question to you: does the environment cause change, or do organisms change? Because that sounds like the same question to me, but maybe it's not, and you're the expert here.
Okay, so I think the question, this until the 1940s, was an open question.
Make him big.
Are there, okay, there we go. Are there, basically, is there going to be pre-existing variation in a population? And then as the environment changes, you're going to select for different, kind of subsets of that variation. Or is a population able to kind of affirmatively adapt to an environment as that environment changes? I think that's kind of the question. And the answer is that the variation is pre-existing and uncorrelated with the environment, and the environment kind of dictates which of the present variants are best. But organisms are not able to respond to their environment by saying, you know what, I need this specific adaptation, so that's what I'm going to mutate into so that I can better compete in this particular environment.
And was there an experiment that maybe I mentioned earlier that starts with an L that demonstrated this effectively?
There's a very specific experiment that you mentioned earlier that starts with an L, the Luria-Delbruck fluctuation test, which I think was from 1942, where they did this really nifty thing with bacteria and viruses and found basically it's the gold standard of science for making predictions, right? So what they were able to do is say, okay, if the environment induces specific mutations, right? And we take these bacterial populations, they're all, they're descended from a common ancestor within the lab. If the environment dictates the mutations, then when we expose each of those populations to bacteriophages, viruses that infect bacteria, we should see approximately the same rate of resistance across all these different populations. If the variation is pre-existing and it's just due to, stochastic mutations that occur at some point, right?
But finish the point.
Then we should see large variations. Some of the populations will have had the relevant mutation earlier, so you have a lot of descendants that have that phenotype. Some of the populations will have experienced that mutation more recently, so you have very few, and some maybe didn't have it at all. So you see a big variation, and what do we see? We see the second thing.
So before you guys ask the questions, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bow out for a second, grab myself another fresh drink, because I'm almost out, and this is mostly water anyway, because of the ice. And you guys continue on that conversation, and I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Fresh, take over.
Oh, okay. I'll take over. I definitely won't do anything. Okay. So, quick question. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to, underhanded softball it to you. Dr. Dan.
Those are the best questions.
For what if you have a creature or an entity or a kind, whatever you want, like an ant or a human or a termite, we're basically bugs. If we change our environment intentionally, how much would we have to change our environment intentionally to force or enable a change within ourselves from a biological standpoint?
Yeah, so this is like a whole thing in evolutionary biology. It's called niche construction, where,
let Dr. Dan go, then Manya will go, and then Landon will go.
But this is a thing in evolutionary biology called niche construction, where you change your ecosystem, and that changes the selection dynamics surrounding the populations that live in that ecosystem. And my favorite example of this, my go-to example of this, is beavers, right? So beavers build a dam, and they take a stream that's generally going to be faster moving, shallow water, and they change it into deeper stationary water, right?
Yeah.
Just standing water. That's a completely different ecosystem, right? So now the selective pressures affecting the things that live in that ecosystem are going to be different, because you have, instead of, for example, fast moving water where you're going to be like, you got to optimize if like you're going to be on the bottom, you have to be able to hang on so you don't get swept away, right? But now if you're in the standing water, the pool that resulted from the beaver lodge blocking that stream, now that's not a thing you have to deal with. So now there might be other selective pressures that are going to like drive like the shape of your body, for example.
And for example, in what world does a creature do something so detrimental? Like, if you're going to build something to change your environment, you're building something to your already existing advantage. There would be no reason for the beaver to adapt to a system that the beaver intentionally built against its own build. Like, why would it ever do that?
Right, like it's a a feedback mechanism, right? Where you change the environment, that imposes a selective pressure. You adapt to that environment. You change a little more, imposes selective pressure. It's not like these organisms. It's not like they're adapted for just splashing around in very shallow, fast-moving water. And one day they were just like, you know what? Had enough of this. We're making it a pool now. And like that was it. Like I don't know the evolutionary history of beavers, but like if a lot of similar organisms build burrows in the ground, right? So that's a similar kind of thing, except they're constructing it in a different place. It's not like
the dynamic.
It's not like they're changing their environment in such a way that makes that environment highly detrimental to themselves.
Right.
Right.
Manya, you said you had something, and then we'll get Landon to go, because I think there's some answers to Landon's question in the chat.
Kind of similar to what Chesh. I don't know if it's a question or rather a statement. Have humans changed their ecosystem so much that we have stopped evolving?
So we have changed our ecosystem a ton. You can document that there are still human traits under selection in specific places. So like there's very famously in Tibet, which the Tibetan plateau was only settled relatively recently. So within the last, I don't know if anyone knows this better than I do, 20 to 30,000 years, I want to say. It relatively recently in the history of human migrations. So like there's a couple of specific alleles, which are variants of genes. There's a couple specific alleles that are within Tibetan populations that are very frequent, that are rare in the neighboring Han Chinese populations, which is the sister group, the evolutionarily like the closest group. So like they diverged relatively recently geographically from each other. And so there are certain alleles associated with blood oxygenation that are enriched in the Tibetan populations that are not in the Han Chinese populations, because there's no selective pressure in the populations living at lower altitudes. But there's a huge benefit.
Hold up. We got a super chat.
Super chat.
Oh.
And it came in a little while ago, so I want to make sure we get to it. Savage, the front hips Cobra for $5 says, the 40. This must be the bleeding edge of young Earth creationist research. Also, AIG is a bag of the opposite number of things that Roger thinks caves are. Yeah. Yeah. Take a drink for that.
I need to drink to that one.
That's a good way to do it.
And you've seen the Roger pointing to a cave on his computer with his feather, and then just saying, that's a vagina, as he points to a cave. Because that's a thing he's done.
I know I'm sure that I could like make a list of all the ones that he's pointed at.
He's not kidding.
And then I would.
No, he's not.
I would be
he's
like,
dead serious.
That one definitely. Like I could compare and be like, mine looks like that, like that, like that. Not like that one. Definitely like that one.
I'm sorry,
definitely
but how do you mistake a giant cavity full of phallic features for? Okay, never mind. I'm not going to go there.
Stalagmites.
John, I encourage you to go to Roger's channel and just watch like 2 random videos and let me know what you think, because any 2 videos that you pick will have the most insane geology takes you can think of. Did you know that the pyramids... all sorts of stuff. Did you know, for instance, John, that the Great Pyramid in Giza, was not made of sandstone? Instead, what that actually is it's ground up lung meat that has been pressed into a mold and then turned into solid sandstone by the Egyptians.
That's really impressive. I think I need to check this channel out.
Is it like the electrons or protons? Or
oh yeah, he's got all sorts of physics stuff. He thinks that like every camera artifact in his buddy from Australia's camera is actually a picture of macroscopic scale photons, which themselves are composed of dark matter neutrinos and bright matter electrons, which, yeah.
When was the last time y'all watched Flat Earth Aussie? Jesus.
And also, don't forget, the electron is made itself of a neutrino and an electron, which means that electrons are recursive, and therefore should have infinite mass, because electrons are recursive.
I have a side question for Dr. Dan while everybody processes.
I'm so confused right now.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah. Like,
yes.
It was Landon's turn. Yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, by the way, and when you were on the big screen, I was admiring a number of cool things in your background.
Yeah, me too.
You could have a number of conversations about objects. Say, oh, I know about that. Oh, and that's a cool thing about the thing. And yeah, there's a number of signs and other little objects back there that are really quite. Your background is full of interesting conversation things. Congratulations on your background.
Thank you. I appreciate that because it is highly curated because this is the background I use when
oh my god.
Like I'm on Zoom with meetings or students or anything. This is the background. So there's
well, I've been looking at some of the nooks and crannies there. So I'm sorry. This why don't show this thing's like is just a good federal, but like even that famous diagram of multi-dimensional data and then you have life, and then of course there's those cars, and of course the equal work, and then I heart unions.
Yeah, this way. Yeah. So we were. Yeah, the backstory there is my union. We were on strike for a week last year.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
I'm a strong labor supporter.
I've had this conversation so many times that I probably pissed Landon off because I'm like, people don't understand when you are on YouTube or you are on a stream, you are watching whatever is in the background is a conscious choice.
Yeah.
So even if it's a mess and people just didn't bother, it means they made a conscious choice to not care.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why we've got the dark crystal.
But that was just an observation. My question was, when will biologists give back the word evolution? Because I had somebody when we were talking on the thing about. When I was having a conversation, we're talking about the
Pokemon Fans Unite,
Earth series and the Big Bang process, and I was using the word stellar evolution, and someone wrote to me and said, "Stars can't evolve because they're not alive."
Yeah, I mean it's the same thing where like words have different meanings in different contexts. You want to say stellar evolution, like go for it, but like I always, I'm a biological evolutionary biologist, right? And the word evolution means a specific thing in that context, just like theory means a specific thing in science, and fitness and evolution means a different thing compared to when you go to the gym, right? It's just like words have specific meanings in context.
And mathematics has a different thing as well.
But also, I do think it is definitely a thing that when you talk to someone who is reasonably scientifically literate and you say, I want to discuss evolution, they usually do not mean stellar evolution. That's not usually what is communicated.
That makes me sad.
I have a question for the panel.
Okay, here we go.
Right. What is the difference, and what is the line? Where's the the close differentiating line between social evolution and biological evolutionary?
How long do you want my rant to be?
Oh boy! Let's go. Is this a whole video that you need to do?
So this is not like a thing. I might do this on the channel at some point because it's just fun. But it's not. I literally did this in class on Thursday though because so we did we did behavioral evolution was one of our topics in class. So this is a really important thing I need everybody to understand because this is like a big thing that pops up like outside of science. It pops up in the New York Times. It pops up in common stuff that people read that are not like specifically
stuff that
scientific.
Is definitely not suddenly owned by Jeff Bezos. Yeah, got it.
So there is a subfield of evolution that seeks to explain all of human behavior and therefore like higher order things like
Psychology
societal structures as a product of our evolutionary history. This is the field of evolutionary psychology. And I want to make sure that we're completely clear on this. Evolutionary psychology is a dumpster fire.
Oh, yeah.
It is
Sounds odd.
It is a trash heap on fire. It is the worst.
Sounds like a perfect grift.
You get it right away. It is a giant grift.
So does that mean I can discuss evolutionary Twitter to that thing that the Mr. Protocols Control calls whatever it calls
it? Twitter.
If you bring up evolutionary psychology and tag the right people on Twitter, you will have a million really freaking weird fanboys in your.
Oh, you gotta all right. You gotta send me this. You need to DM me like in 20 minutes and give me this list because I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna go throw a Molotov cocktail into the dumpster fire.
Jordan Peterson, Steven Pinker, Rob Trivers, just mention any of these people, and it's like summoning like hordes of like wannabe alpha chats. Wow. It's
but Dan,
it's my favorite.
You're basically a lobster when it comes to your brain, though. So
Dapper, I will reach through the screen. Okay, because here's the thing. How this is like Jordan Peterson's thing with the lobster and the dominance, and it's like we have the same thing. But here's the thing: in order for that to make any freaking sense, that trait would have to be present in the common ancestor, like the alleles that promote that behavior. And to start off, most behaviors don't have a genetic basis, right? But for a behavior to evolve, step one has to have a genetic basis, right? Step two, there has to be variation in that behavior according to the variation in the alleles that are present in the population.
Psychology have genetic?
Well, I mean, there are genetically determined behaviors.
There are behaviors that are associated with specific alleles, and we can point to these. Like, for example, this is a really funny one. You can evolve mice in the lab that are like hyperactive. Like, you can make them. Yeah. The average mouse on its little spinning wheelie thing will do I think it's like 4,000 to 6,000 revolutions per day. You can evolve mice in the lab that'll do 10, 12, 14,000 revolutions. Like that is like.
But that's through generations, right?
Yeah, it's over generations you would evolve.
Yeah, because like, for example, you were talking about the high altitude thing. When I go to Atacama Desert to acclimate to go to the South Pole, I'm trying to modify my physiology so that I don't have altitude sickness.
There is dogs.
That's different.
You can do that.
That's a different thing, right?
For people to be able to become adapted to the Antarctic and the plateau, they need to actually have people.
There's kind of two levels to it, right? Because within any for a given set of genes, when you ask a biologist, there's no simple answers. I'm sorry. It's just sorry.
TM Canada.
For a set of for whatever genes that you have, right? There's going to be a range of like blood oxygen content that you can achieve based on the expression pattern. And doing things like exercising a lot or spending time at high altitude is going to change your gene expression stuff such that you're going to like make more red blood cells, express more hemoglobin, so you're going to do things that allow you to more efficiently get oxygen into your blood. But the maximum ceiling that you could achieve is still going to be lower than somebody that has those particular alleles beneficial at high altitude, right? So you spend 30,000 years, generation after generation, living above 10,000 feet, your maximum blood oxygen or the rate of saturation or whatever metric you're going to use is just better than someone who doesn't have that in their evolutionary history.
Dapper, I got one.
Okay.
Manya and I were talking about this earlier, but Manya, you go first, and then I'll go because we were talking about this earlier. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Thank you. I think you're gonna appreciate it. Go.
So, building on Landon's point, so the Gurkhas, they are a special class of soldiers, and they are specifically selected because of where they live in the Tibetan mountains, because they have more stamina and stuff. Yeah. So, this is how people take advantage of evolution. So here we go. And that was just my one tiny point.
So,
and by the way, By the way,
there's one thing I want to say about that in just a second, but Landon first, I think.
They're going to come to the Antarctic, plateau to do training on high altitude rescue stuff. It's one of the groups that show up there. They're actually quite good at doing what they're doing, and they are less susceptible to the stuff. Because like when I go to the pole region, my initial blood oxygen drops down to about 79%.
Holy shit!
And you have to be very careful to not get altitude sickness because it's like 2,000 kilometers before you can get lower stuff and travel. So you work hard, use Diamox, you drink enormous amounts of fluid. It means you have to go and urinate a lot. It's a mess.
It freezes while you're midstream. It's a nightmare.
Oh my god!
Yeah, Dr. Dan, what do you got?
Okay, I just want to say, related to that last bit there, I just want to be clear. We're talking about minute differences in human subpopulations that have been separated by an evolutionary time, the blink of an eye. And I want to be clear that all of the different traits and variation we're talking about here in no way mean that there are anything resembling separate human races that are separate biological entities. I want to be very clear about this for everybody.
I was born without an appendix, guys, so you know.
A serious question: then how fast could it be? Let's say some people decided they're going to go and make people down. I'm saying it nicely down in Antarctica. How many generations would you need before the kids or offspring would have a better adaptation to Antarctica? Which is high altitude
in Antarctica.
This gets I forget who asked it a little while ago, but this gets at the second half of something somebody asked a little while ago, and we got as we do. But in order for that to happen at all, you have to have differential survival and reproduction according to the traits that make you better or worse at living in that environment. So like right now, like you talk about, my blood oxygen goes down.
So you wouldn't be allowed to go make kids there. We'd have to get somebody who's optimal at making kids there.
But even if you did, the idea is that like with, modern technology, modern medicine, modern knowledge of like, I just have to drink more water to keep my blood volume up, like all these things, that doesn't necessarily mean that if you take somebody who's not adapted to an environment like that and someone who is, they might have the same number of kids, and therefore the alleles that make you better or not as good in that environment won't change in frequency relative to each other.
So if your goal was to like create a group or subclass of people who are better at surviving in Antarctica.
Eugenics.
Yes, and hypothetically, if this is what you were going to do, you wouldn't take Landon to go have kids. You would go and test a handful of people, and then you would take the people who passed this test.
Yeah, you do eugenics plus. Yeah, it would be eugenics powered by genomics is what you would do. So, don't do that, anybody. Anyone watching,
but Dr. Dan, endorsing that. So serious question. The thing on the other hand is that the Antarctic environment, dying is considered really bad form. And it'd be very expensive.
It's very rude
to take dead bodies back. It messes
more
up a lot of
expensive.
So
you'd have to have a lot of
So there's an extraordinary amount of effort goes into having people not die
Turns
down
out
there.
IRL, you don't count as an item anymore.
No, I mean, it's a serious question. Doesn't that then interfere? Because if you're trying to say let's have people breed down there and make Antarctic babies and see what happens, the fact that the whole process and structures around keeping people alive and
this is a whole thing. We need to
frame this around. Can we frame this around like bringing grizzly bears down there, just so it's less terrifically unethical? Can we just make it about grizzly? Okay. Like if we want to re-evolve polar bears, can we do that
or
instead?
Rats? Yeah, we don't have to use people.
Okay, how about this? Dan, is there an answer to the question about how many generations does it take for an organism to adapt to a significantly different environment to the point that they are no longer the same species as the parent population?
I have to answer that question. I have a specific question for you, Dapper, and the question is this: are we using real human generations in genetics, or are we using Nathaniel Jeanson generations in genetics?
Real.
So, I mean, the Tibetan. I'm going to Google this real fast because I don't actually know the answer. But like for Tibet, was
Dapper, I got another question, but would you rather move on? Because I'm not going to be.
Well, while Dan is doing the
I got an answer for you.
Oh my god!
Hold on. All right, I will say Dan is going to go. Then I'll pick someone else.
Continuous occupation of the Tibetan Plateau for the last 30 to 40,000. My guess was pretty good. I said 30-ish. So it was about 30 to 40,000 years. And those alleles are, we'll say, the phrase is they are highly enriched. Those blood oxygen level alleles are highly enriched in Tibetan indigenous populations now compared to 30 to 40,000 years ago, right? So you're looking at the time you would have to spend to do this because remember, for most of those 30, 40,000 years, we do not have modern medicine, right? We do not have modern technology. So you're looking at a reasonably strong selective pressure operating over tens of thousands of years, and it takes tens of thousands of years.
So thousands of generations has not resulted in a speciation event. So we would...
Yeah, because there's no reproductive isolation.
Right. But if there had been reproductive isolation, do you think 1,000 generations would have been enough to create a new species of high-altitude organisms?
It totally depends. You can find instances in biology where things have been separated for way longer than that, and they can still interbreed. You can find examples where things have been separated for way more recently, and they can't interbreed. So,
So I'm gonna say, Chesh, it is your turn next.
Wait, Landon's got his hand up. What's going on?
Yeah,
there?
But Landon's been talking a lot, and Chesh has been trying to break in for a very long time. So I'm gonna go with Chesh.
Go for it.
So Lonnie and I, before the Dumb Fact Friday today, we're having a giggle about the idea of women's periods syncing up.
I'm gonna take another drink.
Immediate regret. No. Okay, hold on, I have a thing. It's okay. Follow me here. We are having this conversation because Monty and I have started getting close to syncing up, but we've never met in person. So we were talking and spitballing about do you need to be in local proximity, or does it matter because you're getting endorphin or that interaction in your brain that's causing certain chemical reactions that's going to do it over distance? I
have no idea, but I will say this. So that's always a good thing, right? I have no idea, but I'm gonna theorize anyway. So I get this question literally every year in class, and my answer is always.
And you still don't know? What are you doing?
Obviously, one of you travel at 99% of the speed of light to undergo time dilation, so that you don't think in a same
It can't require being together in person because humans don't have pheromones, which are signaling chemicals externally. We don't have that. There are no human pheromones that have ever been identified ever.
You hear that, Alpha Chad incels? We don't got no pheromones, so anybody buying perfume that smells like eggs, fucking stop.
You know where that comes from? You know what field that BS comes from?
Axe?
Evolutionary psychology. There's a famous experiment.
Circle.
No, Google this. Google dirty T-shirt experiment.
I remember that one.
Google AI. Google AI.
Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hit play on Randy, and we're gonna see what Randy has to say.
Let Randy talk, guys.
I still have a question. I'll wait till later.
When we design something as engineers, we always design it so what we build changes itself.
What?
Yeah, that just sounds like a thing that's not true.
What?
My computer isn't changing itself in response to the environmental conditions.
Right. He's talking about I missed all of the stuff since I left 5 hours ago, but he's talking about CET, right?
He hasn't gone anywhere.
Yeah.
We've made it no time.
Yeah, we're at 18 minutes in.
I can't imagine how that happened.
That's who Dapper being having a birthday. I do have a question about the Tibetan Plateau date. You're talking about 30, 40,000 years. Let me take you back to Antarctica, right? In the 113 years since we've been to the South Pole, equipment has changed, right? So that someone like Scott or Amundsen and their stuff versus modern stuff, you can be down there quite comfortably. Now, the question comes of how fast could you get people? How many generations would it be under modern conditions?
Guys, hold on.
Because example,
Rosina Ripsnack Keller has 190 for 199 says less eugenics, more Randy. which I think means, Landon, you might have to take this question about penguin eugenics.
We'll have to get Dr. Dan on.
Just a teeny little. I'll give a quick answer. The answer is modern medicine and modern technology has allowed humanity to. I'm going to say it in a very specific way to achieve a situation called relaxed selection. That means in the past you would die, but in the present you don't die. That's a good thing. People talk about relaxed selection as like, oh no, it's making our genetic. No, relaxed selection is awesome because it means a century ago, 500 years ago, a millennium ago, like you would die.
I'd be dead.
And now you aren't. Like that's awesome. Right?
Well, here we go.
So like there's your answer.
Darwin is going to flip the design on its head and say the environment changes you. Darwin devised an anti-design...
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The environment doesn't change you. You have variation due to genetic processes like mutation and recombination, but the
You're more or less
doesn't...
successful.
You're adapting to the environment.
Yeah, and when the environment does cause those changes, it's through things like mutagenesis, like from radiation or something, and that's not going to like cause you to gain a specific trait. It's stochastic.
It depends on what you mean by change, right?
It changed to your nucleotide sequence in your genome.
Okay.
Manya, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was making a joke. I was like, I can't be a mutant. I can't join X-Men.
No, you're already a mutant, and you still can't join the X-Men.
Yeah.
Explanation for adaptation. Now, how did he do it? Well,
by writing
going back to this man, Stephen Jay Gould, this is what he looked like when he was older. In his book, which explains evolutionary theory, I'm going to read to you two quotes. They're very important.
All right, here we go.
And he said this, I proceed in this way for a very principled reason, and not merely as convenience. All major evolutionary theories before Darwin, what's that telling you? Many people thought about evolution before Darwin.
Yep.
But they presented a fundamentally internalistic account based on intrinsic and predictable patterns within organisms.
I'm not even sure what he means by that. Are you?
He's talking about Lamarck.
Yeah, but like, what does Randy mean by internalizable?
Here's what he means. So here you go. I got this. This is I can translate this from Randy into real information.
And be like
I got this. So what he's talking about is Lamarck, because Lamarck was the first person to propose a naturalistic theory of evolution, and he did this in the early to mid 1830s, I think I want to say, and he his idea was that you have constant spontaneous generation of bacteria. That word didn't exist at the time. That's okay. We call them bacteria now. It doesn't matter. And those things constantly get more and more complex. So he envisioned, basically, if you look at the modern world from bacteria at the bottom all the way up to humans at the top, the humans are the result of the oldest life forms that have evolved through all these different stages and arrived at the most complex state. And then if you go, the other vertebrates and then the invertebrate animals and plants and fungi and microbes and eventually prokaryotic bacteria, those are all the result of more and more distant originations of life. So that like the birds, for example, are a fairly distant the result of a fairly distant lineage in Earth's past. The existing bacteria or fungi are the result of a more recent origination, and they follow this trajectory of increasing complexity due to Lamarck's evolution theories about how evolution works. And in Lamarck's kind of mechanistic idea, each individual is going to evolve in their lifetime according to what they do and how they use their body and how they use their morphology, and then pass those differences on to their kids. So in Darwin, kind of the level of evolution occurs at the population as frequencies, he didn't know about genes or anything, but as gene frequencies change, populations change. And he called this descent with modification. For Lamarck, if you go back 20 or 30 years earlier, it's not about populations. It's about individuals who change in their lifetimes, and then they pass those changes, those morphological changes, onto their kids. So the kids start the next generation with the evolved morphology from the previous generation.
Do you think some chronic diseases fall in that category?
No, nothing
No?
There's nothing that works according to the way Lamarck described it. The closest thing is epigenetics, but if you get into like the nuts and bolts of what Lamarck proposed, it still doesn't work. Some people say epigenetics is Lamarckian. They're wrong. It's not. It's yeah.
If I were to then take a step forward and say, and now I'm going to explain it how a church or like a youth group would understand it, it's that
there we go.
Individual, like if I take a goldfish and I take it out of the water, it's gonna fucking die.
Correct.
But if I take a goldfish and I put it in less and less water over an amount of time, over generations of varying goldfish, I get a mud skipper.
Not even over generations, individuals. So the classic example to illustrate how this doesn't work is giraffes with the tall neck, because according to Lamarck, if you have giraffes, individuals that are stretching to reach those higher leaves, then those giraffes that are eating from the tall trees rather than the lower bushes, those higher eating giraffes are going to have kids who are inherently taller.
Yeah. And there was a famous experiment that was done with mice where if that's true and then you dock the tails of mice, eventually their offspring should start being born with shorter tails. And that never worked. No matter how many generations you dock the tails on mice, they never start having short-tailed babies.
The example I use in class is to show a picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger in his bodybuilding days and point out that those would be the weirdest looking babies ever.
Which isn't how it works.
Which is not how it works.
Yeah. All right. Here's some more Randy.
So what he's saying is this. Many people thought about evolution before Darwin, but they were trying to explain how organisms changed by what was inside the organism, as if the organism was changing itself. He goes on to say this. Darwin's theory.
So wait, is Randy trying to become like the new Lamarck? He's trying to be a champion for the return of Lamarck?
Basically, that's kind of what CET is. Yeah, if you need it during your life, you're going to evolve it and then pass it to your kids. Yeah.
All right.
So he's plagiarizing. Okay.
What does that mean for people who are gingers?
Oh, you're just screwed either way.
Oh, all right.
Oh, no.
Strong,
do you have souls?
in revolutionary contrast, presents the first externalist account of evolution. Darwin overturned all previous accounts by thus granting the external environment a causal and controlling role in evolutionary change.
Didn't he already
This is really important.
That the location? Didn't he already agree that environment changed you?
So that's one of the. I'm going to answer Chesh's question, and then we're going to have Landon go. So that's one of the problems I have with this, right? Is because while I do think that Dan is right that he's sort of trying to bring back Lamarck, part of Lamarck is still that animals have to adapt to the environment around them, and that the changes that they make will be affected and caused by that environment, right? So when he says, well, it's not the environment that changes you, that doesn't seem to be true under Lamarckism or whatever Randy's trying to talk about, right? It's still a response to the environment.
The change comes internally, and everybody's like, duh, your body has to change internally.
I think the difference is
or will change internally.
I think the difference is that according to Lamarck, it's basically based on what you do during your life. The actual phrase that comes from Lamarck is called use and disuse, is the phrase from Lamarck. Whereas Randy over here is basically saying there's like some magic thing that happens and your genome knows how to mutate to get the trait that you need or something.
Oh, come
on. All right, Landon,
that's my response.
What was your...
So a question again, back to the notion he's just sort of saying that Darwin sort of overturned this, like he came out of the blue and did all this stuff. Again, back to the history of science. Weren't there other people trying to explore and understand this sort of thing at that time besides Darwin? And he didn't just, he wasn't like a Ramanujan that pulled stuff out of thin air.
No, he almost...
Without Darwin, we would have gotten to natural selection probably within a decade or two anyway. Even without Wallace and Darwin.
Maybe Randy's just got his timeline.
That's why I said without Wallace and Darwin.
Because he's a time traveling migrator.
Without Wallace and Darwin, it would have taken a little more time, but without Darwin, we would have gotten to natural selection in exactly the same time frame because of Alfred Russel Wallace, who basically did all the same work as Darwin, did a round the world voyage, did like the exact same thing, except if it was Wallace instead of Darwin who was famous for this, we'd be talking about Indonesia instead of the Galapagos Islands, but it's exactly the same thing. Google Wallace Line. It has to do
Wallace Line.
Honestly,
it's a fun.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing.
Having crossed it several times.
And also,
it's super cool.
I'd rather honestly go to Indonesia than the Galapagos Islands. Just saying.
So like Wallace, you know, basically he sent a letter to Darwin like, "Hey, I have this idea. What do you think?" And Darwin had one of those like record scratch moments, like, "Oh no, this whippersnapper is going to scoop me!" Right?
Also, Manya lives on the opposite side of the Wallace line from everyone else here.
Yes,
you live on the opposite side of the Wallace line from everyone else here.
Allegedly,
she absolutely does. Because Manya lives in New Zealand.
According to flat earthers, she's allegedly down there.
But yeah, New Zealand is on the east side of the Wallace line, and everyone else is on the other side, where we don't have a bunch of marsupials.
Which side are we closer to? Because I'm between the Wallace line and.
Well, here's the problem: the Wallace line kind of restarts as you go east again, because there's no more major land masses that have a whole bunch of placental or marsupial mammals.
Well, yeah, because New Zealand's weird because they never got mammals at all. They just had the most terrifying birds.
I'm about 5 more minutes from Randy away from a Coke line, so you know whatever.
All right, here's more Randy.
People in Great Britain don't know this.
Okay.
People in Russia don't know this.
I'm just taking a drink.
People in the United States don't know this. This is what Darwin changed about biology. Before Darwin, people...
Okay, look, your rando on the street probably doesn't know this, but everyone who's involved in the study of evolutionary biology in all those places knows this.
Whatever he's about to say, if it is factually accurate, I guarantee you the students I have for fundamentals of evolution right now know it.
Saw organisms as changing themselves. What Darwin changed is he said, no, you relate to your environment, and I can look at it from your perspective or the environment's perspective. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say that environments are molding and shaping creatures very slowly over a long period of time.
Lakes are puddles. Lakes are puddles.
First, before we get into it, Nemaz, which is how I'm going to pronounce this for now, until I'm corrected, for $100. Thank you so much.
Hey.
With their 10th super chat ever, says, late to the stream, but happy Born's Day, Dapper. Oh, and AIG is a collection of what male Argonaut octopuses rip off and throw at their potential mates. Nature is metal. Thank you very much. I will take a drink.
Can we take a double drink for that one?
Sure, why not? We'll take 2.
Yeah.
So what is the percentage right now we're at?
For the funding, we are at 291%.
Oh, we're almost at the. We're almost reached it. Let's go.
So I know 200% was you're going to wear a tutu. What's 300?
There is no fixed answer for that because I don't think I've ever gotten to that point.
Okay,
we should have something.
All right, how about this?
Won't wear a shirt underneath the tutu on his beach.
Too itchy, and no one wants that. No one wants that.
What? I want that.
I'll tell you what. If you
is this related to my rejected proposal?
Dapper.
Yes.
Continue.
All right. Here's what I'm thinking. Right now, we have it so that I will have my next video be using one of my fancy avatars, which people can vote on later. And that the next Kent with Bent, I will be wearing a tutu. If we get to 300%, I will do a second special avatar video. And if we get to 400, I will be in a tutu for the next 2 Kent with Bents. So we just it just goes in a cycle, basically.
That's not bad.
So, no, I'm not going to redo the logic on the tracker. I could.
How about this, Dapper?
Okay.
I know this is a challenge, but if you get to 500%,
okay,
you have to say something nice about all logic tunicas.
Ooh.
You just have to say something nice. You don't have to like them. Just something nice.
Nice.
You just have to
you gotta tweet it.
Something nice. You don't have to mean it. You just have to say something nice.
Look at his face.
It's like,
I don't like that one.
Too far.
I've been wearing a tutu for a month, but I am not saying something nice.
Logic to, I don't know.
And then what did you do?
Yeah.
Oh no!
I'm not sure if I could trying to think. Can I think of something nice to say about pelagic
That's
tunicates?
okay. You'll have a little while to think about it.
It's true.
Yeah.
Do you accept a challenge? Is the question.
I'll tell you what. That is a bridge that we might cross if we get to 500%, which is probably not going to happen. But my unfinished journey for $5 says, so is continuous environmental tracking not just young Earth creation? Young Earth theistic evolution? I mean, CRI. I mean, I think you mean ICR. Can't call it that, but no, it's really not.
It's not, because it's not ongoing divine intervention. It is a proposed biological mechanism of adaptation. It's not divine intervention.
Just because I love Dapper and his community so much, I'm going to timestamp Dapper making that fucking face he just made. And I'm going to screen record it. And I'm going to make it available as much as possible for all of you. And I will leave it to you all to add bottom text.
Yay!
Savage the front hips Cobra for $5 says, where would the 2-2 go on a Ceratosaurus not wearing an H-Sapien suit? The answer is basically like just anterior to the hips. And if you look at my Noah Zookeeper series on YouTube, you can actually see me, the real me, not in a human suit, in fact, wearing a tutu. So, yeah.
I just want to say, related to that, with the like, how would a dog wear pants questions, pants cover in the anterior posterior axis, they cover the posterior half, if you will. They're not related to the dorsal ventral axis, so you would, in no circumstances would you have a dog wearing pants that has 4 sleeves. That's not a thing that makes any sense at all.
Do you make a sleeve for the tail, or do you have a hole for the tail?
Just a hole for the. I'm gonna forget the tail. Just dealing with legs and where the waist goes.
Okay. Atomic Squirrel for $3.69. Nice. Says just for the lulz. Thank you very much, Atomic Squirrel. All right, here's some more Randy.
And that the environment is the cause of their changes. This gentleman here was a friend of Stephen Jay Gould's. He just actually died this year. And he explains it even more carefully. For Darwin, he says, the external world, the external environment acting on organisms was the cause of the form of organisms. The environment, the external world with its autonomous properties was the subject, and the organism was the object acted on. So Darwin looked at it 180 degrees different. He said it's the environment that is working and shaping organisms. He goes on to say this, it is from this view of environment as the cause of organisms that the entire corpus of modern biology arises. Do you know where this has taken hold?
I'm out.
No.
This is
no.
stupid. No. 8 words.
No, I don't.
He said 8 words. And that first coherent thought that he said that was 8 words was wrong. And that's why.
That was coherent?
Well, I'm being generous. The first thing that had, subject predicate, right?
It was a recognizable thought. Got it.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. The first thing where he completed a thought that had a subject and a predicate. It was 8 words long and it was wrong. And this is the thing. The environment doesn't cause the changes. The organism, evolutionary mechanisms like mutation and recombination cause the changes. And then the environment sets the conditions for which changes are better or worse, and the ones that are better increase in frequency over time.
So are you saying environment acts as a filter?
That's a good way to say it.
Yeah.
The environment filters the changes. It does not cause the changes unless the environment is radioactive, in which case the environment is also causing the changes. But in that case, the changes are random anyway, and the environment isn't dictating this or that trait is going to evolve.
But the environment is always radioactive.
Well, just like a little bit.
Real quick, super chat. Hold on. Super chat.
Give me a break.
Super chat.
Give me relative to the rate of polymerase error. Most environmental radiation doesn't matter.
In Dapper history.
Right. So,
chaos
for 50 secs. Thank you so much. Lesbiandria says, happy birthday, Dapper. Arrived late due to a stream of our own, but glad you're still at it. Oh, and AIG are in Sakmed Kukar, which I'm pretty sure I pronounced horribly, but I'm taking a drink for it.
While he takes a drink, there was somebody named Gillian that pointed out that their child is all he knows about evolution he knows from Dapper, and he wants to say that the kid is also 10, but he wanted to make sure, or Gillian wanted to make sure that you knew that you were helping people be educated in.
That's a better source for evolution than you're going to get in most places.
Are you saying that Dapper's can be used to homeschool your kid if you want to homeschool?
I am not saying that.
Yes.
That is not what I am saying.
The only education your child actually needs is for you to sit them down in front of a computer and have them only watch Dapper Dinosaur. They literally need nothing else.
I am not saying this.
Yeah, I'm saying, look, we get John here. Just do like all the science friends, and just like you'll get your physics, you'll get your geology, you'll get your biology. You
won't get reading or pure math though.
You won't get reading, and you won't get math.
Do I get to be the philosophy guy?
Watch Zach Hancock. You'll get math.
Yeah, but you won't be
math. That could be the math guy.
If you're trying to make a homeschool curriculum out of the science friends, then you're not going to learn how to do like multiplication tables or divide with long division.
You will learn complex identity.
I'll teach you how to use Fourier transforms.
That's not going to help a 4-year-old.
I'll teach you how to use Fourier transforms to do multiplication more efficiently than the pencil and paper.
That's not learning. That's memorization. It doesn't matter.
You got to remember, if you're talking about a complete homeschool curriculum, you need to take.
I mean, we could remedy that, right?
Yeah, we could, but right now we could not take a kid.
Homeschool curriculum.
I mean, look, it's still better. Dapper. No matter what we're missing, it's still better than AIG's homeschool curriculum.
Yeah, that's true.
If we were if we were as a group to develop like a proper curriculum, would we be able to at least cover the major subjects that needed to be covered?
Absolutely. Yeah. Like if we compared various like jurisdictional curriculum requirements for kids, I'm sure that between the science friends we could come up with a
high school
curriculum.
Level, right?
Yeah, probably, or even like K through 12. We could probably still do it. But we have a super chat.
Answer to the question of the super chat.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah,
super chat says,
read it. Go ahead.
Savage Front Hips Cobra says, "What if the environment contains radioactive spiders?" And from a physicist point of view, I would assert that all spiders are radioactive. It would be extraordinary to find a spider that does not have some isotope that's going to decay, right? Even if you exclude the fact that protons might decay. Let's ignore that thing. It would be extraordinary for any biological thing to have pure carbon-12 and no carbon-14, or having phosphor, because phosphor is another thing. Potassium, radioactive, potassium, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But
as a biologist,
don't forget that tritium.
I think so. They're asking.
Tritium, yes. Yay, tritium.
What if this spider were radioactive at significantly higher than background levels?
If it's not venom, I don't care. I would rather be like symbiotic with a weird goopy alien that's gonna give me a grand old time.
Right. So
I don't think that we should dig into this too deeply, though. I mean, do we really want to lose the mystery of radioactivity altering your genome in such a way that makes you really popular at high school?
It's gone woke anyway.
Radiation is woke now. There we go.
Right now,
we gotta cancel radiation. It's too woke.
Since I've been
we could put radioactivity and Marvel Comics on the list alongside. Hang on, let me check my notes. Bud Light and the NFL as things that are too woke.
So since I've been on this Dapper show, our average background has been 0.18 microsieverts per hour. But we had a peak of 46, partly because we were near a solar maximum. But we get particles often from the sun. Although there's some external
stuff. Hold on, 46 sieverts or 46 microsieverts?
0.46 microsieverts per hour. That would be really bad.
Yeah, I was going to say, Landon, if you had 46 sieverts, you'd be dead by now.
46
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Not if he's already adapted and a mutant to the radiation, guys.
He's already Spider-Man.
That's the current thing right now for that. So there you go.
All right, well, I'm going to hit play on Randy here.
It's taken hold in the United States. It's taken hold in Russia. It's taken hold in France. It's taken hold in Great Britain. It's taken hold in India.
For this. This is
it
stupid.
is taken hold
We're just
everywhere.
This whole part.
And it is that the environment gives life and that the environment shapes life. In other words,
oh my goodness, I screwed it up. All right, here.
Oh, Dapper, what are we doing?
Don't worry, I can get it back.
Close. Oh, no.
The casting of Spider-Verse was peak, by the way. I'm just going to throw that out there. Peak casting.
Where is he giving this presentation?
We don't know.
At a church with a lot of Russian people,
may or may not have like some kind of Scandinavian language.
I just want that dinosaur.
Steal it, Manya.
Let's hit play so we can.
It has taken hold. It's taken hold. We cannot fully appreciate the nature of changes in biology, and this is how Darwin changed it. If you don't understand Mendel with genetics and biology with his historical objectification of the organism.
Do you understand?
What does historical objectification of organisms mean?
Sorry, I wasn't looking.
Does that
I
impart
was listening.
any
I was busy looking at
ideas
the
into
art.
anyone's mind?
I don't know what that last phrase means, but the first part, yeah, you can't understand evolution and biology without Mendel. That's true. You need genetics.
Yeah.
That's true.
I mean, Mendel in the same sense that we say we need Darwin, which is to say that we need
Yeah,
the
you
whole
need-
edifice that was built upon the basis that Mendel built.
You need evolution, you need genetics. If you're missing one of those, stuff doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Congratulations, Randy. You said something correct.
Hey, we'll drink for that.
Things make
Cheers, Randy.
You know, on that point, I think I better get going and leave y'all,
Bye, John.
the folks to the.
Thanks for
Thanks
for hanging out.
Not a vagina.
Cheers.
Ooh, let
thank
me
you
in
so much.
here.
Have a great rest of the stream. Happy birthday, and
Thank you.
look forward to the next one.
Get some sleep.
Bye.
Oh yeah, what time zone is it for him?
Oh, it's it's almost 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
It's been a weird couple of days. I've been working late on some things, and I still have some.
For Manya, for you, isn't it like 11 a.m. on like Saturday or something like that?
It's almost 1 p.m. actually.
Oh, but it is Saturday.
Yeah, when we start DFS, we started at
I live
like
in the
8
future.
Yeah, it's like 8 a.m. on Saturday. When we
That's
start.
got to be hard coordinating somebody North America and.
Do
whatever
not
time zone that is.
talk to me about coordinating. I will literally yell at all 3 of these motherfuckers.
Sorry.
Chesh, if it makes you feel any better as the kind of, I feel like I'm the representative East Coaster with kids, which means like I am a pain. Dapper knows I'm a pain in the butt to schedule.
Yeah, you bailed on me.
Yeah, because look, 4 p.m. is when I have to like start like do the dishes, make dinner,
Yeah, it's
kids,
nuts.
whatever, and then they're asleep at the earliest 8 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
That big range right there is where people like to do stuff. And I'm like, I'm doing kid stuff. Sorry, people.
So just hang out with us at like 10 p.m. your
Take
time.
a leaf out of Donnie Deals' book and just make your
just neglect your family and hang out on
Or
YouTube
take a
all
leaf
the
out of Kent Hovind's book and start killing kids.
No, don't do that.
No, don't do that.
No,
don't do that.
I'm not a big fan of Donnie Deals doing what he does, but that's still way, way, way better than what Kent Hovind does.
Way better than Kent.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got to stand by my my reputation.
Neglecting your
of
family
I advocate for the unaliving of 3-year-olds, and
Neglecting
I'm like, why
your family
is
is bad. Active, like to the point of like criminal negligence. It's a different thing, right?
Don't do it.
Double bad.
Also bad.
Don't
Too
do
bad.
it. Don't do it.
These other evolutionists said that he, Darwin, accepted the view that the environment directly instructs organisms how to vary. And he proposed a mechanism for doing that. That was called natural selection. Natural selection.
But no, because the environment doesn't instruct organisms on how to
The
vary.
environment doesn't instruct.
The word selection itself.
I don't know what
Come
you guys are talking about.
English is not
That was
saying
dumb. That was dumb. We're taking
I
another break.
get directly beamed into my subconscious brain that filters out to the rest of my body about every quarter, so every like 3 months. direct instructions about what my body's supposed to do. That's why, like, my female body is very consistent and always knows what it's doing.
Yeah,
Right?
I'm pretty sure that's not true.
That's how you sync with
Never
Manya?
painful.
Yes,
Is that how you
never.
sync with
Yeah,
Manya?
we scheduled it.
Yes.
Yeah. We
Yes.
had to go back to management. And
Yeah.
I hear
kind
enough
of
from you to
find
know
it.
that that's some bullshit right there.
as Dapper is, as I'm like sending my Discord messages being like, okay guys, I'm going to bed. Dapper at 2 a.m. Chesh, this thing.
Chesh always responds too. She always responds. Very reliable.
Only because it's you.
Thank you. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
Really?
she don't answer to me till she wakes up.
Tell you what, you make a proposal for how big my dowry is going to be, and then we'll see.
I was just gonna make it. When are you two getting? When is this happening? Deal, but
I make really good breakfast.
Yeah, but I do too.
We need to do a competition.
What hot sauce do you use for your breakfast?
So that's an interesting question because hot sauces
I
are
said
not
that
all the
knowing
same.
It was going to take 10 minutes.
See, here's the thing, right?
I use Powerful Firefighters hot sauce, preferably. Although
Depends on
I
what
will
you're making.
use
That's the thing.
one of the more exotic Tabasco things, like their Tabasco soy sauce.
Yeah, but also one of the most important things that people neglect about hot sauces is how vinegary they are versus how acidic their food already
if it tastes
is.
too much like vinegar, it is no good. You can't use vinegar base. Well, it's been
Why not?
have vinegar in it, but you don't want too much.
You
vinegar.
don't want it to be too vinegary. So, for instance, if I
The
already have
vinegar
something,
will overpower literally everything.
if I already have something that's like it's got some vinegar already in there, or it's got like lime juice or lemon juice or something, I want a low vinegar hot sauce so that it's not
So you're
going to
not
be
going
too
to
acidic.
use a high vinegar hot sauce in like a what's it called? You put the egg in the hot water and put a little vinegar in it to coagulate it.
Oh, poached egg?
It's Benedict.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
with
you
poached egg
don't. You
generally.
do not use. Yeah, you don't use you don't put a vinegar-based hot sauce or a high vinegar content hot sauce into a poached egg because the poached egg is already going to absorb the hot sauce. That's why, the vinegar. That's why it coagulates so quickly.
Or if you're doing some like roasted potatoes, but you already boiled them in some vinegary water to help them hold together better.
Yeah.
Right. Low vinegar hot sauce is what you want. Now for $9.99, sorry, Base Theory says happy birthday, Dapper. Go ahead, Chesh.
Hey.
Oh, hey, we hit 300%.
Is you?
We got 2 special avatars.
Let's go. So what you do is you can shave your potatoes. So you can get like a cheese grater and you grate your potatoes into like these thin like hickory stick styled like thin strips. Mm-hmm. You make sure that you pat them down, you soak them in water, and make sure you do it right away because if you don't do it right away, they're gonna get weird. Yeah. they're gonna get weird. And then what you do is you toss them a little bit of baking like just a smidge of baking powder and flour. And if you really want to, and you want them to be a little bit more puffy, you put the egg in them already. So you kind of do like the same thing you would do with like a breaded chicken, where you like throw them in a little bit of egg, and then and then what you do is you pat them together, and you can make them into like little pancakes.
Potato pancakes.
Yeah.
Latkes, yeah.
Yeah.
Latkes, yes.
And you have 2 options, right? You can merge them together if you want to, but only if you're like prepared. And so you add like a touch of maple syrup into your mix, or you add a touch of hot sauce into
hot sauce
your
is
mix.
going to be
hot sauce.
Oh, by the way, everyone.
So you do one or the other because there isn't any sugar in like their pancake, because you're not actually making pancake mix. Right. You don't have any sugar in it. It's just flour and a little bit of baking powder or soda.
Fun fact, everyone. Latkes can be made outside of Hanukkah. You can just make them, and no one can stop you. You don't even have to be Jewish.
Amazing.
They are. You can just go do it. In fact, I would encourage it.
And they're fun.
Yeah.
Highly recommended.
Yeah. Also, you can also just do them
recess.
during Hanukkah. Like, I'm not saying don't do them during Hanukkah. I'm just saying, in addition to when it's Hanukkah, you can just
whatever
make
you're making. If you're ever making any kind of breakfast food, just make sure whatever you're making is already made inside of baking.
Isn't there a happy birthday?
Oh, I got that one.
You already do that.
All right.
Okay.
Now that we have decided that. Well, wait. How does it change whether I win the breakfast competition or Chesh does? What happens?
We have to cook for each other.
I don't know.
That's
I just
the only
wanted to
option.
see if I could just like derail you for 10 minutes on some random topic.
No,
I
you absolutely
succeeded.
can. Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if it's food. But clearly, awesome. I need to make breakfast for you, and you need to make breakfast for me, and then we have to compare notes.
That's true. All right, here we go.
Thus, organisms were like modeling clay. And the remolding of the clay meant that they could be shaped in any direction there was.
Okay, hold on. The organisms being like modeling clay is literally an analogy in the Bible.
Oh,
Randy, you're complaining about your own position. Is basically, from what I can tell, the only complaint that Randy has is that the thing that is doing the modeling, according to him, which isn't really true, is in fact the environment when he thinks it's God.
Our Lord.
Today on Dumb Fact Friday, we talked about if you were put in a scenario, it's related, I promise. If you were put in a scenario where you as a woman, this is the bear versus man thing. If you were put in a scenario where your car broke down and you had a gun with a singular bullet and there was a man and a bear nearby, who would you shoot? And the woman said, I would just sit in my car and call AAA. They responded with, okay, but your car is on fire and you don't have a cell phone. What would you do? And I said, I would shoot myself in the head because I don't want to talk to this person anymore. This is this scenario.
I'll believe you that was related. Oh, sorry.
What do you mean? I
So,
said
but what Darwin said is this: you and all the creatures on the planet, you're passive modeling clay, and the environment is the molder, and the environment is the shaper. That's what he said.
I don't agree with you,
what
Randy.
Darwin did is exactly what the Apostle Paul said in Romans chapter 1. He said, for when they reject the Creator God, they worship and serve the what?
Just to be clear, Darwin did not say that.
No, not even a little bit.
And I can say this with some authority because I have read Origin of Species. Darwin, like cover to cover, Darwin did not say that.
What if he said in Descent of Man?
You have been contaminated
Where's the citation needed?
text.
I've read that. We did it for a graduate seminar when I was in grad school. One semester of our evolution seminar, everyone took a chapter of Origin and you had to take the topic of that chapter and relate it to a modern paper.
Okay, but what about Descent of Man?
It was really cool.
What if he said it in Descent of Man?
But we're talking about natural selection, and he presented natural selection in Origin of Species.
It's true, but he presented sexual selection. The
He did
sexy
sexual
selection
in Descent of Man. I haven't read Descent of Man cover to cover. That's true.
Dare you, sir?
How dare I?
You didn't even read your evolutionist scriptures?
I haven't. It's like Ken Ham having never read the New Testament.
It does seem like that.
Oh my god.
All right, here we go.
Creation more than the creator. And this is how Darwin has turned the environment as a substitute God. And he does it by saying that
I'm calling that a confirmed prediction. The real reason that Randy is upset is because he thinks that it's the environment, not God.
How is it that I can come up with a better grift than this guy? Like, seriously. Like, if you want to use evolution and introduce God into it, I could come up with a better grift than this that he's trying to, like, go for.
So the thing is, I really do think that Randy himself is motivated to do this continuous environmental tracking thing because he does not like anything to do with evolutionary biology, and he feels like any aspect of it, the tiniest little bit of it, is some kind of like metaphysical contamination on the souls of Christians, and he wants to get as far away from it as possible. And so he has gone to a point where, because he thinks that the scientific explanations for things like the diversity of life, the origin of the solar system, the origin of the universe as a whole, are fundamentally things that, while not necessarily completely incompatible with a belief in God, tend to lead people away from that belief. Now, I'd like to point out that most people who believe in God believe in those things, and that most people believe in some kind of God on Earth currently as we exist now. So I don't think that that's a reasonable take, but I think he has convinced himself that these things are always at odds with his theology. And therefore, the farther away from those things that he can get, the better it will be for Christianity as a whole. I think he's wrong. I mean, I think he's wrong about what will be good for Christianity in terms of just, I guess, staying relevant in the culture and having a high population. He's obviously wrong when it comes to the science, but I think that's his motive. I think he thinks that natural selection on its own is too much of a compromise with evolutionary biology, and that therefore it should be rejected. Tesh, are you measuring yourself?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do want to say, this is something that, loath as I am to say it, this is something on which I agree with Randy Galuza, because I think he's onto something here. If you, as a Christian, a non-Christian, doesn't matter, if you as a person look at evolution as a process that happens in nature, and you look at the evidence and you say, yeah, this makes sense, the basic idea of processes like mutation, generating variation, and then over time, the variation that's present in a population changes through natural selection or other processes, right, like genetic drift or whatever. If you accept those basic processes, then that inevitably leads to a slippery slope wherein you are like reasonably obligated to accept as valid concepts like universal common ancestry. I agree with Randy on that. I think he's right. Once you crack the door to like the basic processes of evolution, there's no barrier between those processes operating within a population, leading to new adaptations within that population, and the larger, universal common ancestry, we all evolved from an ancestral, prokaryotic population stuff, right? I think Randy is right about that. The part where we disagree is that Randy says, therefore, even those basic processes of evolution are wrong. And I say, therefore, we should accept all of evolutionary theory writ large, not just the little population genetics bit that most creationists are comfortable with.
I think so. There's also the hesitancy because then the age of the Earth comes into question, isn't it? That's why they want to reject it as much as possible. I think so. That's it's funny. It's very
environment can select for creatures. The environment can act on creatures. The environment can favor some creatures. And the moment he puts all of...
He's about to complain about this anthropomorphization. I can guarantee
it. More about King Tut.
If he had just used that word, that environment favors some, aspects, that would have been better than saying that the environment tells, species.
Yeah, but he's going to complain about even that, right? Because I think it's fair to say that the environment favors, because I'm okay with anthropomorphizing natural selection to a minor degree.
Yeah,
but he's not.
Yeah.
Because he thinks that when you anthropomorphize natural selection, you're actually attributing personhood to it. And that's dumb. So here we go.
Wow.
These verbs, act, favor, work, all of those things, he makes the environment as if it is shaping and molding life, and the environment becomes the substitute God. And particularly in the United States, people begin to venerate and worship what?
I'm going to call that a confirmed prediction. I'm just going to take a drink. Also, I'm thirsty.
That was a confirmed prediction. That
really explains it.
Oh, yeah.
That's how we got where we are today. Darwin sees the environment as the substitute God, and he personifies God. Personifies God.
Yep, there it is. The personification again. I'm just taking another drink.
Citation needed.
It doesn't do that.
But here's the thing. God is a personified being to begin with, not something that was not personified and then became personified. But he's complaining about
nature being personified.
Right. So, but nature isn't. We have to take steps to personify nature,
which is what he's
not
complaining
the other
about.
way around, which is like the God situation.
Yeah, but the thing is, Randy has this thing where, like, he seems to think that if something is the subject of a verb, that makes that thing somehow an active, purposeful, personal agent in the mind of the speaker, which just isn't how language works, right? We talk about things as the subject of verbs, both transitive and intransitive, all the time, that no one thinks are persons, right? If I say, hey, the tree fell at 4:45 p.m., no one thinks that means that the tree decided to fall, and it was a purposeful act by a personal tree. No one thinks that, right?
Or tripped or fell.
Right. If I say, hey, this pool water is killing the algae that would otherwise grow in the pool because of all the chlorine, no one thinks that the pool is purposefully adding chlorine to itself in order to purposefully kill bacteria or algae or whatever, right? That's not how anyone talks. But for some reason, Randy, and this is a thing that has happened in multiple talks of his I've listened to. You guys have only heard me cover, I think, 1 or 2 talks by him. but I have listened to a whole lot more because I've looked for things that are.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you, Dapper.
Look, the amount of creationism that I listen to is up here. The amount that you hear me respond to is down here. There's a whole lot of stuff that I listen to and then end up just tossing out because it's not interesting enough.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
You're welcome. But yeah, this is a constant theme of his. He even literally complains about the grammatical context of using nature or natural selection as the subject of verbs. And I don't get it, right? Because I've never met anyone who was this obtuse about basic human language, because I just don't get it. Maybe Randy should be speaking Basque instead, because Basque is much less likely to use inanimate objects as the subject of verbs, because they're much...
I'd be curious to know like how he speaks on a day-to-day basis, like when he's not...
You know he uses inanimate objects as the subject.
Literal about
he speaks like he's Data from
But that's the thing,
Next
even
Generation.
if you're hyperliteral, if you're speaking English, you're going
speaks
to
like
put
Drax.
inanimate
that
objects
reminds me
as
of
the
someone
subject of
being
at least
hyperliteral.
intransitive
Oh my
verbs,
God.
right? At least intransitive verbs, which are verbs that can't take a direct object, you're going to, in English, put inanimate, non-personal subjects in those spots. That's why I suggested Basque, because in Basque, if you want to use, like, the tree fell, the tree would actually act like the object of the verb fall, and there would be no subject.
Right.
Which is why he should work on Basque, maybe.
Fall the tree in the forest. Fell the tree in the forest or something.
Can I tell a funny story about that? This is completely just as I went to one meeting of the philosophy club as an undergraduate. You can imagine. Well, what happened was something akin to the tree falls in the forest. Does it make a sound thing? And I forget what the specifics were, but it was something akin to that. And my answer, like, had it been the specific tree thing, it would be like, well, no, because it makes vibrations in the air, but the sound is you need a nervous system and you have to perceive the vibrations.
Yeah, it depends on how you define sound.
Right, you have to convert it to an action potential and then perceive that action potential as sound. So it makes vibrations in the air, but if there's no one there to hear it, it doesn't make a sound. It just makes the vibrations.
The birds heard it.
I was gently asked not to return to philosophy club, and I was also called a goddamn reductionist.
So there's like a couple of things that go along with this. First off, you cannot apply a lot of English semantics to philosophical terms.
Yeah,
or you get into problems if you do.
You get sticky.
In
philosophy
physics,
has its own jargon for a reason.
Mathematics,
right?
It's one of the things. Right, in physics, mathematics is so important because there's many things when you try to do analogies and try to use language, English, French, whatever, you run into problems where if you use the mathematics, you have a much more concise and precise description.
Mm-hmm. I'll give an example how English kind of like just uses other languages translation. In India, like there are different types of
written by a goblin.
During the British Raj, there were different types of courtesans. They were prostitutes who were not prostitutes, and etc. etc. And the ones who taught arts, like singing and dancing, right? They all had what common in all these three categories was singing and dancing, right? But what Britishers did, they came in India and they bumped them together in one group and called them either prostitutes or courtesans. And when you look at prostitutes, it means someone who
because it's the closest equivalent to what they had at the time.
They had nothing else, and
they're boring.
Today, the stigmatization that happens is like,
All right, we had a super chat. The Savage, the front hip scoper for $5 says, Brandy has a less extensive grasp on English than the average transphobic pronoun to it, which he probably is. Oh, he's absolutely a transphobe.
No doubt.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just go by yak.
You cannot run around.
The only exception I know is Rebecca.
And force people to utilize terms that are transitive on everybody as if they are not and only have one literal meaning, because that is not the way English functions.
Tesh, do you think that I could get a transphobe to agree to never use transitive verbs again and to try to only stick to intransitive verbs because they don't know what the difference is?
Yes, and they would immediately fail.
Yes, I agree. They would immediately fail. All right, that might be my next goal.
Oh, you go ahead.
Because, no, everyone seems to misunderstand pronouns.
I could go.
Although I will also say that I really hate the current discourse on both sides, because it turns out most people don't understand pronouns. Because it also turns out, hey, pronouns are their own complicated thing, and there's actually, you can write whole books all about how pronouns work in various languages, including just in one language. But anyway.
Not a linguist.
Yeah.
But anyway, trans people are real, and if you disagree with that, I'm a biologist. Door's over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Over there.
By saying that nature can select.
Isn't that your
And the
bathroom?
moment he says that nature can
bathroom is that way.
select, he projects onto nature intelligence.
Yep, there it is.
And
Take another drink
the
for that
ability
confirmed
to
prediction.
make a choice called volition.
Mm-hmm.
And when you project on the nature intelligence,
Randy, okay, this is going to be quick, and we're going to hit play again, and no one else is going to go. But if you ever watch this, Randy, I really need you to understand that sometimes humans speak metaphorically. Sometimes.
Oh, you don't say.
In fact, I would argue that you personally, Randy, think that some parts of the Bible are metaphorical.
Did the door slam?
I would love for you to extend that ability
The transphobe on his way out.
past the Bible to people who are doing science. And recognize that people who do science are also allowed to use metaphorical language, and
Please
that's
don't
okay.
be a Deepak Chopra.
Yeah, seriously.
What is poetry?
No, remember, no one else is going to go.
and volition, you have just projected onto nature things as if it was God.
This is the day another drink.
That's how Darwin changed biology. So,
Because metaphors didn't exist before.
Darwin invented metaphors.
biology back.
Can I make a very small and extraordinarily petty point? But
Yes.
it's one of those things that you can't unsee once you see it.
Are you going to talk about his comb over?
No, but it's
Son of a
equally
bitch.
petty. Equally petty. This dude is standing up, walking around with his coat unbuttoned. Like, dude, button your coat.
You're not sitting down. Yeah. Yeah, it's basic coat etiquette.
Blasphemy.
Your coat, man.
Maybe that coat is actually too small, and he didn't have time to get it, taken out.
Had to borrow a
Cut
coat
out.
from his.
What are we going to do biology as if Darwin had never been born?
I would argue we already are, but okay.
Yeah.
Well, this is pretty
Why
easy.
don't we do apologetics as
What
if
he
you were
really
dropped
means
on
is-
your head?
He really means what will it take for us to do biology as if no one had ever proposed natural selection? But that's an impossible set of criteria because it was always going to be proposed. We know that because other people were about to propose it anyway.
All we would do is repropose it, retest it, and it would have the same result.
It would
it's one
still
of
work.
the most tested and elaborated on and thrown rocks at. We've thrown less rocks at gravity.
It would be more annoying to talk about because we'd be talking, and Randy and Ken Ham and Behe and everybody would be railing against Wallacean evolution, and we'd be more confused about how to pronounce it, which would be annoying. But that would be the only difference.
Would we then call them all walnuts?
No, they'd be calling us walnuts.
Yeah, actually, I kind of
that's
prefer
pretty
that. That'd be
good,
fun.
though.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Hey, Randy. Again, if you see this, feel free to call us walnuts instead of evolutionists. It's more fun.
Yeah.
Darwin went from looking at creatures as active problem-solving agents, and he said, no, creatures are what? Passive modeling clay.
No one in the history of biology has ever thought that organisms did not have their own active role to play in both their own life cycle as well as their interaction with other organisms and the environment. No one has ever thought that, Randy, ever once.
I'm not muted, by the way.
Follow with me again.
Yelling, not.
Before Darwin, people saw creatures as active problem-solving agents. Darwin said, no, they're what? Passive modeling clay.
What page did he say that on? What letter was it? What page of what book, Randy? Because you don't have that answer. Chesh, what's up?
I'm gonna cry.
This is conflation of two different ideas. you can have agency in amongst yourself, and you can go with the idea that you are equal to the sum of your parts, or more than the sum of your parts, or however you decide you want to take what direction you want to take that kind of personal philosophy. Because again, this is a personal philosophy, not fucking biology, which is a part of philosophy and vice versa. But we're starting to split hairs at that point. Point being, if you're going to say, like, people can interact in and of their own volition with whatever particular stimuli, and they may or may not be, like, they might have a predisposition to a particular ideals based on where they are from and when they are from, right? That agency is independent of whether or not you decide you need pinky fingers or not. Like, those are not
pinky toes.
Those are not the same thing. You're discussing, like, whether or not you, an individual, has agency in your decision making based on, like, where you live. So if I turn around, like we were talking about Antarctica earlier, if I pick up and move and I go live in Antarctica, that's not going to signal to my body that my hair is going to get thicker. That's not going to happen. No matter how hard I try, I cannot grow a beard. I want a beard. I can't have one. It's very upsetting. And I don't need this asshole reminding me every 20 minutes. But on the other hand...
Chesh, couldn't you have a facial? Isn't there like...
I'm patting the head, okay? I'm patting the head.
You can put... Like, people who do stuff in their scalp, can't they do it down here?
Yeah, hair transplant, but for your face.
Listen, you have any idea how expensive that is? I do art.
Good point.
You think I have money?
Starving artist is a trope for a reason.
Go fund me.
I'm going to scoot. This has been super fun. Dapper, thank you for having me and for having us. This has been great. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your birthday party.
Have a great night, everybody.
Yeah. Well,
thank you
for
coming.
And chances are we're probably not going to go a whole lot longer because I'm running out of, like, vocal cord stamina. So, because I don't know if you guys know this, it's even harder to talk in this human suit.
I guess we didn't get very far.
I have
we're like halfway through,
so I'm like going.
Yeah. We're about halfway through this video. That's not too bad.
That's actually not that bad.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's back to the tavern.
Oh, yeah.
So if we want to do biology as if Darwin had never been born, we go back to seeing creatures as what? Active, problem-solving agents.
They still are.
That's where we're going to go.
Nothing changed that as individuals.
How the fuck do you have a fucking, like, station in the space, like, in orbiting the fucking Earth?
Active problem-solving. But yeah, it really isn't even that. Like, look, bacteria swimming towards food is the bacteria actively solving the problem of not having the food they want. No one is ever saying that isn't a thing, right? When a chimpanzee in a zoo stacks 3 boxes on top of each other in order to reach a treat that's been put dangling from a rope as an enrichment thing, that is actively solving a problem on the part of the chimpanzee. All the way down from bacteria, all the way to the most complex animals, all organisms take action to solve problems. And nothing about evolutionary biology has ever said otherwise. My Unfinished Journey for $10 says, Revelation 13 has multi-headed beasts arise from the sea, and a 2-horned beast rise from the land. There's either some degree of symbolism here, or it's a scene from a Michael Bay movie. Or both.
Or since there are not currently what we would consider a functional 2-headed beast that is like a predominant, like, that is able to reproduce and will reliably reproduce 2-headed beasts, there is either a new special creation that comes into being specifically to do that thing, or if the end times are ever coming, like all these people like to say that they are, we should start seeing the evolutionary process of the beginning and ongoing into a more established 2-headed creature that lives in the ocean.
Okay. All right, I'm going to hit play.
Or I could just.
So young people, what I want you to do from this day forward for the rest of your life.
Okay.
Is never.
Wait, I don't think any of us count as young people anymore, except for Chesh, because she's 17.
Yes.
For $5, Nasty Hobbit says, "Happy birthday, Dapper. I know they stopped being as meaningful after a couple million, but it's still a big deal to us apes." Well, thank you, and honestly, you guys are a big part of why I bother with the birthday streams and whatnot. Like, if I didn't have an audience today, it probably would have been like, I just would have had a slice
with one candle.
No, slice of cheesecake.
Yeah.
And
strawberry on top.
Yeah. And then I would have, I don't know, like watched a movie or something. That's it.
I bet you if you ask this guy who young people are, I bet you he says millennials, which would mean us.
Okay, but not me.
Really?
It would mean Manya and Chesh.
Yeah, you're beyond that.
Yeah, way older. Like, boomers are babies as far as I'm concerned.
Boomers are basically barely hatched as far as you're concerned.
Exactly.
Hatchling.
Never see creatures ever again as being passively shaped by their environment. You are not passively shaped by your environment. You are an active, problem-solving agent with abilities that have been given to you and all other creatures
Here we go.
by the Lord Jesus Christ.
Here we go. I knew that was coming.
I mean, to be fair, he is in a church, so if he doesn't say Jesus every once in a while, they kick him out. That's the rule.
It's not the Jesus part that's annoying. It's that
it's a little
he's
annoying.
Trying to say that, like, this is he's now shifted into nature versus nurture. Who are you in the church and within your, like, personal environment? Because he's not talking about their environment as in, like, is it rainy here sometimes? He is talking about their environment like their relational environments. And as soon as you start making that shift into relational environments, which drives me crazy in churches because they always do this wrong. And no, I'm not saying that, like, your God is wrong. I'm saying your preacher is wrong, and I will continue, and I will die on this hill. Your preacher is wrong. You are, in fact, shaped by your environment. If you are, and your environment is not dictated by God entirely, it is dictated by the decisions that people are making within God's creation that we know is inherently flawed. So if you are a Christian person, or you are a Muslim person, or you are somebody who believes that God created things, do not listen to people who say stuff like that, because all this does is enable people to abuse you. That's all it ever does. Because he's saying you're an active agent, which means you're choosing to be in the situation that you're in, regardless of whatever that situation is.
You're choosing to be a trans person. To be a homosexual person or a bi.
You're choosing to be abused by a parent or an uncle or an aunt, whoever. No, you're not. And there are things you can do about it. And it's not going to be... God's not going to help you if you don't help yourself. God can't do anything if you don't take active steps. So take some active steps. Go outside of the bubble that you've been trained to live in, and go and find somebody to... Even if you are unsure... It doesn't say you have to give up God. It doesn't mean you have to give up your religion. But you do not have to rely on somebody who doesn't really understand you. If you feel like you're misunderstood, you don't have to rely on somebody who's just going to give you platitudes like this, who's just going to visit your church and then he's never going to think about you ever again. Go and find outside sources that are going to be able to be a support system for you. Do not listen to this kind of crap.
Now let's listen to this kind of crap.
That is what you need to see. So when you're in college and when you're taking these courses and they say that the environment acted on and favored and all of these things, and they're treating the environments as if they're modeling clay, if you can't raise your hand, I want you to at least think in your mind, that is wrong.
I didn't realize
that is wrong.
Clay was sentient.
It's not.
Creatures are these active problem-solving things, and I'm going to give you many examples of how they did this. And this gal right here, the famous evolutionist.
He's saying that you need to say that it is wrong. Are you? He's saying that.
I think he is encouraging kids in college to go be little shits and just derail classroom time with this nonsense.
And undermine the education process.
Yeah, and also they're like, he's presenting two things, right? One, the environment shaping, blah, 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 blah. And individuals having agency over themselves and blah, 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 blah. He's not saying put forth that the idea to their peers that, yeah, we are the agents, right? He's saying, just allow the fact that environment changes, or in turn, evolution, right? That's what he's trying to say. So he's not there to have a conversation, right? Because if you want to have a conversation, you would bring an opposing idea, and that's how you do it. He's just saying, belittle the idea that's been already presented and prove.
Assume it's already wrong, and then poke holes. The same way you get flat earthers, right? Like flat earther doesn't a flat earther doesn't come with an argument. A flat earther comes with, well, this is wrong because I don't understand it for most things. And that's what it comes down to. But you can say the same thing about a lot of like social situations. So if you are ever in these kinds of conversations, or if you ever find that yourself in this situation, one of the best things that you can do with somebody that is you're trying to have this kind of a conversation or argument with, or debate, I guess, is you say, okay, so what do you propose?
Well, the problem with Randy is that what he proposes is just a whole bunch of vagueness, just lots of vague.
Well, right, but what it does is it flips the script, right? For somebody like Randy's already got his script. So once you flip it back onto him, you can then start poking holes. But if you're dealing with somebody like Randy, it's a little bit of a unique situation, because what you then want to do is your goal would be like something what like Dapper did to Kent so long ago, and get him off of script, which is not an easy thing to do. It is, especially somebody as entrenched as like Kent Hovind, right? Like, good luck.
It took a lot of planning and a lot of dedication to being on track with what I wanted to do. It was hard.
Right. Ooh, so it's an intent, like it is intentional. It is a lot of effort. You're not going to do it by accident. But if you're talking to somebody who's, I don't know, listened to Randy and is kind of presenting this garbage, then what you want to do is you want to flip the script on them by saying, okay, well, then what do you propose? They say, well, God made this, that, and the other thing. And then you start going and you start trying to pull them out of the script to make them have an earnest conversation. Because on average, because again, this is not about whether they believe in God or not. That's not the issue. It's whether or not they're correct about the actual science and the actual information out there. So you can actually present them with very real facts, very real studies, very real things that they can understand and grasp. And for the most part, you're probably going to find that they're going to agree with you.
So one thing, first of all, we're probably not going to go a whole lot longer. But also, I realize you guys haven't been able to see the birthday cake. I want to show you the birthday cake, bro.
Yay!
So here we go. That means that you won't be able to see you guys, but here's the birthday cake. I want to show it to you because I spent a good while in Blender making a way to make a birthday cake all as one big object that I can tweak and modify as I want to, and I did it. And that is a birthday cake made entirely out of math. I didn't hand model any of it.
Math cake!
It's a math cake.
Yes! The ultimate math cake.
Yes. All right, here we go. We're going to play a little bit more Randy.
Do eventually, you have an equation? Are you going to share it with the class?
I mean, cake? I could do that. Give me a second.
Can you make it a community post? How big is it, I guess?
It's pretty darn big. I'm not sure it's actually small enough that I could even do that.
Boy, always extra. Always extra.
Oh no, why is it?
The biggest math cake you've ever seen.
For some reason, the stream is messed up, so I'm just going to turn it off for a second. So let me see what I can do about bringing up the math for that.
I feel like bringing up the cake is the most important part.
Well, yeah, but I mean they're connected, right? Okay. So let me go
They're related.
All right, so this is the object. Which, sorry, Manya and Chesh, you can't easily see it because
I'll look on the outside.
Okay.
Hey.
So this is the cake object, right? If I turn on this Blender might freeze. All right, so it's not going to show you the variation in the color because the variation in color is render engine dependent, and I don't have the computing power right now to both stream and use the more intense rendering engine. But yeah, so this is the basic object. This is the shape of it. And then if I go here, we can see this right here. We'll switch back to the isolated view. This is all the math involved in making the cake.
Holy moly.
Yeah, and I have tweakables. So if I go here, right, I can actually I guess I have to change them all internally. Is that
Elias kind of
What flavor is it?
I don't know, whatever you want.
Flavored.
Yeah, it's math flavored.
Chocolate.
But like,
it tastes like crunchy numbers.
Yeah, I can say, hey, let's change where the candles are, and I can change this little seed number, and I can change them, or I can say, hey, not so many candles, and change that 20 to a 10, or I can say more candles and make it 50, and we get more candles, right? So I have it annotated, we got sprinkles.
Hey, all the artificial intelligence like artists out there who are just like picking off from other people's art and just when you're mixing it and throwing it out like that, vomiting it out. That's how it's done.
Yep. So like,
Am I wrong? That's how it's done.
It's one of the ways it's done. I don't think if Chesh were to make a birthday cake art, I don't think she would start with a bunch of weird math nodes.
No, but I'm saying to all the artificial intelligence artists out there, I'm just saying it's a fucking call out to them.
Yeah, I can
Could I make a birthday cake out of numbers? Yes, but.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch back to the scene here. I'm gonna close this instance of Blender, and we're gonna bring back everyone's faces. After I tell Blender that no, I don't need you to say what stupid changes I just made. So now they can see you again. All right, here we go. Let's get a little bit more. And if Landon isn't back relatively soon, we're just gonna close out the stream without him.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm sure he will.
In Great Britain, over in England, she sums it all up. All of this apparent design.
There's a question, how many candles can that math-created cake hold? Technically, there is no hard limit. However, it will be limited by the ability of whatever computer it's on to handle that much.
Processing power, the computing power, yeah.
Now, to be fair, most the candles actually don't take a whole lot of power because they're all instances. But each instance does take a small amount of computing power just to keep track of where it is and what its angle is and how big it is and whatnot. So, hypothetically, my computer could probably handle tens of thousands of those candles. But it would take a long time to render, and eventually my computer would simply crash.
I would like to point out, this lady says her name is Helena Cronin. Director of the Center for Philosophy of Natural and Social Science and the Darwin Center.
Mm-hmm.
And the Darwin Center? Director of the Darwin Center.
Yeah. So
I doubt.
Clear about that. Who this is.
Yeah, like, is it like a sham Darwin Center? Or
no,
is it really
the thing she's saying makes perfect sense. All of this apparent design has come about without a designer. Yeah. No purpose, no goals, no blueprints. Natural selection is simply about genes replicating themselves down generations. This makes perfect sense. The issue here isn't what she's saying. The issue here is his application of what she's saying. He's applying it as if it says anything about God or your religion in particular, and it doesn't say that at all.
When she looks at creatures, she sees they look like they're designed, but she says it only appears like it because there was no creator in her mind.
Pareidolia.
So she says creatures look like they were designed, but they really weren't. That's how they get you to think in a very confused way.
Do you know what the word apparent means? Seriously, do you know what the word apparent means? Sir? And English is my second language? Fuck.
It's come about without a designer. In other words, she's saying without what? Without God.
Yeah, basically.
Without God.
Without direct miraculous intervention in the formation of these organisms. That's not the same thing as without God overall. But yeah, I mean, you could say to simplify that down without God.
He didn't need a miracle.
Right.
But it's not it's also not necessary, right? The point is that the changes over time do not necessitate miraculous intervention or supernatural intervention.
And also, like, what would a miraculous intervention look like in such a scenario?
It would look like the dwarves in Dungeons and Dragons. Let me tell you my way.
No purpose, no goals, no blueprints. Young people, that is totally wrong. There is a purpose.
Trust me, bruh.
Yep.
Your reproductive system operates for a purpose, and that is to produce babies. There's a purpose for these things. There's a purpose for your heart. There's a purpose for your kidneys.
No,
they operate for a
purpose. That's nice.
It does things.
The thing is,
that thing is.
Yeah, the thing is, look, you can call it a purpose in the sense that evolution is the thing that causes those organisms that reproduce themselves successfully to persist, and that all your organs are all things that have, throughout the course of evolution, assisted in helping your ancestors make more babies, resulting in you. And therefore, you can say in a certain sort of like teleonomic sense that, yeah, the purpose of the heart is to pump blood, which oxygenates all your tissues and what. Okay, sure, great.
It's the predicate, right? It's less that its purpose is to do that versus it does that, therefore.
Yeah, it's the purpose is not the primary thing. The outcome that allows is the big thing. And hey, Vishanti is back.
Hi.
Hi, Vishanti.
Hello.
You're coming in as we're getting ready to start winding things down in not too long.
Yeah, I figured, but I told you I would come back if I was done with my thing before.
Much appreciated.
You didn't miss anything intelligent from the speaker.
Yeah, of course not.
Yeah, I suspect.
Just in case
None
you
of us
wondered.
said anything worthwhile.
Okay.
You got
Purpose.
distracted, though.
There is a plan. It's in your DNA. There are blueprints. What she is saying is scientifically wrong.
Your face is a blueprint.
And then she goes on to say that
perfect
natural
color.
selection is simply about the genes replicating themselves down through the generations. So we want to fundamentally change how we see creatures. And what I'm going to give you from this point on for the rest of the talk is the
most of which we won't get to, but that's okay.
Scientific evidence to show you that creatures really are active problem-solving entities. In fact,
they are.
When we look at scientific papers today,
correct,
and I read dozens of them,
I am going to press X to doubt on that. That sounds like a story that didn't happen here.
I like how the part that we're not going to get to is the part that none of us are questioning. We're all like, great, there's evidence for the thing we already all agree with.
Well,
cool,
the thing is,
great.
I've already seen his stereotypical
The thing is, he's
examples.
being a Deepak Chopra.
Yeah, I've already seen his stereotypical examples. I'm going to sum all of them up for you.
Um,
One, simply lying about the underlying causes that he is purporting, because they are in fact evolutionary and based on mechanisms that he can't explain. That's one part of it. The other part is just saying, hey, look, epigenetics is real. That covers literally everything.
It?
Yep. Also, I don't think he does it in this talk, because I did skim it. But at one point, he did say that beetles could transform into looking like ants if they found themselves around ants. And then I checked the paper.
Oh, they do?
And it was actually talking about different ant species who always grow to look like the same kind of ant that they parasitize as a colony parasite. So he was just lying, or he doesn't know how to read papers. So when he says, I read dozens of papers, the more generous... So basically, he's either lying about that paper, or he's lying about reading papers. They can't both be true.
Pick your poison.
Yes, they can.
Sorry, Randy. Well, when I say read...
we have a rule on my channel that says, these kids can't read.
Well, when I say read a paper, though, I don't just mean look at the words and have, that sound sort of enter your brain. What I mean is actually understand what you're looking at and be able to draw conclusions from that.
That heading confirms my biases, so therefore...
Yep. All right, we're going to get a little bit more in... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Also, he says blue term. He doesn't define what he means by blue, and then he doesn't justify how he claims that our genes and DNA somehow are a set of blue.
Which they're very much not, by the way. They're very much not.
But I was like, if you're gonna do it properly, right? It's like
See, the thing is, they're not a blueprint, and it's actually an important distinction, right? Because a blueprint is a actual thing that you can look at that directly represents the final product, right? Like if you look at the blueprint for a building, it has lines where there are walls. It has doors where there should be doors, right?
Representation,
But if you look at the genome of, say, a human, you don't find a tiny little human there that says, build me this way. it's much more like a recipe or like those folding instructions for origami, right? You cannot simply look at the text of the recipe or the folding patterns of an origami instruction and just know what's going to be happening at the outcome. You have to be told beforehand, or you have to actually perform the actions.
If I may, because I think so, sir, you could say that your DNA, sort of, it's the program to process whatever data is put into.
That's part of it.
Like in some way, like for a layperson, right? And if you really want to make an argument that just close to a blueprint kind of argument, right?
Metaphors
that's a better way to say it.
Until Darwin invented them, and so you can't use DNA to or programming to speak to lay people, because if you try to use any language to speak to lay people, these dipshits. What's the point of trying to speak to lay people? They're either not going to read it or they're going to get caught up in garbage.
2 super chats. Young lady novelist for $4.99 says, super chat for super happy birthday with a Godzilla. Thank you so much, young lady novelist. We'll take a drink. Old man, writer of The Irish Textbook for $6.66 says a super chat for being super late. Happy birthday. Thank you very much, old man, the writer of The Irish Textbook. So, let's see. I'm going to go real quick over the sort of the basic of how embryology works and why it's not, your genetics are not like a blueprint. Then we're going to start wrapping up. Oh, that was the opposite. That was the opposite.
There we go.
Dapper is a professional, everybody.
Give Dapper how many sips? Give Dapper all the money so that way he can hire me as a producer.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so in embryological development, there are only a few things that an organism, an embryo, can do, right? One is the cells can be ordered to grow, they can be ordered to fold, and they can be ordered to die and turn into a particular kind of cell, like a muscle tissue or a glial cell or a whatever, right? There's only 4 things that your genetics tells your cells to do. The way the cells determine which thing to do is on the basis of chemical gradients and concentrations. And that is how those signals are done by everything, right? So in the very earliest stages of embryonic development, it's just divide. And that's where you get that, like, blastocyst. This is a sphere of cells, right? Then you start getting some axis alignment. You can say, okay, this is the front end, this is the back end. So indent at the back end, I'm talking about human.
You're a butt.
Yeah, basically. Indent at the back end, then start pushing that indent farther, and then also indent at the front end until those 2 tubes meet. That's the beginning of your digestive tract. But there's no picture. Well, at that point, you're a mouth and a butt.
Yay.
And so that continues on in more and more complicated ways, but fundamentally, every single time, all that's happening is the cells in the embryo are detecting the chemical environment that they're in, and that tells them either die, split, fold, or differentiate. And that is it. There is no blueprint. And that's also why single mutations can result in things like significant changes in proportions. Right? You don't have to have a mutation that extends, say, like your lower arm, and then a different mutation to make sure that the blood vessels extend to the end, and then a different mutation to make sure that the nerves extend to the end. It's all one thing. Your entire hand grows as a result of a chemical gradient that goes from the axis of your body, right around here, outward, and then another chemical gradient that goes from top to bottom. That's it. As long as that gradient is there, if you tell this part to grow longer, you just get a longer arm complete with all the innervation and the blood supply that it needs. And that's one of the things about this. If it were a blueprint, you would actually have to include the extra wiring and piping or whatever. But that's why it's fundamentally not a blueprint, and I hate that analogy. Because it gives people a misunderstanding of how embryology works, how genetics works, how regulatory sequences work. And it's all just dumb. We got a super chat from Dr. Dino for $5, said, just made a horrifying realization about my trip tomorrow. Check DMs when you have a sec, mate. I'm considering a slight detour. Interesting.
The mystery.
Does that not imply, if you say that there is a blueprint, does that not like inherently encourage or imply that people are made wrong if they're not in an exact way?
So you could argue that everyone, if you did accept the blueprint analogy, then you could say that everyone who is different because their blueprint is itself different. In which case, I would say that would not then.
But he said there's a blueprint, implying there's a blueprint for every kind or creature or species.
Yeah, if you wanted to take that word, then you could say that some things are deviations from that and therefore wrong.
I'm more like sticking on that. I think this might be problematic rhetoric.
Yeah.
Less than like.
I'll say this: it certainly can lend itself that way, but you don't have to let it if you want to use the analogy. Yeah. All right, so we're going to start wrapping up, guys, because it has been about 7 hours. I've been talking the whole time. I've been producing the whole time. I am running out of steam. So here's what we're going to do. First, I'm going to say what I normally say after I come back from my breaks, because we didn't really have a technical break, which is to say this channel exists almost entirely because of the support of you, my viewers, and today has been a great example of that. You guys have been extremely generous, and I really appreciate it. If you are currently someone who is not financially supporting, but you're interested in doing it, there's some great options. The Patreon is probably the best one as far as I'm concerned, because it's where I get to keep the most of the stuff. Like I said earlier, it starts at $1 a month. You can go all the way to $100 a month if you want to. You can get a 15% discount for going annually. If you sign up, you get access to my super secret Discord server that I tell everyone about in every single stream. You also get access to early access. I just put a video out earlier this week. There's about an hour and I think 5 minutes or so worth of video that the only way to get it is to join the Patreon or the channel memberships, which brings me to the channel memberships. That starts at $1.99, goes to $20. I think it's like $19.99, but whatever. I'm rounding here. That has no annual option, but if you do join, you get your name in green, you get a cool little symbol after your name, you get the channel emojis, access to the same Discord server, same early access. So, I mean,
bully Dapper with tunicates.
Yeah, you can bully me with tunicates, even though I hate it.
Oh. You can be nice though and not do it.
That's also an option. Actually, you can also put in the proper tunicates, the sessile tunicates, who may or may not be Dutch.
Yes.
So, if a monthly or an annual pledge is not something that interests you, but you're still interested in helping out, there's a number of other options. There's a merch store. If you look right below this video, there should be t-shirts, mugs, all sorts of stuff with Dapper Dino branding. Feel free to pick any of those up. Also, the store has more than just what's on the shelf. So browse it. Let's see. There's also the wish list. There's a wish list in the description. If you want to get me a belated birthday present or something, that's a perfectly good way to do it. I think I already have 3 things that people have bought me today that are coming in. So yeah, if you want to buy me a book or a snack or something like that, it's on there. And then finally, if none of that is your thing, if you don't want to support financially, or you can't afford to, in which case, please don't. Then the last thing I will say is, no matter who you are, if you want to support the channel, like my videos, share them on your social media, leave comments, and watch a few videos in a row. And like Chesh said, if you have yourself a channel with an audience, feel free to put one of my videos on a community post, because that will reach a wider segment of your audience than even your own videos typically do, because that's how YouTube likes to do things for some reason.
Yep.
With all of that,
it will help you. It will help Dapper. Just make sure you use the video option at the bottom when the window opens to search a video. If you just copy and paste whatever video that you want to use in the search bar, it'll come up like that. It's very, very easy to use.
All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go through. We're going to go in reverse order from me on. We're going to go from farthest from me to closest. So we're going to land in Vishanti, Manya, Chesh. If you have anything, last closing thoughts, anything you want to plug for the audience, this is your opportunity. Landon, we're starting with you.
Well, it certainly is always interesting to hear these folks view their stuff. It drinking helps apparently to listen to it. I must say, and
how much sake you got left?
I do. We did finish the sake. It's
all gone.
Finished.
Nice.
To be fair, he didn't start with that much.
That's true. That is true. Okay. I also finished the Grinner, which also didn't start with that much as well. Yes, coming up, there is the Hearth after show on June 22nd, starting at 16. That's 4 p.m. Pacific, where you could ask the 4 of us any questions regarding Big Bang process in the last 13.78 billion years, plus or minus 170 million years. Not that we would have the answer, but we can certainly ask us the questions. There's also a volcano show coming up. It's the volcano show, I believe, is on. I thought I had on there. When is the volcano show?
It should be on July 5th.
July 5th. That's right. Okay, July 5th. Yes, and I think again, you could. Is it July 5th?
That would be the first Friday of the month.
Okay. I'll have to make sure that's in that section. It's not okay. I'll make sure it's in my. I said I'll sync with you on the date. I think I probably made a mistake in predicting interruption between now and then, but go ahead and see whether I'm right or not. The time is when on July 5th?
Which would be at 4:30 Eastern, 3 hours behind for you, which would be 1:30, I believe.
13:30 Pacific. Yes.
Yeah. The next tavern is, I believe, on the 19th, if I'm not mistaken.
Dapper, don't confuse Landon, okay?
I'm not doing anything.
The 19th would be the microbrew, where we have Low Energy Vids coming on, who is an ex-skinhead who is going to talk about his experiences in doing that. Dapper, you're allowed to come.
Vishanti's expression, oh my goodness.
Are you okay?
Who is it?
So there's somebody who goes by Low Energy Vids.
Interesting character. He's a very interesting person.
Yeah, and he's coming on to talk about his experience in growing up with like anti-Semitism in the UK-ish area. I'm not going to be too specific about where he lives, and how he got out of that and where he's at now and how he views current politics.
Hey, look, I'm all for people escaping from the horrible stuff that they grew up with, and you know what? If a kid grows up being indoctrinated by anti-Semites and neo-Nazis and whatnot, that is a victim. And if they can get out of that, at a certain point, they do become the problem themselves as adults. You do have some obligation to try to fix the problematic beliefs that you inherited from your upbringing. But as a kid, at least, that is not on you. It takes until you're an adult to get out of that. And I'm all in favor of people being able to grow out of the horrible, awful things that they were raised with, which for some people is a very real challenge. Yeah. All right. So, Vishanti, what do you have coming up that you want to tell people about?
The busiest week ever has now concluded. I am going so excitedly into Shabbat, and then I will be able to complete my obligation and get the comic review out that Joshua G's requested. See, my brain's already like a plate of fajitas right now. Just
can I eat it?
It's just crazy fried. So that's going to be the next most present topic. I've been working in the very, very limited amount of free time that I've had over the last week to get my StreamYard set up to where I can just go live, hit record, do whatever I need to do. So all the back end work is pretty close to being done, and I'll
nice.
Very cool.
Good job.
All right, Manya, do you have anything you want to tell people about?
So I've recently started like videos and stuff. So if calling out individuals on their hypocrisy and their wrong argumentation is your thing, you can go to my channel and have a look. It's not compulsory. I'm just a very small channel.
What should they look for?
I would like your.
Me too.
What should they look for to find you?
It's just Manya.
Manya.
MAAYNAA.
So it's Mina?
At the rate.
Oh, sorry. And then Y.
Spelling is hard.
Manya.
I'm too stupid.
Spell it again.
MAANYAA.
There you go. So like her screen, but without the Z. Your screen name here. Okay. All right.
Yes.
And Don't Pick Friday. On Fridays.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And so, the Don't Pick Friday. Yeah, we have a lot of fun.
Awesome. Chach, do you have anything you want to tell people about?
I'm probably going to start a fight soon.
Hey!
That sounds pretty typical.
Don't worry about
Nice.
it. But if you're interested in seeing Dapper more talking about politics, giving his opinions about like that kind of stuff, and I assure you he's just as aggressive. And actually, for a lot of the time, mostly just as informed about what he's talking about.
I do try.
And his opinions. He does try. You can navigate over to my channel. The next full tavern is probably going to be on the 6th of July, but we did just have one last Saturday. So if you're interested in that, it was just out. And there are videos that are basically, instead of the full tavern, in case there is just a singular topic that you're interested in, you can go and look at that topic. Otherwise, I am doing art if you're interested in art over on
when is
Twitch.
when is the tavern on the 6th of July?
It should be at 6:30 Eastern.
Landon just deciding to start scheduling in the middle of the stream.
I'm just checking to be sure I have it scheduled.
It do be like that. And there are videos coming out. If you're interested, make sure that you go over to my community tab and you can vote on which VOD. If you're a member, you get the VODs. But if you're not a member, you get one VOD every Sunday and you get to vote for which VOD you want to see come out. They are titled, so you get an idea about what's coming out. So if you want to see them for free, you can go over to Twitch. If you want to pay some money to me, great, cool, whatever. You can get them all, and it's like hours and hours and hours of content. And if you just want to vote for whichever one you want to see, yeah.
Okay, so what's coming up here? Let's take a look. So there's nothing else for the rest of this week. I'm not doing a Saturday stream. Sorry, guys, but I'm coming up on hour 19 of, or no, yeah, about 19 of streaming this week. So yeah, no, I'm not doing another stream tomorrow.
19 hours.
Yeah, for this week so far. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
The hopper.
That doesn't include editing. That doesn't include prep. That doesn't include
doesn't
X,
include
Y,
scripting,
and Z.
animating. It's just time I've been live on YouTube.
Yeah, you are upwards of 70 hours right now.
Yeah, you have already completed your work week hours.
My weekend is starting at the end of this. I'm not working tomorrow.
Yeah.
I usually work on Saturday. I'm not doing it. All right, but on Tuesday, Matt with Maddie, number whatever it is. So we'll be looking at more. We'll be looking at more of the raw Matt inanity that he spews on a nutrition podcast where he never talks about Uncooked Matthew. Then on
ask him if he's ever had a prairie oyster.
On Thursday. Matt with Maddie will be at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. At Thursday at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern, Creationists Cannot Understand Whales, which will be the part 2 of the Pam Acker Catholic Young Earth Creationist series. This will be my 3rd or 4th video, literally titled "Creationists Cannot Understand Whales," because for some reason,
the country or
the animals. For some reason, whales just absolutely short circuit the brain of creationists. I'm not sure why, but it does all the time. Because I think this is the 3rd one that I'll release publicly, and I have at least one more in backup, literally called "Creationists Cannot Understand Whales." It is insane.
Please tell me somewhere in your editing you have whale sounds and you have put bottom text for what
Dapper
Dinosaur. Yeah.
No, put in the George and Gracie sounds. George and Gracie, I demand it.
Well, it's a little late for either of them now, but when I make my 5th, Creationists Cannot Understand Whales. Yes, Landon.
Please put in some Welsh words into it as well, because they can't understand that too, I'm guessing.
I don't know Welsh.
It's whales speaking Welsh, and the text is in Welsh.
Yes, please.
Vowels are for other people.
When is it?
Nice.
When is it, Dapper?
So
when is it?
That is going to be on Thursday at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. I'm not sure what time that is for you, Mania. Sorry about that.
I'll check it out.
So then on Saturday, the plan currently is to do the next Dapper Reacts, which will be the continuation of the David Menton. Vishanti is of course invited, but that will also be at noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. And I think that is about as far ahead as I'm going to look today. I want to say again, thank you so much. We had so many people here. We have significantly more likes than we have people currently viewing. You guys sent so many wonderful super chats, super stickers. People even got things from my wish list. So 53 new members just today.
Happy birthday to you.
Aww.
Happy birthday, dear Dapper. Happy birthday to
Feliz
you.
cumpleaños a ti. Feliz cumpleaños a ti. Feliz cumpleaños, querido Dapper. Feliz cumpleaños a ti.
Thank you
Happy
again.
birthday from all of us to you. We should wish it was our birthday so we can party too. Happy birthday. May all your dreams come true. And that's the end because I don't know any more of the words.
All right, well, guys, with that, we're going to get out of here. I hope to see all of you on Tuesday for Matt with Maddie. Stay safe out there. Have a wonderful rest of your week. And, yeah,
Bye.
I'll see you later. Hey, before you leave, I just want to take a second to thank my patrons and channel members, especially those pledging $20 or above. Benthoven, Philravara, Tapioca Weasel, Whispers, Eleron Teller, Horseflesh, Ian Chen, Kelvin Brostek Van Manen, Landon Noel, Mabdy Babdy, Sphincter of Doom, Lawless, John Ackerman, and Strawberry Vein. It's because of my channel members and patrons whom you're seeing on screen that this channel can stay afloat. Without you, it would all shut down. If you want to join the team, there's a link to join the channel below this video, and there's a link to join the Patreon in the description. On the Patreon, you can get a 10% discount for pledging annually, and either way, you get early access to virtually all of my scripted videos, often 3 to 5 months before they come out for the general public. Thanks for watching.